Hey there, my name is Antonio and welcome to the newest video on my channel. In this tutorial, I'm going to teach you how to build a full-stack software-as-a-service AI platform, and you're going to learn how to build not just one, but 5 different AI tools. So let's go ahead and let me show you exactly what this amazing application is capable of. Let's start with the image generation. I think that's one of the coolest AI models in here. For example, a horse in Swiss Alps, and I can select the amount of photos I want to generate. Let's pick 4 photos in the lowest resolution so they load fastest. We have a prompt that Genius, the name of our app, is thinking, and after a couple of seconds you're going to see what amazing images this AI will come up with. Look at this, absolutely amazing. Now let's do the same thing but for video generation. Right here, I'm gonna write clownfish swimming around a coral reef, and I'm going to click generate again. And after a couple of seconds, you're gonna see what this AI will come up with. Look at this, absolutely amazing. Let's play the video to see what it looks like. Can you believe an AI has generated this? Absolutely amazing. Now let's check out the conversation model right here. But before I write anything here, I just want to quickly bring your attention to my lower left corner right here, where it says that I've used up 2 out of 5 of my free generations. So what does that mean? Well, let me remind you, this is not going to be your average AI tutorial. We are going to build a full-stack production-ready software-as-a-service platform, meaning that I'm going to teach you how to create a free tier as well as a monthly subscription tier using Stripe for your users. So let's go ahead and let's use up the rest of these models right here so we can fill up these free generations. I'm gonna ask the conversation model, what is the radius of the sun right here? We have a similar thinking prompt right here, and there we go, look at the answer, amazing. And look at this, now it says 3 out of 5 free generations, because we just used one. Great. Now let's go ahead and let's fill this up to 5 out of 5 so I can show you what happens then. I'm gonna test the music generation now. For example, piano solo right here. I'm gonna press enter, and after a couple of seconds, you're gonna see that this AI model can actually come up with audio files. Look at this, absolutely amazing. You can play it, you can change the volume, you can download the file, change the playback speed, amazing. I'm not gonna play it just in case someone decides to copyright AI music in the future. And now let's take a look at the last model right here, which is code generation. I'm gonna go ahead and write a model using React hooks and Tailwind. I'm going to press enter, and after a couple of seconds, you're gonna see that this AI model is capable of writing code for you. Look at this. Not only did it give you a nice explanation, it also wrote the code in Markdown, so it's nice and easy to read. Absolutely amazing. But what happens now that we've used up 5 out of 5 of our free generations? Well, let's go ahead and let's try to generate another image, for example. I'm gonna write a shark in the sea, and I'm going to press generate. And look at this, it's blocking us from using the AI. That's because you're going to learn how to build this. We're going to protect our free tier so the users who are not subscribed can only use the AI model 5 times. After that, they have to upgrade. So I'm gonna click upgrade right here, and that is going to redirect us to the Stripe checkout page right here. I'm gonna write a fake credit card number, some more fake information. I'm going to write my name right here, and I'm going to click checkout. And in a couple of seconds, we're going to get redirected to the settings page. There we go. Look at this, absolutely amazing. Now in our settings it says that we are currently on a pro plan, and we can of course manage our subscription from here if we want to cancel it. So let's go ahead and test how that looks right here. Again, this time it's not going to redirect us to the checkout page, but to the billing page. So I can see all of my information, I can see how long this lasts, how much I've paid, and I can of course cancel my plan. But now I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna test if this subscription actually works. Let's go ahead and let's go into an image generation and write, I don't know, a pretty sunset. Now let's go ahead and generate 5 photos right now. We have a similar prompt that Genius is thinking, and you can already see this time we are not blocked by the premium model prompt. Instead, it successfully generated a pretty sunset. Beautiful. Let's try the conversation again. What is the radius of the Earth? There we go, we are not blocked again, so our subscription model is actually working. Perfect. And what would a software as a service be without customer support? in this tutorial, I'm also going to teach you how to build beautiful customer support using Crisp. You can go ahead and write any problem you have, just like this, and that is going to appear on the Crisp dashboard in real time so you can respond back to your customers. And we are also going to have authentication, this time using Clerk, which I am extremely excited to say is this video's sponsor and also my first sponsor ever. But that is not all, because every software as a service also needs a beautiful landing page. So I'm going to teach you how to create this as well. So without further ado, let's get started. So let's get started and let's set up our application. I'm going to follow the ShadCN UI setup instructions. You can find those by googling ShadCN UI, clicking on the website right here, and just go ahead into the documentation and click installation. After that, you have to select Next.js or whatever you are using. But in this tutorial, we're going to be using Next.js. So that's why I have this opened right here. So the first command we have to run is the create next app command. This command is actually not related to ShadCN UI. This is the Next13 command, but it is written in this tutorial because this is a setup for Next.js. So here on the left side, I have my Visual Studio Code. And I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to open my terminal. And I'm going to go ahead and write npx create-next-app at latest, and I'm going to name this AI SaaS. You can name it whatever you want. And go ahead and give it the following flags: --TypeScript, --Tailwind, and --SLint, like that. Or you can simply press copy here and select npm. But I'm going to write it out so you can clearly see what I'm doing. And now we can go ahead and press enter. And I got a prompt that I need to install the newer version of Next app. So go ahead and just press yes if this is the prompt you have. There's a chance you just don't get that prompt at all and you immediately have this question right here. So the first thing it's asking us is whether we want to use the source directory. For that, select no. For the app router, this is very important. You have to select yes. For the import alias, you can select no. That is going to keep the default @ sign. And there we go. Now it's starting to install our application. So just wait a couple of seconds and you will have your app ready. After a couple of seconds, you're going to get a message similar to this saying success and that it has created a project called AI SaaS or whatever you named it in your command at this following location. So I'm going to click open right here and I'm going to select AI SaaS right here. And there we go. Now I'm inside of that folder. But before I start this application, I want to run the rest of the commands followed by the ShadCN instructions, because ShadCN is the library we are going to use for styling. So let's go ahead and let's open the terminal again right here. And I just have to quickly update this, so I'm going to pause the video. All right, now I have to run the following command: npx shadcn-ui at latest init. So let's go ahead and run that. npx shadcn-ui at latest init, like this. And now we're gonna get a set of questions. So would you like to use TypeScript? For that, we select yes, because we initialized our Next13 project with TypeScript. Now it's asking us for the style. I'm going to use the default style and I highly recommend you do the same. You can choose New York if you want, so use arrow keys up and down to select the option. If you select New York, it's going to look slightly different. You can still follow the tutorial, but your icons are going to come from a different package than what I will be using in the tutorial. So if you don't want that confusion, just choose default and press enter. Now for the base color, you can select any color you want. It doesn't really matter. It won't affect the project, but it will look a little bit different than mine. So for mine, I'm going to choose slate, like this. It's asking us where our global CSS file is, and this is the correct answer, app/global CSS. Now, would you like to use the CSS variables for colors? Select yes as well. It's asking us where is our Tailwind config. It's at the root folder named exactly like this, so press enter for that. And configure the import alias for components. This looks fine. I want it to look like that. And you can press enter for this as well. And lastly, it's asking us whether we are using server components. Since we are using the app router, the answer for that is yes. And now it's asking us to confirm all of those options. So we pretty much didn't change absolutely anything. You can just press enter through all of these options. And now just press Y. And now it's going to initialize ShadCN UI inside of your project. There we go. Just like that, it has added ShadCN UI. And now we can go ahead and run npm run dev. And your project is running on localhost 3000. So I'm going to click on this link right here, and I'm going to show you how your project looks. So I'm going to expand the screen, and you should see something like this. So now let's go ahead and let's quickly clean up our application, because there is a lot of stuff inside of here that we don't actually need. So I'm going to collapse everything, and as you can see, we have the app folder where most of our routes, all of our routes are going to be. We have the components, which are currently empty, but this is where the components from ShadCN are going to appear. We have the lib folder, which was generated by ShadCN UI, and we are going to use this to merge Tailwind classes. I'm going to explain that when we come to that part. And the rest is just the configuration for the project. So let's go inside of the app folder and let's take a look at what we have here. So we have two important files, page and layout.tsx. Our layout.tsx can stay pretty much the same for now. We can change that later. But now in page.tsx, what I want to do is I want to clean everything inside of the return function. So go ahead and go to the top all the way to the bottom and just clean everything inside. And you can also remove this import. And you can just write a paragraph, hello, AI SaaS, like that. And there we go. Look at this. It's right here, hello AI SaaS. But the font looks kind of small. Let's see if we can increase it using Tailwind. Go ahead and add a class name, text-6xl, like this. There we go. Now the text is much larger. And let's try and change the color. Text green-500. There we go. So our Tailwind is successfully set up. Before we move on to the next part, I want to show you how easy it is to add components from ShadCN to our project. So I'm going to go back in here, I'm going to zoom out a little bit, and I'm going to go all the way down to the components in the sidebar. And one of the components we are certainly going to need is the button component. And right here is the command we have to use to add it. But one cool thing about ShadCN UI is that you can also manually add it if you want to, so you don't have to use the CLI. Why am I choosing ShadCN and why not Chakra or Material UI Kit or all of these other amazing CSS frameworks? Well, the reason I'm using ShadCN UI is because it works in a different way. ShadCN UI is not a component library. Instead, it is just a, I don't know exactly what is the correct phrase for that, but what it allows us to do is to keep the components inside of our components folder. Usually, when we use Material UI or Chakra, we have no access to the components. We can import them and we can edit them using the props they've given us, but we have no access to the actual code that the way those components are working. They are in node modules, but with ShadCN UI, they're going to be directly in our components folder, so we can modify them in any way we want. So let's test this out. I'm going to go ahead and click copy here. So I advise you that every time I am on the ShadCN UI page, I advise you to do the same, because there are some parts that we cannot install as easily as this, but we're going to have to copy a code snippet. So I just want you to be on the same page as I am, so it's easier for you to follow this tutorial. So I'm going to copy this npm command right here. And I'm going to go into my terminal right here. You don't have to shut it down, but I will because I'm using only one terminal. And I'm just going to expand this a little bit and I'm going to paste this command. So the command is npx shadcn-ui at latest add button. And I'm going to press enter like this. And now it's asking us whether we are ready to install that. So just press Y and there we go. It's installing the button inside of our project. I'm going to run npm run dev again, and let's see if we can actually use this button now. So what has happened in our project? If I refresh right here, not much has changed. We still have the hello AI SaaS, but let's take a look at our components folder right here. You can see that now we have a new folder inside called UI, and inside of that folder we have a button.tsx. And now if you look inside, you can see that we have this amazingly strictly typed written and area written button component. So this is a much more advanced button than what would usually be if we were writing it ourselves. And I think that's absolutely amazing. And what's cool about it is that you can rename absolutely anything you want inside. So whatever you don't like, you can rename. So you have complete ownership of your component system. That's why I really like ShadCN UI. So we have just added this button, and technically we never have to look at it again. You can just close this altogether. And let's go back into our home right here, and I'm going to replace this, and I'm actually going to use that button. So I'm going to write button like this, and I'm going to import it from add/components/UI/button like this, and make sure you destructure it like that. And I'm going to write click me like this. And I'm just going to increase my zoom a little bit so you can see better. There we go. Look at the button right here. And let's see how easy it is to change the variant, for example. I can go ahead and say destructive like this. There we go. Now it's red, and we can use that for when we are deleting some stuff. And I just want to show you how cool it is. For example, you can go back into components UI button, and this is the destructive style that we are using right now. Let's say you don't like the word destructive. You can go ahead and change that to danger. So you don't have to do this. I'm just demonstrating now. You can change that, and you can see now our code is not working. And you can see I have a TypeScript error here. So I can change it to danger right here, and there we go. Now it works. So that's what this component library, well, it's not a component library, but that's what ShadCN UI offers us. I think it's really cool that we have this kind of customability here. So just make sure you bring this back to destructive. I'm not going to change the button component in any way, but I'm just going to bring this back. So destructive, like that. And I just want to show you that you also have a couple of other props like size. So you can change the size to large, for example, and now the button is a little bit larger like that. Great. So this is how we are going to add components in our project, and then we're going to style them, and we are slowly going to create our UI. Great start. You did an amazing job. And now we are ready to go ahead and start developing some other stuff. Let's continue with the structure of our project. So I'm going to go back inside of my app folder, and I'm going to go inside globals.css right here. So everything that you see right here has actually been generated using ShadCN UI. But this is fine. I just want to add one thing here, and that is the height for our HTML and our body. So let's go ahead and write this HTML, body and root element like this. And I just want to write height 100%. And that's not going to change anything right now, but it is going to help us in the future. Great. And now I want to go back inside of my layout.tsx file right here. And I want to change the title of my application to Genius. And I want to change the description to AI Platform. Like this, but with a capital AI, like this. And now you can see that my title right here has changed to Genius. Previously, it was, let's see, it was Create Next App. But after we do the changes, it now says Genius. Great. So what I want to do now is I want to organize my routes in a specific way. But before I do that, I want to give you a quick explanation of how routes actually work inside of Next. So right here, we have this page.tsx file. But how do we know that that is located right here at the slash? Well, that's because if you have a page.tsx plainly put inside of your app folder, that is going to result in the URL slash or just your domain like this. But what happens if I create a new folder, for example, called test, and inside I create a new file, page.tsx? I'm going to quickly go ahead and write test page right here, and I'm going to write a div test page like this. So make sure you have the test page and export default test page at the end. It's important that you use export default. Now, how do I find this page? Where is this? Well, it's located at /test in your URL. Right here. So now we know that every folder we create inside of the app folder, which has the page.tsx inside of it, is a route on its own. But there is also a way that you can use folders and page.tsx without actually affecting the URL. This is a cool feature because sometimes we want to organize our routes in folders but not necessarily change the URL structure. So for now, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to shut down my application because we're going to do some changes in here. So I recommend you shut it down as well. So let's go ahead. Now if you refresh, nothing's gonna work, but that's fine. First thing I want to do is I want to delete the test page. Great. And what we're going to do now is something called route groups. So right here in my right side, I have the explanation for that. So route groups is a specially named folder which does not affect the URL. So you can go ahead and read more about that. Just type in route groups Next.js and you're going to find this exact documentation. You can see the convention. The convention is to write the folder inside of parentheses. That way, it's not going to be affecting the URL. So you can see that right here they have a folder called marketing, but the URL is just /about. Nowhere in this URL do you see the marketing. That's because they are just using it to structure your files. And that's exactly what I want to do as well. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go back inside of my app folder right here. And I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to create a new folder called dashboard, like that. And inside of that dashboard, well, I made a mistake here. Right now, this is affecting the URL. So we have to rename this. Right click, go ahead and rename this and make sure you add parentheses around dashboard like that. Now it's not affecting the URL. So what I want to do now is go ahead and create another route group inside called routes like this. What this is going to hold is all of the routes for our AIs. So inside we're going to have a route for image generation, video generation, our general dashboard, code generation, and settings. So inside we can actually go ahead and write the route which is going to affect the URL. This route is going to be called dashboard, like that. So this one won't matter for the URL, neither will the routes, but this one will. And inside I'm going to go ahead and create page.tsx. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to my old page.tsx that is inside of the root of the app folder. So go inside of here and just copy everything inside and paste it in this new dashboard page.tsx, right this. And you can rename this to dashboard page like that. So just make sure you export the default. You will sometimes see me using the function and sometimes you will see me using the, this const dashboard page, the arrow function, and I will export default dashboard page. It really doesn't matter. It's gonna have the same effect, it's just your preference. Of course, there are differences between arrow functions and plain functions, but that is not the topic of this tutorial. But just to ease up some confusion, it doesn't really matter what you use, but you can always follow exactly what I do so you have the same result. So for the dashboard page, I'm gonna write const dashboard page arrow function and export default the dashboard page. The naming of the component does not matter for the URL. You can name it whatever you want, but I like the convention of using the entity name and then capital P page. Beautiful. And now that we have this, I actually want to remove this root page because we don't need it. So you can move that to trash. Great. And what happens now? Well, we have a problem because this is a route / dashboard, but we don't have our / route. We don't have the root. So let's go ahead and create that. For that, I'm going to create another route group called landing. Like this. That's going to be our landing page if you remember from the intro of this tutorial. And inside, go ahead and create another page.tsx. I'm going to go ahead and create the landing page like this, div landing page. And I'm going to write in parentheses here, unprotected. So every user, whether they are logged in or not, are going to be able to see this landing page. Great, so now that we have these two, let's go ahead and let's run our project and let's see if we made any mistakes or if everything is working as expected. So I'm going to refresh this right here and I am at /test, so I got a 404. So I'm going to go back to my root and I should see the landing page right here. Perfect. Great. So how do I see this dashboard? Let's see. This is not affecting the URL. Routes is not affecting the URL either, but dashboard is. That means that all I have to do to visit this page, I'm going to change this now. I'm going to write a paragraph saying dashboard page like this. So in order to visit this page, all I have to do is write /dashboard like this. There we go. Now I have the dashboard page, but on the root I have the landing page. And I just want to add here protected. So only authorized users, and you can remove the import for button. We're not gonna need it now. So only users who are authorized are going to be able to see the dashboard page. For now, of course, that is not true because we have not added authentication. So that's what we're going to do in the next part. But for now, this is great. You've done a great job so far. So let me just recap what we've done. We have removed the page.tsx inside of our app folder, and we've moved it inside of landing page.tsx. But because landing is inside of parentheses, that means that we are using the route group convention. Right here, you can see it's in the parentheses, meaning it's not affecting the URL. It's just a folder where we decided to keep our root page for easier structure. And then in dashboard, we used a bit of a different structure. So again, we used route group, so it's not affecting the URL, but we did not put page directly inside. Instead, we created another route group called routes. That's because besides dashboard, we're going to have many folders inside of this route. And inside of dashboard, right here, we're going to have another file called layout. So this way, we have structurally separated our routes from our other stuff. Don't worry if this is a bit confusing, it's gonna get easier and easier the more you work with Next. Now it's time to add authentication to our project. So before we start anything, what I want to do actually is shut down our application so we don't get any hot reloading errors. So I'm going to shut it down, and I recommend you do the same. Great, and we're going to add authentication using Clerk. So you can either visit clerk.com or visit the link in the description, or just use Clerk Auth right here, and it's the first result on Google. Great, so go ahead and find the sign in or sign up button depending on whether you already have an account. So I'm gonna guide you through this process. You can use GitHub or Google or regular registration. I'm gonna use Google for this one. So I'm gonna pause the video a bit and register. There we go. Now you're gonna see a screen similar to this. And now it's time to name our application. So I'm gonna use AI SaaS for this right here. And you can play around and add as many providers as you want. But for now, I'm only gonna enable Google and email address. But feel free to enable as many of this if you want to play around. Clerk is truly amazing when it comes to how easy it is to build with it. Now let's go ahead and click Create Application right here. And now you can see that we have a documentation to how to start implementing this in our app. So right here we have .environment.local right here that we have to copy and put in our environment file. This file is going to hold our secrets, which Clerk library is going to use to enable authentication in our project. So go ahead and click the copy right here. Go ahead back inside of your project, and I want to create a new file. Instead of .environment.local, I'm going to use .environment. This is because we're going to need .environment for Prisma. So go ahead and just paste that inside. So make sure you have the next public Clerk publishable key and Clerk secret key. Basically what is written in this documentation right here, and make sure you save your .environment file. Great, and now just make sure that Next.js is selected right here, and we're gonna click continue in docs. And what I love about Clerk is that they have support for the app router. That gives me confidence that it's going to work in this project. And I already used Clerk in my last e-commerce project, and if you saw that, then you know how easy it is to implement Clerk and what amazing UI components it offers. They are beautifully designed and they fit almost every single project. So let's continue and let's follow this documentation and see exactly what we have to build. So first, it's telling us to install Clerk Next.js. So I'm going to copy that and I'm going to go inside of my terminal and I'm going to install that package. So let's go ahead and write npm install @clerk/next.js like this. And after a couple of seconds, our package is going to be installed. Great, now let's continue and follow what the documentation is telling us to do. So it's telling us to set our environment keys, but that is something we already done, so we have them right here. So we can skip that and go to the next step, which is mount the Clerk provider. And this is what I was talking about. So if you're using Pages for any reason, you can just click Pages and follow that. But we're using the app router, so make sure you're following the documentation for the app router. So what we have to do is we have to import Clerk provider from @Clerk Next.js. Next.js. So I'm going to close the terminal for now, and I'm going to go back inside of my app folder inside layout.tsx right here, because that is the component they are looking at here. So let's go ahead and copy this line, and let's go ahead and import it right here. There we go. Clerk provider from @clerk/next.js. And what we have to do now is we have to wrap our entire application inside of that clerk provider. Let's go ahead and write clerk provider like this, and at the end like that. And I just want to indent everything inside. Beautiful. And now let's go ahead and add our middleware file. So go to your sidebar right here. I'm going to close everything again. Make sure you're at the root and just create a new file called middleware.ts. And go ahead and copy this entire file from the documentation and just paste it here. There we go. Beautiful. And now what we have to do is we have to create our sign up and our sign in page, and they have the exact steps to do that right here. So let's go ahead, let's go inside of our app folder, and let's go ahead and create a new folder. I'm gonna go ahead and create another route group here called auth, like this. Beautiful. And inside, I'm going to create another folder called routes, because we're going to have two routes, the sign up and the sign in. And I'm also going to add a layout inside. So let's go ahead and create a new folder inside of this route group routes. And we're going to call this sign-up like that. And then inside of that, we have to create another folder. Go ahead and open square brackets, then again open square brackets inside. So double square brackets. This is another Next 13 convention that allows Clerk to have all the necessary routes it needs for authentication. And inside, you're going to spread using 3 dots sign-up like that. And then go ahead and create a new file called page.tsx. There we go, just like that. And then you can go ahead and copy this example and paste it inside. Beautiful. So it's that simple to create a sign up page. Great. And we have to do the same thing for the sign in. So you can just copy this entire folder, paste it inside routes. So now you have sign-up and sign-up copy. Just rename this to -sign in like this. And inside, don't forget to rename this folder as well, like this, -sign in. Beautiful. Go inside of that page.tsx, and you can go ahead and copy this example and paste it right here. I'm having an error here, but that is because of my Visual Studio Code. So I'm going to press Command, Shift, and P, and I'm going to write reload window. And I'm going to press enter. So this has refreshed my Visual Studio Code, because sometimes cache gets in the way and shows us errors that aren't actually there. You can see that now everything works just fine. So let me show you the exact layout right here. So I created a new folder called auth, which is a route group, meaning it will not affect the URL. Inside, I created another folder called routes, again in parentheses, so not affecting the URL. And then we have the sign in and the sign up with a special convention folder inside of it, so it has all the necessary routes for Clerk. There we go. That's how easy it was to add our sign in and sign up pages. And now what we have to do is add some more environment variables, so Clerk knows where to redirect us after we log in, or where to go in general for sign in and sign up. So go to this section called update your environment variables, and I'm just going to copy this right here. I'm going to go back in my .environment file, and after this too, I'm going to paste this. So make sure you have the sign in URL, sign up URL, after sign in URL, and after sign up URL. And one thing I want to change immediately is that after we log in, where do we want to be redirected? Let's take a look. So we said that our landing page is going to be unprotected, but our dashboard page is going to be protected. So obviously what I want to do in my environment file is that after user has logged in, I want to redirect to /dashboard like that. We don't want our user to stay on the landing page. Beautiful. How do we know that this is /sign in and that this is /sign up, and can we change it? Of course we can, but it has to match exactly what you write in your auth folder. So if you want to change this to login, you can do that, but make sure you change the ... login as well. If you want to change this to register, you can do that as well, and make sure you change that. And it has to match these two environment variables. If you're following these tutorials, you don't have to do anything like that, just follow along. Beautiful. And now I'm going to show you a really cool thing. I want to go back inside of my middleware. So go inside middleware.ts, and I'm going to show you how easy it is to add a public route. So right now, all of our routes are protected, but I want to add public routes like this, and I just want to give it a slash, meaning our landing page is now unprotected, meaning that both logged in and logged out users can visit it. So let's go ahead and let's run our application and see how that looks right now. So I'm going to go ahead and write npm run dev again, and I'm going to go and visit my localhost 3000, and I should be able to normally visit the landing page. There we go. But if I go to /dashboard, what's going to happen is that I'm redirected to sign in right here. Beautiful. So it fully works. What I want to do now is I want to center this so it's not right here in the corner. So let's go ahead and do that now. In order to do that, we're going to have to go back inside of our app folder, inside of our auth right here. I'm going to close the routes, and inside of the auth folder, create a new file called layout.tsx, like this. Go ahead and write auth layout, like this, and it's going to accept children, and those children have a type of children react.react node, like that. And inside, I'm going to write a div, and I'm going to render children inside. And now our error has gone away. And all we have to do to center it is class name, flex items-center, justify-center, like that. And you can give it an h-full as well. And now you can see it's nicely in the middle. Beautiful. So this now works for both sign in and for sign up, because we have added a common layout file, which is going to affect all of the routes inside. We're going to do a similar thing in the dashboard. So that's why I separated this in a folder called routes. So there's a very clear distinction that the routes are only inside of this folder, and this layout thing is inside this main group folder right here. Perfect. So let's go ahead. And I want to go to the landing page right now, and I want to show you how to add a button which is actually going to redirect to our authentication. So let's go ahead, and just below that, I want to add another div, and I'm going to add a button like that. And there's a couple of ways you can do this. So I'm going to go ahead and write login, for example, here, and I'm going to wrap this in a link from next/link like this. And I'm going to add an href/sign-in like this. So now when I click here, you can see that I am on the sign-in page. Great. I'm going to go back, and I'm going to copy this entire thing like this. And I'm going to change this to sign-up, and this is going to be register. Great. So now we have the login and the register. So once I click login, you can see I'm in sign in. When I click register, you can see that I'm in the register. Beautiful. And one more cool thing I want to show you while we're already here is that you can play around and customize stuff as much as you want inside of your Clerk. For example, click on customization right here, go and check out the branding. So you can see that once I click here, it says sign in to continue to AI SaaS. But we said that our name is going to be called Genius. So let's go ahead and name it Genius and just click apply changes. And now, once I go back and change it here, you can see that it says to continue to Genius, the name of our application. That's how easy it is to work with the Clerk. And you can play around and change whatever you want. You can look at these hosted pages if you want to. You can change the colors, a bunch of stuff. You can play around with it as much as you want. But now let's go ahead and let's actually show you how it looks when we log in. So I'm going to click login right here. I'm going to use Google. And since I have only one account, I'm immediately going to get redirected to the dashboard page. So this is now fully working. We are officially logged in. That's how easy it was to use Clerk. And let me show you a cool component that we can use now. So let's go inside of the app folder, inside dashboard, routes, dashboard, page.tsx. And I'm going to go ahead and write this entire thing inside of a div. And just below this, I'm going to add a component from the Clerk library called user button. So user button from @/Clerk Next.js. And look at this. Now we have the currently logged in user. And from here, you can sign out. And yes, right now we are redirected to this page, but I'm going to show you how to control where we are redirected once we sign out. So let's go back to localhost 3000. Let's log in again using Google. We are back here, and I'm going to add after sign out URL to be /. And now if you try and refresh and sign out again, you can see that we're back on the landing page. And if I go to /dashboard, you can see that I've triggered the sign in button. And once I log in, I can freely visit the dashboard page. So that's how easy it was to use Clerk. You can go ahead and play around and see everything it has, and they're constantly updating. I really like using Clerk, and I'm very happy that they're sponsoring this video because I want to use Clerk regardless if they were sponsoring this or not. You saw that in the e-commerce video. It really helped us save some time when I want to focus on more important stuff than authentication. Let's continue and let's start creating the layout for our dashboard routes. So first thing I'm going to do is just zoom in the code a little bit so you can see a bit better. Great. Now what I want to do is I'm going to close everything. I'm going to go inside of my app folder, inside of dashboard right here, and inside of there, so not inside routes, but inside dashboard, I'm going to create a new file called layout.tsx like that. And I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to create a component called dashboard layout. Just like this, and the props is going to have is children, and we're going to write the types for those. So children is the type of React node like this. Perfect. And inside of this dashboard, inside of this dashboard layout, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a div, and I'm going to give this a class name of h-full like this. And I'm also going to give it a class name of relative because we're going to use some absolute elements in the future, so it's going to be very useful to have this. Great, and now what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a div for our sidebar. So let's go ahead and let's write class name hidden by default. So on small devices, we're not going to show this sidebar. We're going to have a toggle button, which is going to open that in a sheet component, also known as drawer. Maybe you've heard it like that. And let's give this an h-full. And let's go ahead and give it an MD of flex. So it's going to be hidden on mobile devices. But when we come to a medium screen, we're going to use flex. That means it's going to be visible using the flex element. Now let's go ahead and let's write the following. MD is also going to have a flex dash call like that. And MD is also going to be fixed on the side. Let's also write MD inset dash Y dash 0, and let's give it a z index of 80 like this. Like this. And let's write bg dash gray dash 900 like that for now. Great. And now inside, what you can do if you want to is just a div like this and write hello sidebar like that. And now you can see that we have a sidebar which has this BG gray color right here, and if you collapse your screen enough, you can see that it disappears because on mobile it's going to be hidden. Great, so just keep it open for now. Make sure you are not, if you're zoomed in, it's also going to disappear, so make sure you're not too zoomed in and make sure you can actually see this sidebar because that's the way we want to develop for now. Of course, we're going to replace this div with the actual sidebar component when we get to creating that. But before we do that, I want to create a main element right here, and I'm going to give this a class name. On medium devices, I'm going to go and give it a padding left of 72. That's because this this element right here, something I forgot to put here, it seems. So let's see, I put MD fixed and MD inset, but one thing I forgot to do after MD flex is give it a width. So go ahead and just after this MD flex, give it an MD W-72 like this. So great, now you can see that it has filled up more of my screen. So these are the classes needed for the container which is going to hold the sidebar. Hidden, h-full, MD flex, this is important, MD W-72, MD flex called, fixed, and the positioning for it. Great, and now it looks much better. And now inside, I'm giving this main content a padding of left of 72. So if I write hello content inside, like this, you can see that it's not overlapping with the sidebar. If we don't have this class, you can see that it disappears. It's behind the sidebar. So this way we push it for the amount of 72, which is the same value of the width of the sidebar, meaning that it's always going to be visible because it is going to be pushed further than the width of the sidebar. Great. And now what I want to do is inside of this main is actually render the children like this. So now you can see that we have this dashboard page rendered inside. If you're not seeing any of this, just make sure you're on the dashboard page. That's very important. Great. Now I'm going to replace this hello content with a navbar component. And if we save, of course, we are going to get an error because navbar component does not exist. So let's close our app folder. Let's go inside of components. And I'm not going to do this inside the UI folder. I'm going to reserve the UI folder for chatcn components. So this is going to be our custom component. So let's create a new file and let's name it navbar.tsx. So just make sure it's not inside of the UI folder. It's still going to work if you put it inside, and if you want to, you can do that, but I'm going to do it like this. And let's go right and write navbar like this. It's not going to have any props. Let's give this a class name of flex items-center np-4 like that. And for now, all I'm going to do for the toggle button for mobile sidebar is going to be a button. So I'm going to import that from ./UI button, but I'm going to replace this from /components because I want to use this alias rather than relative imports. I think they look nicer. Both is working. So you can also use, of course, ./UI button, but I just prefer it this way. I want to be consistent. And I'm going to use the menu icon from lucid-react. If you're wondering where did this package come from, we got it when we installed chatcn UI. And that's what I mentioned in the beginning. If you chose a New York style instead of default style, you will not have Lucid React installed. You're going to have Radix icons. So if you want to use that, go ahead and find the equivalent Radix icon for that. But if you follow the tutorial exactly as I did, then no problem. You have this and you can just save the file. And in this button, I'm going to give it a variant of ghost, and I'm going to give it a size of icon, and the class name is going to be md hidden. Like that. Okay, so we have the basic navbar right here ready. So let's go back to our dashboard layout, and now we can go ahead and import this from @/components navbar like this. And now when I save this, we cannot see anything. But if I collapse, there we go. You can see that I have a toggle button, which later is going to open a mobile sidebar. But on desktop, it's not visible because we don't want it to be visible. Great. Now I just want to quickly clean up my dashboard route. So go into the dashboard folder, into routes, dashboard page.tsx, and remove this user button and remove the import. So a very clean dashboard page like that. So now we can go back into our components inside navbar.tsx right here, and we're going to actually add that user button here instead. So go ahead and open a class name here, sorry, a div with a class name of flex w-full and justify-end, and go ahead and write the user button from @/clerk Next.js like this. So now you can see that our user button is in our navbar right here at the top. Perfect. And don't forget to give this a prop of after sign out URL to go to /. Perfect. Let's test it out. So if I sign out, I am back. Oh, I did not refresh. My apologies. So I'm going to go back to localhost. I'm going to refresh this time. I'm going to click login. I'm going to use Google login. And if I try again, there we go. Everything is working fine. So just log in and make sure you're on the /dashboard again, so you can continue developing this. Great. So now that we have our navbar set up, what we're going to do is we're going to actually create this sidebar component. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm going to replace this div saying hello sidebar with an actual sidebar component. Right now, of course, this sidebar does not exist, so we are going to get an error. We're going to create our sidebar in the very same place where we created our navbar. So I'm going to close the app folder, and inside of the components folder, I'm going to create a new file called sidebar.tsx like this. Perfect. So let's go ahead and let's start developing this. First thing I want to do is I want to mark this as use client, because this is going to be a client component since it's going to have some route names and a bunch of other stuff like that. Great. What I want to do now is I want to, well, let's actually just start developing, so we'll slowly change things up how they need to be done. So let's go ahead and write this shorthand for sidebar like this. We're going to leave the props empty for now. My apologies, I added this. Okay, let's go inside of this return function. Let's write a div right here, and let's go ahead and write class name space -y -4 by -4 flex dash call h dash full bg dash open square brackets and write a hex code of 111827. So it's just a specific background color that I like, and text white like this. And inside I'm going to write hello sidebar component like this. So make sure you have at least this, and then you can go back into app folder dashboard layout.tsx, and you can actually import this sidebar component from add/components sidebar the same way you did with navbar right here. Perfect. Let's go back in our sidebar component and let's continue developing this. So I'm going to remove this text hello sidebar component, and what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to create a div with some spacing. So let's go ahead and give it a padding on both sides of 3 and on top sides for 2, and flex -1 like this. And inside I'm going to use a link component from next/link like this. Let's go ahead and inside I'm going to write our logo text. Let's give it an href of /dashboard. So when users click on that, they're going to get redirected back to the dashboard. So once I click here, well, we are already here, so no effect seen, but it's going to be an effect when we have more routes. And let's give this some class names. So class name here is going to be flex items-center. And PL-3 and MB-14 like this. And instead of just a logo, let's go ahead and write a div here with a class name of relative W-8, H-8 and MR-4 like this. And inside I'm going to use an image component from next/image like this. And let's go ahead and give this a fill property, an alt property of logo, and the source is going to be /logo.png. If we save, we're going to get this broken image because this image has not been added to our project. We're going to add images inside of our public folder right here. So to find the logo, you can either find anything you want, any image you want, or you can visit my GitHub repository. Link is in the description. Go into my public folder and just find logo.png, and you can just save that file like this and drag and drop it inside of public, and make sure it's named logo.png, not logo1 like it was in my case. And now when you refresh, there we go, you have a beautiful logo in the corner. Perfect. And now just outside of this div right here, holding our image, so below that, go ahead and open an H1 element, genius, like that. And let's give this some class names. So I'm going to style it by saying text-to-XL and font-bold like that. But one thing I want to do is I want to change the font of this text, but I want to keep the same font that it already is on the entire website. So I only want to change the font for this one H1 tag. So in order to do that, I'm going to use a specific package which we already have from Next. So let's go ahead and write const Poppins, which is going to be the name of the font I want to use. Oh, my apologies. It's actually going to be Montserrat. Is going to be Montserrat, which you can import from next/font/Google like this. So make sure you destructure it and import it from next/font/Google like that. Now let's go ahead and give it a weight of 600 because we want a bold model, and subsets of Latin like this. I'm just going to collapse this so you can see it in a better way. There we go. So these are the properties of the Montserrat constant right here. Perfect. And what I want to do now is I want to append that to this class name right here. So I'm going to do that using the CN library, which we have in our utils right here, which we got from chatCN UI. So let's go back in our sidebar. Where is it? It's right here. Okay. And I'm going to modify this. So instead of just strings, what I'm going to do is I'm going to wrap this inside curly brackets like this. And I'm going to add CN, and I'm going to import it from add/lib/utils like this. So great. Now that we have that, I'm just going to separate it because I like to keep my personal imports below and global imports at the top like that. And how CN works is that it accepts class names inside of its parentheses, but you can add both the default class names like this, and then you can add a comma, and in here you can add conditional class names or specially generated class names like this constant right here. So I'm going to write Montserrat, which is this class with this constant that we added right here, dot class name like this. And once I save, you can see that my font has changed. Perfect. So why am I using CN? Why not just template literal strings or backticks, as maybe that's how you know them? Well, that's because this CN library is a specially made library which uses Tailwind merge and CLSX to ensure that there is a proper way we are adding additional dynamic class names to Tailwind elements, meaning that it's going to override them if they already exist here, and it's not gonna create conflicts. Great. So now that we have that, we can go ahead and continue rendering the actual routes inside of here. But before we render the routes, we actually have to generate an array which is going to hold all of our routes. So let's go do that here at the top. Const routes is equal to a couple of objects inside. So make sure it's an array which holds object. The first object is going to have a label of dashboard. Like that. It's going to have an icon of layout dashboard, which you can import from Lucid React right here. href is going to be /dashboard like that. And we're going to have a color of text-sky-500. You're going to see what color is going to be used for in a second. Great. So I just added my first item here. We're going to add some more items, but before we finish this, I just want to render this out so you can see how it's going to look like. Let's go back here. I'm going to expand this as much as I can before it collapses to mobile. So like this, so you can see more of my code. All right, so outside of this link component right here, create a new div with a class name of space-y-1. So each element inside is going to be spaced evenly using this class name. And inside, I'm going to write routes, which we just created, .map. We're going to get the individual route right here, and I'm going to open an immediate return function. We're going to wrap everything in a link component, which we already have imported right here. And let's go ahead and let's give it an href of route.href, and let's give it a key, the same route.href, because it's guaranteed that that is unique. Perfect. Sorry, not lay, but key like this. Great. And now inside of that, let's write a div with a class name of flex items -center flex-1. And let's go ahead and render route.icon, which is a self-closing tag, and we're going to give it a class name, open curly brackets. We're going to use CN again, so we already have it imported. Default class names are going to be h-5, w-5, and margin right 3. And dynamic class name is going to be route.color. So that's the color that we're going to use. There we go. You can see how now our little icon is displayed right here with its specific color. And below the route icon element, we're just going to render route.label like this. So there we go. Now it says dashboard. What I want to do now is I want to give my link some specific class names. So let's go ahead and write class name right here, and we're going to write text-sm, we're going to write group, flex, padding-3, w-full, justify-start, font-medium, cursor-pointer, like that. Hover is going to be text-white, Hover is also going to be bg-white/10, meaning we are giving it an opacity, rounded-lg, and transition at the end like that. So now if you hover, you see you have a nice effect for each of your route. Great. So now what we can do is we can go back to our routes and actually create the rest of the routes. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm going to go ahead and copy this. And for my second route, I'm going to name this conversation like this. I'm going to change the icon to be message square from Lucid React, which I've imported at the top right here. Great. And I'm going to change the color to be violet like this. Great. Now let's copy this again. And for the third route, let's write image generation like that. And let's give this an icon of image icon from Lucid-React. So these are my icons so far. I have an image icon, I have layout dashboard and message square from Lucid React like that. And let's go ahead and change the color of this to pink 700 like that. Great. Let's copy this again and let's name this video generation and let's use the video icon again from Lucid React right here. And let's change the color of this to orange 700 like that. I'm gonna copy it 2 more times. So this one is going to be music generation and it's gonna have an icon called music. So just go ahead and import that from Lucid React as well and change the color of this to emerald 500 like that. Perfect. And last one is going to be code generation. Sorry, not last one. We also have settings. So this one is going to have an icon of code. So you can import that from Lucid React as well like that and give it a color of green 700 like that. And our last one is going to be simple. It's just going to be settings. Icon is going to be settings as well. So make sure you import that from Lucid React as well. It's not going to have any color like this. Perfect. So that looks much better now. And what I want to do now is just change each of their routes. So dashboard is fine. Conversation is going to lead to /conversation. Image generation is going to lead to /image. Don't worry about this. This is just hot reload adding. You can refresh and it's going to be normal. So don't worry about that. For video is going to be /video. For music is going to be /music. For code is going to be /code and settings is going to be /settings like that. And just refresh all of this so you don't have those things. Great. And now if you try and click on something other than dashboard, you're going to get a 404 because none of those routes exists yet, but they are going to exist in the future. Perfect. So now we actually have our working sidebar. What I want to do now is I want to enable it on mobile as well, because if you go ahead and collapse, you only have the toggle button, but no sidebar opening. So let's see how we can do that. Let's go back inside of our navbar component. So I'm going to find it like this. It's inside of your components folder right here. And what you want to do now, I'm still going to expand this just like this. What you want to do now is you want to replace this entire thing with its own component. So I'm going to copy this button which holds the menu icon, and I'm going to go ahead and create a new component called mobile-sidebar.tsx like this. So let me just show you the name, mobile-sidebar. Make sure it's use client, and let's just quickly export that. So mobile sidebar like that. It's not going to have any props for now, and you can go ahead and just paste this inside and make sure you add the import from UI button like this, but I'm going to replace it with components and menu from Lucid React like that. And you know, I like to separate my imports. Great. Now we have that mobile sidebar, and now we can go back inside of navbar and replace this with mobile sidebar like this and import it either from /sidebar, or I like to use components like this, and you can remove the import from menu like that. Great. And now make sure you are in mobile view because we're going to work on mobile now. So either zoom in the page or collapse your screen so you don't see the sidebar and you see the toggle button. Great. So we can continue working in the mobile sidebar now. So we're going to close everything besides that. What we have to do now is we have to add a specific component from chatcn. So go ahead and go inside chatcn library. So either use the Google or link in the description, go inside components, and let's find the component we need, which is a sheet. So you can see how it works. It opens like a drawer on the side, which is exactly what we want. And the way we install that is by using npx chatcn-ui at latest add sheet. So I'm going to click copy, I'm going to select npm, I'm going into my terminal, I will shut down the app, and I'm going to press enter. And I'm just going to confirm this installation by pressing Y like this. There we go. So now it's installing sheet. Great. And after a couple of seconds, we can run the app again. So if you shut down the app, just make sure you refresh your application so it's up to date and collapse it, of course, on the mobile view. Perfect. And now what you're going to do is you're going to add this sheet component from ./UI sheet like that and wrap the entire component inside of that. But I'm going to replace this from /components like this. It's still going to work. And I'm going to replace this with sheet trigger. Sorry, I'm not going to replace anything, but I'm going to wrap it inside of sheet trigger like this. And one thing I just want to tell you is don't accidentally import stuff from Radix, because there are similarly named components from Radix, which are the underlying library that chatcn uses. So whenever you import stuff from chatcn like sheet or button or sheet trigger, make sure it's from /components UI sheet or .ui like this. So just make sure there's no Radix in your imports. We are not going to work with Radix directly. Great. And just below that, add sheet content also from UI components like this. So I'm just going to collapse this so it's importing in that way. And inside of my sheet content right here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to give it a property side to be left and a class name of p-0. So I want to remove any pre-made padding inside. And I'm simply going to render the sidebar component from ./sidebar like this, or from /components sidebar like that. And if you click now, look at this, absolutely amazing. Do you see how cool this looks? Exactly what we wanted. And of course, on desktop, there is no toggle button. Perfect. This is exactly what we wanted. And one more thing, let's see if we can improve this. Actually, you know what? It's fine for now. Let's leave it as it is. We're going to change the colors later on. You can see that our X button is actually dark, but we're going to solve that later. For now, this is what I want to do for this part of the tutorial. Great, amazing. One thing that we're going to add later in the sidebar when we add subscription is that little feature on the bottom that is counting how many free generations we have. But we're going to get to that once we implement Stripe and all the other things. Great job so far. Let's continue and let's actually create our dashboard page right here. But before we do that, I'm going to refresh a couple of times. I want to bring your attention that I'm getting these hydration errors right here. So let's quickly fix that. They're coming from this const mobile sidebar right here. So what I'm going to write is I'm going to write const is mounted, set is mounted right here, use state from React, default value is going to be false. Then I'm going to write a use effect, which I will import from React, the same place I did with use state, like this. And I'm quickly going to return an arrow function. I'm going to add an empty dependency array, and I'm just going to write set is mounted to true. And in here, I'm going to write if it's not mounted, return null like this. And now you can see that our hydration error has gone away. So this is a simple trick. You can fix components which are causing hydration errors by the way they are rendered. Perfect. So now that we have that, and still before we go and do something on the dashboard page, I quickly want to go back in my components inside sidebar.tsx right here. And what I want to do here is I want to mark this as use client. All right, we already did that. And then what I want to do is add a path name. So const path name is equal to use path name like this. And we have to import that from Next navigation. So go ahead and import use path name from Next/navigation like this. Perfect. And now that we have that, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to click a command which is going to collapse all the code inside so it's not like spreading around, so you can see everything in one file right here. And I'm going to find my routes.map link component, and you see this huge class name that we have. Well, we have to make it dynamic. That's because right now in my sidebar, you have no idea what route am I on, right? But I am on /dashboard. So what I would expect is that dashboard is looking like this, like when I'm hovering on it, right? But I want it to be like that regardless if I'm hovering or not. I want it to show to my users that that is the currently active page. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to find the start of this class name, the end of this class name, and I'm going to wrap the entire thing in curly brackets like this. And then I'm going to use this very same cn tool. So cn, I'm going to open parentheses and I'm going to end them by the end of the annotations. So now the entire class name is inside of the cn. If I refresh, everything is staying exactly the same. Then I'm going to add a comma to add a dynamic class name here. And I'm going to expand this as much as I can, like that. And I'm going to write if path name, so if current path name is equal to this route href, that means obviously it is currently active and we have to highlight it in some way, but I'm having an error here. Let's see, I think I made a mistake. Yes, so const path name like this. Great, so now that we have the const path name, I can compare that. I can add a question mark and I can add a dynamic class name, which is going to be text-white and bg-white/10. Else, I'm going to use text-sync-400 like that. So now you can see that my dashboard is highlighted by default because I am on /dashboard. If yours is not highlighted, make sure that it's not misspelled right here in the routes constant. Beautiful. So now that we have that, let's go ahead and let's actually create our dashboard page. So I'm just going to expand it a little bit. I'm going to close everything. I'm going to go inside the app folder, inside dashboard, routes, dashboard, and page.tsx right here, where we have this page right here. Let's go ahead and let's remove this text and let's create a div with a class name of text, my apologies, margin bottom -8 space -y -4. And inside, let's create an h1 element, maybe better h2 element instead. And let's just write explore the power of AI like this. And let's give it a class name of text-2xl, so that's going to be on small devices, but on medium devices we can increase it even more, so text-4xl like that. Let's give it a font bold and let's give it a text center like this. There we go. Below that I'm going to add a paragraph which is going to say chat with the smartest AI, experience the power of AI, or whatever text you want, it doesn't really matter. And let's give this a class name of text-muted-foreground like this. And you can see how now it's a bit muted. And if you're wondering where did this class name came from, that's because this is not a class name from Tailwind CSS. This is a class name from shadcn UI. So that's why it's working here. Now let's use font-light. And let's give it the text of small on mobile devices, but on medium, we're going to use text-LG, so a bit of a larger text. And let's use text-center, so it looks nice and in the center. Perfect. Now, outside of this div right here, open another div, the class name of px-4 on mobile devices. On medium, it's going to be px20. On large is going to be px32 and space -y-4. Beautiful. Now let's go ahead and let's mark this page as use client because we're going to have some interactive elements inside. What we have to do now is we have to create our tools array so we can iterate over them right here. So let's write const tools is equal an array of objects. It's going to have a label of conversation like this, icon of message square, and you can import message square from Lucid React like this. Let's give it a color of text-violet-500. Let's give it a BG color of text-violet-500/10. My apologies, not text, but BG. And let's give it an href of /conversation like that. And now inside of here, let's go ahead and let's iterate over our tools. So tools.map tool and immediately go ahead and return a new element that we need, which you can get from chatcn UI. So we have to go to chatcn UI and add a new component. So let's go in here, and in the sidebar, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm going to find the card element right here. So this is what we want. I want this element right here. So I'm gonna use this command npx chatcn-ui at latest add card. I'm going to copy the command as npm, and I'm going to go inside of my terminal, and I'm going to paste the command right here. I'm going to confirm that I want to install it, and I'm going to run npm run dev like this. So make sure you refresh your project after that. Beautiful. So now we have a new component in our components style. Great. So go ahead and add that. So card from add/components UI card. Make sure you've imported it like this. And I'm going to separate my imports. Beautiful. And let's go ahead and let's give it a key of tool.href like this. And I'm just going to collapse this element like this because I'm going to add a bunch of class names so it's a bit more readable for all of us. Let's go ahead and let's write class name to be p-4 border-black/5 flex items-center justify-between hover shadow-md transition and cursor-pointer like this. Beautiful. So now you can already see a little box right here that has appeared because I have one element in tools and I am iterating over it and rendering this card with these class names. And this class name has a class that when we hover, we add a little shadow to it right here. So I can even zoom in so you can see a bit better. It's very subtle, but I think it looks nice. Great. Now inside of that card, create a new div with the class name of flex items-center and gap-x-4 like this. And inside of that, you're going to create a new div with a class name, open curly brackets, use the cn library from add/libs utils like this, and go ahead and open parentheses. Let's write some default classes. So that is going to be p-2 w-fit and rounded-md. And a dynamic class name is going to be tool.bg_color like that. Beautiful. And inside, we're going to render tool.icon, which is a self-closing tag. And I'm going to give it the class name, again, curly brackets, open cn and parentheses inside, w-8 and h-8 for the default class, and dynamic class is going to be tool.color like this. There we go. So you can see how nice that looks. Perfect. And now, just below this div, which is rendering our icon, go ahead and create a new div with the class name of font-semi-bold like this. And inside, you're going to render tool.label like that. Beautiful. And now, outside of this last div, but still inside the card element, you're going to render arrow right component from lucid-react like this. And it is a self-closing tag. Just make sure you've imported it here at the top. And let's go ahead and give it a class name of w-5 and h-5 like this. Beautiful. And now let's go ahead and let's actually add some more tools right here. So I'm going to copy this same way we did with the sidebar. So I'm going to write for the second one to be music generation. The icon I'm going to use is music. So import that from Lucid React. The color is going to be emerald like this. And the href is going to be /music like that. Let's go ahead and copy that again. And don't forget to add a comma. The third one is going to be image generation. It's going to have an icon of image icon. So import that from Lucid React as well. I'm just going to collapse this so it's a bit nicer to look at. There we go. So we have the image icon now. Let's change the color to be pink. And I'm not going to use 500 but 700 for both of these colors. And href is going to be /image. Beautiful. Let's copy that. Don't forget a comma. This one is going to be video generation. So video generation, image is going to be video icon. So again, make sure you have that imported from Lucid React. The color right here is going to be orange 700 like that. And let's go ahead and copy the last one, which is going to be code generation. The icon is going to be code. So again, make sure you have imported that from Lucid React, and the color is going to be green like this, and href is going to be code. And we also have to change the href for video to /video like that. Beautiful, absolutely amazing. You can see how nice this looks even on desktop and on mobile as well. Perfect. And just one more thing I want to add before we wrap up the dashboard page is that when we click on this card, so go ahead and find the tools.map, find the card element and right on click to be an arrow function. And right now we actually can't do anything. We have to add the router. So const router is equal use router, but not from next/router. We have to use next/navigation like this. So make sure you have imported use router from next/navigation, and I'm gonna move that to the top right here. Perfect. And now that you have this constant use router, let's go ahead and finish this arrow function. It's gonna write router.push tool.href like this. There we go. So now when I click on conversation, we are redirected to /conversation, but we get a 404 because that does not exist yet. And that is true for all of those here. Beautiful. You have finished the dashboard page for your application. You have a working sidebar and a mobile sidebar as well. You also have implemented authentication. Great job. We can now finally go ahead and create our first AI tool, which is going to be the conversation. Great job so far. Now it's time to create our conversation page. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to close everything. I'm going to go inside of my app folder, inside the dashboard route group, inside routes, and on the same level as dashboard, I'm going to create a new folder called conversation like this. And inside, I'm going to create a new file, page.tsx. And let's go ahead and let's quickly export default a component called conversation page like this. And all I'm going to do in the return is a div saying hello conversation like that. And now that you have this conversation route right here, you can go ahead and click on conversation either in the dashboard or in the sidebar, or manually go to /conversation and you are going to see that route right here. So you can try it from here, and from here it should be exactly the same because the href is matching. Perfect. Now what I want to do is I want to replace this text hello conversation with a heading component. So let's go ahead and do that. So I'm going to replace this with heading like this. And now I'm going to get an error because the heading component does not exist. So let's go ahead and let's create that inside of our components folder here. Create a new file called heading.tsx like that. And in here, I'm going to export const heading like this, which is going to just return a simple div saying heading component like that. Perfect. And now that we have that, we can go back inside of our conversation page and import heading from add/components heading like this. And once I save, you can see that now it's rendering the text from that very same component. Now let's create an interface for this heading. So interface heading props like this. It's going to have a title, which is a type of a string. It's going to have a description, which is a type of string as well. It's going to have an icon, which is a type of Lucid icon from Lucid React. Now, when I did this in the first iteration of this project, I actually didn't have this import. I used icon, but for some reason now it's Lucid icon. So if you're just having any trouble with this, you can just put any and save yourself any trouble if you're getting errors here. But for now, this seems to work. Perhaps a package has updated and changed that type, or maybe I did something wrong in the initial project. But regardless, if this is working fine for you, you can just continue like that. If you're having any problems, just replace this with any. Okay, besides icon, we're also going to have an optional icon color. So put a question mark, it's a type of string, and an optional BG color like this, which is also a type of string. Now let's go ahead and let's destructure these props. So title, description, icon, icon color, and BG color like that. And let's go ahead and assign the props, heading props like this. There we go. Beautiful. And now let's go back inside of our conversation page and let's assign these props right here so we can better see what we are developing. So the title is going to be conversation. The description is going to be our most advanced conversation model, or whatever you want really. Icon is going to be message square from Lucid React, and I'm going to separate my imports like this. Great. The icon color is going to be text-violet -500, and BG color is going to be BG-violet -500/10 like this. So nothing much should change now, but you can see that there are no errors in this component, meaning that we passed all the correct props. If you're having an error with the icon, that probably is referring to what I said before. Just replace this with any, but it seems to work fine, so you can just follow along. Now let's use these props to actually create something in this heading component. Let's go ahead and let's wrap this entire thing into a fragment first, like this. And now let's go ahead and let's give this div a class name of px-4. On large, we're going to have a bigger padding, so px-8, flex items-center, gap-x-3, and margin bottom of 8 like that. Great. Now inside of this, instead of that text, create another div with a dynamic class name, so open curly brackets and go ahead and import the CN library from our libs, like that. So make sure you have that. Open parentheses. Let's give it some default classes. In my case, it's going to be W10 and H10, and pass the dynamic icon. Oh, my apologies. I wrote the wrong line. So first thing we have to do is actually the container for the icon. That was the class name for the icon. My apologies. So this is the correct class name. P-2 W-fit and rounded-md. And the dynamic color is BG color like this. Perfect. And now inside of that, go ahead and render the icon like this. And we don't have this icon, so we have to remap this icon to a capital icon. So go into your props right here where the icon is and just remap it to icon like that. Nice. And now let's go ahead and let's give this a class name of CN like this, W-10, H-10, and icon color like this. There we go. So now you can see how that very same icon from the dashboard is here as well. That's exactly what we wanted. Beautiful. Now what I want to do is I want to go outside of this div right here. I'm going to create a new div, and I'm going to create an H2 element inside with a class name of text-3xl and font-bold like that. And let's create a text rendering title like this. But we made a mistake, so I created this div outside of this main div, and what I think we want to actually do is render it inside of that. So not in the bottom of our fragment, but right here like this. There we go. That's what I wanted to do. My apologies. So I will just indent this to look as it should. And what I'm going to do inside of this div is just below the H2 element, I'm going to create a new paragraph in which we're going to render the description like this. And I'm going to add a class name here, text-sm, text-muted-foreground, like this. There we go. So now we have a nice heading component that we can reuse throughout all of these models right here. Let me just expand this so you can see exactly how this looks. And I think we actually don't need this fragment. There we go. Yeah, we don't need the fragment. So just create a div which defines our padding on both small devices and large devices. It uses flex to center the items and add some additional spacing between these items. Then we have the first div holding our icon and its background, and the second div holding the title and the description. And you can see how it looks nice on both mobile and desktop. Nice. Great. I'm just going to expand this as much as I can so we can still develop here. And now let's go back inside of our page.tsx because the heading component is finished and there's nothing more we can do here. So just below this heading component, create a new div inside of your conversation page with a class name of px-4 but an lg px-8 like this. And what you're going to render inside of here is our form, but we have no form elements yet. So what we have to do is we have to go inside of our chat-cn UI right here, and let's go ahead and find the form component right here, React hook form like this. So, whoops, I'm just going to expand it a little bit so you can see better. And let's go ahead and let's find how to install that. So we are using npx chatcn-ui at latest add form. I'm going to copy that as npm and I'm going to go inside of my terminal right here. I will paste that and I'm going to confirm the installation like this, and it's going to install a couple of packages. So this is a bit of a larger component. So we're going to get React hook form, we're going to get all the form elements, and we're also going to get some validators. So go ahead and refresh your application if you've shut it down, and just make sure it loads normally. And what we can do now is we can actually start building our form. But before we do that, let's go ahead and let's actually create some functions that the form is going to need. So const form is equal use form from React hook form, which is a new package that we now have thanks to this command that we just run. So that installed this for us. Inside of this use form, let's go ahead and let's define the default values. My apologies. Default values like this. Let's give it a prompt, which is an empty string. So we are only going to have one input, which is going to take this prompt right here. And now you see that I have an error because I'm using use form, which is obviously in a hook, meaning it uses a context. So for that, I have to mark this entire component as use client. And once I save, the error has gone away. Perfect. What I want to do now is import Zod. So there is a specific way we have to import Zod, which we are going to use to create our schemas and a bunch of validation in our forms. So import asterisk as z from Zod like this. Beautiful. And now what I want to do is I want to create a constants file where we are going to keep our form schema. So let's go ahead and inside this conversation folder, create a new file called constants.ts like that. And go ahead and write again, import asterisk as z from Zod. And export const form schema to be z.object, open an object inside, prompt, which is one of our default values if you remember right here. So let's go ahead and give it a type. So it's going to be z.string. It's going to be required at least one character, and let's add a custom message if that is not true to be prompt is required like this. Beautiful. So just make sure you export const this form schema. And now we can go back in page tsx right here. And let's go ahead and let's actually import that from our constants. So I'm going to write import form schema from /constants. So no need to use the @ sign here because we are only going to use it inside of this folder. There we go. So now that we have that, we can actually define the types for this use form. So go ahead and just before the first parenthesis, open these curly brackets, these pointy brackets, and write z.infer like this. Go ahead and open pointy brackets one more time, type of form schema like this. And then besides default values, we can also add a resolver like this. And for the resolver, we are actually going to use Zod resolver like that, and we are going to pass in form schema. Now let's go ahead and import Zod resolver from another package that we got thanks to installing the form component from chatcn-ui. So go ahead and write import Zod resolver from @hook form /resolvers /Zod like this. So I just want to explain this, that this @ sign and this @ sign is just a coincidence. So this is the actual name of the package from npm, and this is just our alias to go to the root of our project. So don't confuse the two. You can see that there is a difference. So this one is exactly next to the name and our has a slash. So that's the difference. This is the actual name of the package and this is our own component. So I just want to explain that in case you're confused. Great. Now we have a Zod resolver, which is going to control the validation for this form right here. And now let's go ahead and just write two more things regarding the form that we are going to need before we start adding some elements here. So I want to extract the loading state. Usually in my past tutorials, I was using use state from React to control the loading state. But thanks to some of your comments, I figured out that use form actually has its own loading state. So I'm going to write a constant is loading here to be form.formState.is submitting like this. And we're going to use that throughout this form. And let's write a simple const on submit form. It's going to be an asynchronous arrow function, which takes the prop of values like this, which is a type of z.infer type of form schema, like that. And it's just a simple arrow function. And for now, all I'm going to do is console log the values like that because we have no API ready to send it to. Beautiful. So we have all of that now, and now we are ready to actually build our form. So let's go ahead and inside of this div, create a new div, and then you're going to add form component from add/components/UI form. So just make sure you've imported this like that. Now that you have your form component here, go ahead and pass in spread form like this. So we're going to pass in all of the functions this form constant has, which uses the React hook form. So that is, instead of us passing all the props manually, we can just do this and it's much quicker. Now inside of that, go ahead and write the native HTML form element like this. And inside, go ahead and add an onSubmit prop, which is going to be form.handleSubmit. Go ahead and open parentheses, and then we're going to pass in this constant onSubmit that we've created above. There we go. And now let's go ahead and add some class names to this form. So class name is going to be rounded-lg border w-full p-4 px-3. On medium devices is going to be x-6, so a bit of a larger spacing on larger devices. Focus-within is going to be shadow-sm, grid, and grid-cols-12, and gap-2. And you should see a very small container visible inside like that. Nice. Now let's go ahead inside of this native for element and let's add a form field. So form field like this, and you can import that again from components UI form. Make sure you have it right here like that. And form field is going to be a self-closing tag. So let's go ahead and write a name for this field, which is going to be prompt. So it's going to control this value right here, and we have the validation for that value right here. Great, so this form field is going to control that value. And now let's give it a render prop like this. Go ahead and open parentheses, go ahead and immediately destructure field from that and just open an arrow function, which is immediately going to render an element. And that element is going to be our form item, again from add/components UI form like this. Make sure you've imported form item from add/components UI form like that. Let's go ahead and give this a class name of call-span-12, so that's going to be for mobile devices, but on large is going to be call-span-10 like that. Inside of that form item, add a new component, form component. Form control. Again, from add/components UI form, just check that it's imported right here. So I'm just going to collapse all of this so you can clearly see and don't have to skew to see it. Great, so we have the form control now, and this form control is going to have a class name of margin 0 and padding 0 like that. And inside, we have to add another component called input. But our input does not come with our this add form CLI. So we have to add it manually by finding it here. Let's go ahead and let's find the input right here. There we go. And let's see how we can install it using npx chat-cnui latest add input. So I'm going to copy that as npm as well. I'm going to go inside of my terminal and I'm going to run that command right here. I'm going to press yes, and I'm going to run the project again. And of course, I'm going to refresh to make sure everything is running smoothly. Now that we have that, let's go ahead and let's add the input from our add/components UI input, which is a self-closing tag. So there we go. So import input from add/components UI input. I'm just going to move it alongside all of my components right here. Beautiful. So now that we have that, let's go ahead and let's give this input some class names. So I'm going to write a class name, border-0, outline-none, focus-visible, ring-0, focus-visible, ring-transparent, like this. Because I want it to be a specially styled input I want it to look like the whole container is an input. So it's just a bit of my style preference. If you want to, you can completely remove these class names, but then the input is clearly visible, and I kind of don't like it. So that's why I added these class names, because I just think it looks cooler, like it's a magic input inside of this box. Great, and now that we have that input, I'm gonna add a disabled prop to it, and disabled is going to be activated when we are loading the form. So we're gonna use this constant that we defined right here. So just pass it inside like that. Nice. And for the rest, let's give it a placeholder, which is going to be you can write whatever you want here, but I want to give it a prompt so that the user knows what to ask this AI model. For example, how do I calculate the radius of a circle, for example? So that's going to be one of the prompts that the user can write inside. And let's go ahead and let's spread field inside, which we've destructured right here in the form field. So what is this spreading of the field doing? Well, if you play around and go through these types right here, you can see that that field has onChange, onBlur, value, name, and ref. So what we've done essentially is replaced manually writing onChange, manually writing onBlur, manually writing value, and all of that stuff by simply spreading field, and we are trusting ShatCN and React Hook Form that is gonna handle it as it should. Beautiful. So very, very simple. And now let's go ahead and just outside of this form control, outside of the form item, and outside of the entire form field actually, but still inside of the native HTML form element, add a new component button from add/components UI button like this. So make sure you've imported that here. I'm going to move it alongside all of my imports, and let's go ahead and just write generate like this. But we have to give it some styles. So I'm going to go ahead and write class name here, call-span-12 on mobile devices, and LG is going to be call-span-2 like that. So right now it's not on large, so it's collapsed, but if I expand a bit, you can see how it looks. So depending on whether you are on a bit of a smaller device, I decided to collapse it because it just looks better. And so yeah, we kind of share the same design for our mobile and for our medium screens. If you want, you can change this LG and LG here to medium, but in my experience, it looks better like this, because there is a chance that some of our models, like image generation, are not only going to have an input and a button, we're also going to have some select options. So that's why it's better to just collapse everything like this immediately on the medium and not only on large. Great. So now that we have that, let's go ahead and let's also give it a w-full property just in case, because we're gonna need it later. Let's go ahead and let's give it a disabled prop of is loading as well. Beautiful. So now we have that done. And that pretty much finishes our form. So what we have to do next is actually create the Axios call. The Axios call that is going to generate something here. But before we do that, let's go ahead and let's actually prepare for what's next. So outside of this form with the capital F, and outside of this div right here, go ahead and create a new div with the class name space-y-4 and margin top 4. And for now, all I'm going to write is messages content. Right, so this is where we are going to render our messages once we actually have something to load. Beautiful, great job so far. Now it's time for us to add an API route which is going to connect to OpenAI and actually make this site functional. So in order to do that, what you have to do is go ahead and create an account for OpenAI. So either go to openai.com or Google OpenAI. Find the menu and click on login or sign up depending on whether you have an account or not. So I already have an account, so I'm going to use my Google email right here, and then I am prompted with these three options. Go ahead and click on API like this, and you should see an API platform just like this. If this is your first ever time using OpenAI, that means, so if you had to register for this, that means you have a free tier and you don't need to add your credit card to use this. And you can check that very quickly by clicking on Personal at the top, click on Manage Account, and click on Usage right here. So you can see that I don't have a free tier, so I had to pay because during the development of this tutorial, I intensively used OpenAI. But you can see that even during my 3 weeks of using OpenAI and rigorous testing, I barely spent $5. So it's not that expensive, even if you end up having to add your credit card. But if this is your first time creating this account, you're probably going to see an entire bar grayed out, and it's probably going to say 0 out of $5. That means that you have $5 for free that you can use without adding your credit card. But you have to use it within the first 3 months. If you wait longer than that, it's going to be expired. And then you're going to see a red line for this usage right here. So what happens if you, during this tutorial, you end up needing more credits? Well, you go ahead and click on billing right here and add a payment method. And after you do that, go ahead and click on usage limits and make sure that you add a hard limit and a soft limit. So this is not going to allow you to spend more money than what you enter here. So right now I'm ready to spend $10 and I'm going to click save, and you can see in my usage I'm not able to spend more than $10. So they do have security measures in place for you to not overspend. But again, if this is your first time creating this account, you most certainly have a free tier and you don't need to add a credit card. So let's go ahead. I'm going to zoom out a bit. And now I want you to click on Personal again and click on View API Keys. And in here, I already have one secret key, which I used for initial project. And go ahead and click on Create New Secret Key. And I'm going to name this Tutorial Video. It doesn't matter what you name it. But what does matter is that you copy this secret immediately and don't close the model just yet. Instead, go into your environment file like this and add OpenAI _API _key and paste that key right here. If you accidentally did close this model, don't worry, just click Create New Secret Key again. Perfect. So now that we have this, that is actually it. We no longer need OpenAI at all, and we can go back inside of our application. And now it's time for us to create an API route. So go ahead, go into the app folder right here. And one more thing before we continue. So what I want you to do is I want you to add your .environment file to gitignore. That's very important. So go ahead in your gitignore file and just add under this .environment.local, just add .environment as well. And then your .environment file is not going to be committed to GitHub. Perfect. Now let's go ahead and let's go inside of our app folder. Let's go and create a new folder called API. And inside, create a new folder called conversation like that. And inside, go ahead and create a new file called route.ts like that. And now we have to install a package for OpenAI. So go ahead in your terminal. I'm going to close the app and write npm install OpenAI like this. And after that, I'm going to run the project again and refresh my page. Now let's go ahead and add the configuration for OpenAI. So import configuration and OpenAI API from OpenAI like this. Now write constant configuration like that, new configuration, and the objects are API key, which is process.environment, and it has to be this one in your OpenAI key like this. And now just write const OpenAI to be new OpenAI API and pass in the configuration. And now we can go ahead and write the post route. So export asynchronous function post like this, which is going to accept a request, which is a type of request. And go ahead and open a try and catch block like this. So let's resolve the error first. I'm going to console log. I'm going to add a string saying conversation _error. and I'm going to log that error. So this is going to help us in development. And then just return new next response, which you can import from next/server, and just go ahead and write internal error and just pass in the status of 500 like that. Now in try, let's go ahead and check if we are authenticated. So const user ID from auth, and you can import out from @clerk/next.js like that. Perfect. Now let's go ahead and let's destructure the body. So const body is equal to await request.json like that, and const messages are equal to body like this. Now let's check for authentication. So if there is no user ID, in that case, we're going to return new next response, unauthorized, and pass in the status of 401 like that. After that, go ahead and write if there is no configuration.api key, return new next response, OpenAI API key not configured, which is a status of 500 like that. Now let's go ahead and check if we haven't passed the messages to this route. So if there is no messages, in that case, return new next response. Messages are required like that with a status of 400. Like that, and now just write const response, and now we're going to use the OpenAI model. So we're going to write await OpenAI.create chat completion. We're going to choose the model. The model we're going to use is GPT-3.5-turbo. Like that, and we're going to pass in the messages model like that. And all we have to do in the end is return next response.json response.data.choices first in the array dot message like that. Beautiful. So you finished an entire connection to OpenAI and you checked for authentication. Beautiful. And now we are ready to go back inside the page of our conversation and actually make that request. So let's go ahead and let's go back inside of our dashboard, routes, conversation, page.tsx right here. And first, what I want to do is I want to install a package called Axios. So let's go ahead in our terminal and write npm install Axios like this and run the project again and refresh it if you've shut it down. And I'm just going to import that at the top. So import Axios from Axios like that, because of course we are going to use it. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to open a try and catch block on this and submit. So try and catch like this. Error is a type of any like that. And for now, let's just log this error right here. And then finally, what I'm going to do is I'm going to refresh the router. So all of our server components are going to update. This is going to be useful in the future, and I'm going to explain why when we get to that part. So go ahead and add const router to be use router from next/navigation. So make sure it's next/navigation and not next/router. And I'm just going to add it to the top like this. And just make sure you have the router right here. And then finally, you can use router.refresh like that. Perfect. Now what we want to do in our try block is we want to do some modifications with the local messages, and we want to create a post request to the new API route that we just created. So let's go ahead first and let's create a state for our messages. So I'm going to go ahead and just below the router write const messages set messages like this to be use state, which you can import from React, and go ahead and give it an empty array like this. But I immediately want to give a type to this use state, which is going to be chat completion request message, and it's going to be an array. And you can import this from OpenAI. So go ahead and import from OpenAI like this. So chat completion request message in the use state, and make sure you put an array at the end of this type, otherwise it's not going to work. So this is how it looks in one line. Use state chat completion request message, make sure it's an array, otherwise it's not going to work, and then an empty array inside. Perfect. So now that we have that, we can go ahead and actually start assigning some messages here. So what I'm going to write is const user message to be a type of chat completion request message again. It's going to be an object, which is going to have a role, which is going to be user, and content is going to be values.prompt. So it's going to be whatever we have written in this input right here. That's going to be the user message. That's what we are sending. And then we're going to add and create an array of new messages. So const new messages is going to be an array, which is going to use all the existing messages, which right now are empty. But think of it that we are going to have many messages in this chat. So we have to use all the existing message and add the new user message like that. And now let's go ahead and let's create an API call for this. So const response is equal to await Axios, which we have imported right here. So axios.post /API/conversation. That is because in our app folder, we have created a new folder called API conversation route TS. So that results to /API/conversation, and go ahead and pass in an object messages to be new messages like that. Perfect. And now that we have our response, you're going to use set messages. It's going to take the current message value like this, open an array, spread the current, add the user message, and add response.data like that. And make sure you do form.reset at the end so the input is cleared. Perfect. And I just want to do a comment inside of this catch function. So I'm going to add to do open pro model like this. So this is going to help us later when we add subscriptions, that if we get a specific error, we're going to have to know that we have to trigger a premium model. There we go. And what we can do now is we can actually modify this messages content right here to display our messages. So let's go ahead inside and let's create a new div instead of this messages content. So div class name flex-call -reverse gap-y-4. And inside, what we're going to do is we're going to iterate over messages. So messages.map, take the individual message, and we're going to immediately return a div, which is going to render message.content like this. And the key is going to be message. Well, whatever we want. Let's give it content as well, like this. So let's see if this works right now. It's going to be very simple right now, but I'm going to open my network tab so I can see if everything is working correctly and if we are getting any errors. For example, what is the radius of the sun? And I'm going to click generate, and you can see that we fired up an event on conversation. And look at this, we have an answer. So this is our question and this is the answer. The radius of the sun is approximately, well, this many kilometers. Beautiful. So our OpenAI model is officially working. Amazing, amazing job. Look at this. All that's left is to style this and to add some loading states and some empty states. So let's go ahead and let's refresh, and let's add the empty state first. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to expand this like this, and I'm going to go inside of this div space y4 empty4 like this. And just above this div, which is rendering our messages, what I'm going to write is a condition which is going to check if there are no messages in here. So I'm going to write messages.length is equal to 0. And if we are not loading, so if it's not loading, and in that case, go ahead and render a div, which is going to say empty like this. Let's see if that works. It works right here. So the messages are empty and we are not loading, meaning that it's going to display empty. But instead of rendering empty, what I actually want to render is a component called empty like this. So go ahead and save this. And of course, we get an error because we don't have that component. So let's go ahead. Let's go in our components and create a new file empty.tsx like this. I'm going to go ahead and quickly create an empty component, but I'm not going to do export default. I'm just going to do export const empty like this. And inside, I'm going to create a div saying empty component like that. And then we can go back inside of this page and import that component from add/components empty. So just make sure you have imported it right here, and you destructured the import because we did an export const. And if you save, there we go. Now it says empty component. Perfect. And I just want to move this React import all the way to the top like this. There we go. Let's go back inside of our empty.tsx and let's add an interface for it. So interface, empty props. Label is string, like that. Let's go ahead and structure the label. And let's give it the props, empty props, like that. Now, let's remove this and let's give this a class name of h-full, p-20, flex-call, items-center, and justify-center, like that. Inside, I'm going to go ahead and open another div with a class name of relative, h-72 and w-72 as well. And inside, I'm going to render an image component from next/image. So make sure that you give it an alt of empty, a fill property, and a source of /empty.png, like that. And if you refresh, of course, we have a broken image because this image does not exist in our project. So obviously we have to add something to our public folder right here. So if you want to, you can find any image you like, or you can go inside of my repository right here and go into the public folder and find the image called empty.png, right click, save the image and drag and drop that into the public folder and make sure it's named empty.png. And now if I refresh right here, there we go. You can see that I have a nice looking empty state now. One more thing we have to add to this empty component is to render the actual label. So go outside of the div rendering the image and add a paragraph label like that. And let's just go ahead and add a class name, text-muted-foreground, text-sm and text-center. Now nothing is rendering. That is because in our app folder dashboard routes conversation page, we did not add a label to this component. So go ahead and add a label here, and we're gonna say conversation started, like this. There we go. Now you can see how nicely this looks. Perfect. Now I want to create another component, and that is for the loading state. So I'm going to go ahead and create another conditional above this messages saying is loading, and I'm going to open parentheses. I'm going to open a div with a class name p-8 rounded-lg w-full flex items-center justify-center and dg-muted, like this. And inside I'm going to render the loader component. And of course we're going to get an error if we refresh because loader does not exist. I'm not getting an error, probably because this is not the loading state right now. But let's go ahead and let's create that component. So components loader.tsx. Go ahead and write export const loader like this and return a div saying loading, like that. Go back into page and import the loader from add/components/loader. So the same way you did with empty, like this. And now you should have no errors at all. Let's go back inside of this loader component and let's add some class names to this div. So class name is going to be h-full flex-call gap-y-4 items-center justify-center, like that. And inside open a div with a class name w-10 h-10 relative and animate-spin, like that. And inside we're going to use an image from next/image, give it an alt of logo, give it a property fill, and give it a property source to be logo.png, like that. And below this div, which is wrapping our image, add a paragraph saying genius is thinking and 3 dots, and give it a class name of text-sm text-muted-foreground, like this. Perfect. And now let's go inside of our page.tsx and let's manually trigger the loading. So I'm going to change this. I'm just going to change this is loading to true. So you can see how this looks. There we go. You can see how our loader is now looking. So just make sure that you have this exact code if it's not looking like this for you. Beautiful. And just bring this back to is loading, like that. Nice. And now what we have to do is we have to find a way to render these messages in a nicer way. So let's go ahead and let's change this. So I'm gonna keep the key here like that, but I'm just gonna collapse it because we're gonna have some more stuff here. And inside, go ahead and write class name. It's gonna be dynamic, and we're going to use cn from @libsutils. So make sure you import cn from @libutils like this. Open parentheses inside, and our first class, the default class, is going to be p-8 w-full flex items-start gap-x-8 and rounded-lg like that. And then our dynamic class name is going to be different depending on whether this is our message or the message from the AI. So message.role is identical to user. In that case, we're going to use bg-white border and border-black/10 like this. Else, we're going to use bg-muted like that. There we go. And now what I want to do is I want to create two more components, user avatar and bot avatar components. So let's go ahead and let's go inside of our components again and create a new file called user-avatar.tsx. I'm going to go ahead and write export const user avatar like this. And I'm going to extract the user from use user using clerk like this. And I'm going to return, and now we have to add the avatar component from chat-cn. So let's go to chat-cn right here. Let's go inside of components and let's find the avatar component right here. So this is the one we want. Let's go ahead and copy this. I'm going to go inside of my terminal. And this is the command we're going to use. npx chat-cn-ui @latest add avatar like that. Go ahead and confirm the installation, and once it's done, run the project again. Make sure you refresh your application. And now you can freely add avatar from ./UI avatar or from /components avatar. So I like to use it in this way. There we go. Go ahead and give this a class name of h-8 and w-8. Go ahead and add an avatar image, also imported from /components or ./UI avatar like this. And the source is going to be user?.profile image URL like that. Below that, use the avatar fallback. So if an image isn't able to load, so I'm just going to destructure this like this, so you can see all the components we need. We're going to use the avatar fallback in case the image wasn't able to load. So I'm going to write user ?first name ?char at 0, and I'm going to repeat that for the last name like this. So in case my image can't load, I'm just going to use my first letter of my first name and first letter of my last name, because that's the most common way of fallback. Perfect. And now that we have that, let's also create a bot avatar. So go ahead and create a new component called bot-avatar.tsx. Export const bot avatar like this. It's going to be much simpler. So just return avatar from UI avatar or components avatar, like I prefer it like this. Let's go ahead and give this a class name of h-8 and w-8 and avatar image from components UI avatar like that. Give it a class name of p-1 and the source of /logo.png. So we already have that image because it's in our sidebar and in our loading component. Perfect. So we have those two now, and we can now focus on building the messages design here. So what I want to do besides rendering the message content and this div which we created right here is decide whether to render the user avatar or bot avatar. So besides above the message content, I'm going to write message.role is user. In that case, we're going to render user avatar from @components user avatar. So make sure you've imported that, and otherwise I'm going to render the bot avatar like this. Perfect. So I'm going to expand this so you can see it in one line. So make sure you have user avatar and bot avatar imported like this. Let's go to the bottom, and one more thing we have to do is I want to wrap this message content inside a paragraph like this and give this paragraph a class name of text-sm like that. And let's see how our messages look now. So I'm gonna go ahead and say, what is the radius of the Earth, for example? And there we go, Genius is thinking. And you can see that you saw how for a second it used the fallback and then it loaded my image. And here we have the answer. Absolutely amazing. You have your first ever working AI model. You can ask it whatever you want. For example, what are the best technologies to build a web app in 2020, for example? And Genius is now thinking and it's going to give us an answer in a couple of seconds. Let's see what it's going to come up with. There we go. Look at this. So it tells us exactly what are the newest libraries and everything. Great job. You successfully finished the conversation model. It's available on mobile. It's available on desktop. It's fully styled and you're using OpenAI. Beautiful, amazing job. The next AI model I want to create is code generation, because it's very similar to this conversation that we have right now, and it also uses OpenAI. So let's go ahead and I'm going to close everything. I'm going to go into the app folder, dashboard routes, and I'm going to copy the conversation and I'm going to paste it inside routes. So now you're going to have conversation and conversation copy like this. Let me just expand this. There we go. And rename the conversation copy to code like that. So now if you click on code generation or go to /code, you're going to see the exact same thing as conversation. So let's slowly go ahead and change it so that it fits our design for code. First, I want to change the const conversation page and the export default to be code page instead of conversation page. So I'm going to select the two and write code page like that. Perfect. So nothing should change right now, but we are writing proper code inside. Most of the stuff can actually stay the same in here. But one thing we're going to change, of course, is the API and the design. So let's start with the design first, because I think it's much simpler to do that. Okay, so inside of this heading, let's change this to code generation like this. Make sure you are on /code. Like this. Make sure you're not accidentally editing the conversation. So this should stay the same, but code generation should now say code generation on API, on /code like this. And the description is going to be generate code using descriptive text like that. And the icon is going to be code from Lucid React. So now let's go ahead and let's just remove the message square import because we don't need that now. Great, so we have that now, and now let's change the colors. So instead of violet, it's going to be green, and instead of 500, it's going to be 700 like that. Perfect. So now it matches what we have on our dashboard right here. And I can also click here and it should lead me to the exact same route. If it's not, make sure to check the tools constant inside dashboard and make sure that the href is correct. It should be /code, the same as in the sidebar. Beautiful. So we now have that. Let's go ahead and let's change the placeholder of the input. Instead of asking us how do I calculate the radius of a circle, let's give this a more descriptive prompt to what the user could actually type in here. We're gonna go ahead and write simple toggle button using React hooks like this. So that's something more realistic to what the user would write in code generation AI model. Beautiful. So now that we have that, what I want to do is I want to edit the API. So instead of going to /API/conversation in the onSubmit function inside, of course, the code page, we're going to change it to /code like this. This, of course, right now does not exist. So let's go ahead and let's create that. We're going to go inside the app folder, inside API. We're going to copy the conversation, paste it, rename the new one to code like this. And inside route.ts, let's go ahead and let's see what we have to change to make our code generation works. So what I want to do first is I want to add a default message to this model so it knows how to behave. So I don't want it to be a general AI assistant. Right now, it's just an assistant, right? Because it has no messages in the beginning. So we are going to add a default message to tell it how to behave in this model. So let's go ahead and write const instruction message, which is a type of chat completion request message. And let's import that from OpenAI like this. It's going to be an object which has a role of system like that, and content is going to be, well, you can play around with this, you can test what works best, but I'm using this prompt because it works for me. This is not set in stone. You're gonna see what I'm talking about. So I'm gonna tell it what to do. So you are a code generator, like that. You must answer only in Markdown code snippets. Use code comments for explanations, like that. So that is going to be the first message that this model is going to have. So now let's copy this instruction message. Let's go inside of the response right here. And let's modify these messages to always take the instruction message first and then the rest of the messages like that. Everything else can stay the same except this error. I'm gonna write code error so it's easier for us to find that in the terminal if something goes wrong. So let's go ahead and let's test this. So I'm gonna refresh this and I'm gonna ask it one question first. What is your purpose, for example? I think it's probably going to be different for you. So we're working with AI here, but there we go. It should say something in this line, my purpose as a code generator. So that's why the reason it's saying this is because we gave it an instruction message first. So it knows that it is a code generator. Of course, yours is probably not going to give the exact same answer, but it should be something to indicate that it should generate code. Whereas if you go to conversation, of course, and ask, what is your purpose? I don't think it should mention code generation at all. See, it's an AI developed by OpenAI and its purpose is to assist and provide helpful information. But code generation is he obviously knows that it is a code generator. Beautiful. So one thing I want to test now is simple toggle button using React hooks. Let's see what it's going to come up with. It is definitely going to give us some code, but it's not going to be formatted in the way we want to. What I want to do is I want to have a nice markdown. See, this is very hard to read, like almost impossible. So let's go ahead and let's go inside the page of code generation. So app dashboard routes code page.tsx right here. So as I said, everything else can stay exactly the same. But one thing that I want to change is that I don't want to just render the message content like this. Instead, I want to render it in React Markdown. So let's go ahead in our terminal and let's install a package called npm install react-markdown like that. And after that has been installed, you can go ahead and npm run dev your project again and make sure to refresh. Perfect. Now let's import that. So I'm going to import React Markdown from React-Markdown like that. Perfect. And now I'm going to go and find my message.content and I'm going to modify it. So let's go ahead and let's remove this for now. And instead I'm going to write React Markdown like this. And inside, just go ahead and render message.content pipe empty array like this. And let's see if that has improved anything. So simple toggle button using React hooks. Let's see if that has changed how our code looks now. There we go. Okay, so we're getting somewhere, but obviously it's still not perfect. But it's at least structured to some way. So let's see how we can improve it. I'm gonna go back to React Markdown here and let's see if we can give it some class names, some components, anything to make it look a bit better. And I suggest that you don't refresh this so you can see the active changes while you're developing. Let's go ahead and give it a prop components and inside open another object. First component I want to edit is the pre-tag because that's what it's using to render out code. So we're going to edit that element to the way we like it. So go ahead and open an arrow function and immediately destructure node and the rest of the props like this. Go ahead and open an arrow function and render a div inside. So div like this, give it a class name of overflow-auto w-full margin top and bottom to 2 bg-black/10 p-2 and rounded-lg. and inside render the pre-tag and spread the props, and it is a self-closing tag like this. There we go. Now it looks a little bit better. Let's see if we can improve it even more. I'm going to go ahead and edit another element inside called code. And I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to destructure node, and I'm going to spread the props, and I'm going to return the code element, which is a self-closing tag. I'm going to give it a class name of bg-black/10, rounded-lg, and padding of 1. And don't forget, you have to spread the props inside like this. So I'm just going to expand this so you can see. There we go. So you can see how now even our little codes snippets have a specific color. Beautiful. I'm just going to collapse this so you can see better. And now what I want to do is I want to add, so outside of this components prop, to the React Markdown component, add a new prop class name. And in here, let's give it a text-sm, overflow-hidden, and leading-7 like this. There we go. Now it looks much better. Perfect. Look at this. Absolutely amazing. Let's ask it something else. For example, a model using React hooks and Tailwind like this. Let's see what it's going to come up with and how it's going to look like. There we go. Look at this. I think this is absolutely amazing. You can see how we have an overflow in our code snippet, but we can scroll that without affecting the rest of the website. I think this is really cool and looks really nice. The AI knows its purpose and it can generate nice looking code in nice markdown. Beautiful job. You just finished code generation as well as conversation. So now we're gonna get and do image generation, because that is the last model which is going to use OpenAI. The rest of our models are going to use Replicate AI. So that's what I wanted to go in this direction because it's easier for us to code. So next one is going to be image generation. That's going to be a bit different. Let's create our image generation AI page. So what I want to do is I'm going to expand this. I'm going to close everything, and the same thing I did for code generation. So I'm going to go and find the conversation. I'm going to copy it and paste it inside routes. And I'm going to rename this one to image like that. And now if you go and click on image generation, you should see conversation, but not a 404. And same thing if you go from the dashboard like this. So now let's go ahead and slowly modify this so it looks like an actual image generator. So first, let's rename the conversation page constant and the export to image page like this. And nothing should change yet. We are not going to work with messages, and we're going to have to change the default values, but we're going to do that later. First, I just want to change the design so it looks like an image generator. So the title in our heading should be image generation, like that. Beautiful. The description should be turn your prompt into an image, like that. The icon should be image icon from Lucid React. So make sure you import that and remove the message square because we no longer need that. The colors should be pink like this, and it should be of 700 value like that. So it fits exactly what we used in the sidebar. Beautiful. So you can see how it looks exactly the same here. And now what I want to do is I want to change the constant for my form schema before I start doing anything else here. So let's go ahead and let's go inside of our constants. So inside of this folder which we copied, we also copied the constants file. So inside, what I want to do is I want to change the form schema to change the message prompt. Instead of prompt is required, let's change this to image prompt is required. And let's also add an amount, which is going to be z.string with a minimum value of 1, and resolution, which is also z.string and a minimum value of 1, like that. And now let's create constants for options. So this image generation is going to have two options available. You'll be able to select the number of images you want to generate as well as the resolution. So we have to create that in our, we just did that in our form schema. But now I want to create an array of options that users will be able to choose from. So let's go ahead and let's write export const amount options like this. It's going to be an array of objects. Value for the first one is going to be 1, and label is going to be 1 photo like that. Let's go ahead and let's copy that, and don't forget to add a comma. And the second one is going to be 2. And of course, photos like that. And we're going to copy that a couple of more times until we reach 5. So let me just remove the extra comma. Let's change this to 5 like that. There are, of course, smarter ways to do this, but sometimes simple is better. So I just changed this to 5. I don't know why. I meant on 3, and here I meant on 4. And the last one is going to be 5. Like that. So just modify this to 5 photos. And the same way we did this, I now want to do our resolution options. So let's go ahead and write export const resolution options like that. First object inside is going to have a value of 256 times 256, and it's going to have the very same label. Go ahead and copy this. And the second one is going to have a value not of 256, but of 512. And the last one is going to have 2024, so 2024, like this. There we go. So we just created an options that users will be able to choose from when creating their images. And now we can go back inside of our image page right here, and let's slowly start modifying things. So first thing I want to remove is this images, is the messages. We're not going to have that here. And we can also actually remove the chat completion request message from OpenAI. We are not going to need that. Great. I'm going to modify this on submit right here. So I'm going to replace this. I'm just going to leave the response right here. And for now, let's go ahead and just do this. For the set messages, I'm also going to remove it like this. Great. So just make sure that your onSubmit function is now much simpler. And of course, we're going to change this to /image, but let's leave it to /conversation for now, so we don't change too many things at once and get confused. So our onSubmit is now calling the response and resetting the form. That's it. Now we have some errors at the bottom. And that is, of course, because of it's looking for the message state, but we just removed it, so it doesn't exist. We're going to fix that very simply. So we're not going to remove this. But what I do want to remove is this. I'm going to remove this entire div iterating over our messages. So select this, remove it, create a new div, and just write images will be rendered here like that. And of course, we still have the error because messages is not defined. Instead of messages, we're going to use images. So let's go ahead and let's create a constant images, set images like this, use state, and an empty array inside. And the type of this state is going to be an array of strings, like this. So now we have the images to work with. So now let's go back here, and let's change this to be images.length, like that. And let's immediately change this to no images generated, like that. There we go. I also want to modify the loader just a little bit. So I'm going to remove this huge class name we have for the container holding the loader, and I'm going to replace it with just p-20, like that. So let's check how that looks like. There we go. That looks fine. Now let's go ahead and let's change our form schema right here. Sorry, not the form schema, but the default values in our use form hook right here. So instead of just having a prompt, it's also going to have a mount, and its mount is going to be by default just one image. And resolution, well, you can choose what you want, but I'm going to choose 512, like this. Beautiful. And now that we have that, we can go ahead and actually modify our onSubmit function here. So what I want to do first is I want to reset all the photos every time we click submit. So const set images, empty array, like that. Actually not const, just set images. My apologies. Great. And now what we're going to do is we're going to get this response, but not from /API/conversation. Instead, we're going to get it from /API/image. And the body we are going to pass inside is going to be values. So we don't have to modify values in any way. It's fine the way it's passed from the onSubmit prop right here. In our conversation page, we had to modify the values to create a specific message object which fits the OpenAI schema. But this is going to be just fine because we're going to modify it on the server because the structure is simply that way that we can do that. Great. And we're going to prepare the way our response is going to work. So I'm going to write const urls response.data.map. We're going to get the individual image, which is going to be a type of object. which has URL inside, and that is a type of string. And all I'm going to do is I'm going to extract image.url from that specific image we are iterating over. So we are creating an array going through this response.data, and we're just going to return the URL string. That is because our setImages state expects an array of strings. So we extract the URL from each individual image in the array that we are going to get from the Axios, and we set it in that state. Actually, we don't yet set it, we just created the URLs. So just after the form reset, before form reset, let's do set images URLs like that. Great. So now that we have that, we can actually go ahead and create our image route. My apologies, we cannot do that yet. What we actually have to do is we have to add the options to select our fields right here. So let's go ahead and do that. Go ahead and find your form, and let's first change the placeholder here. So instead of asking how to calculate the radius of a circle, let's ask a picture of a horse in Swiss Alps, like this. So that's a more realistic prompt that the user would ask. Great. And now let's go ahead and let's create another form field that is going to be besides this input. So form field again, which is a self-closing tag. Let's go ahead and give it a name of amount. And let's give it a property control to be form.control. So this one is going to be a little bit different because this time it's going to be a select input. So that's why I'm adding control separately. Now let's add the render field. Go ahead and extract field in this arrow function and return form item component, which we already have. Let's go ahead and give it a class name of call-span-12. And on LG, it's going to be call-span-2, like that. Great. Inside of that, let's go ahead and add the select component. The problem is we don't have it. So go in chat-cn UI, of course, and find the select component. And it's right here. There we go. And now let's find the CLI command. So npx chat-cn-ui latest add select. I'm going to copy the npm. I'm going to go inside of my terminal like this, and I'm going to pass the command. So npx chat-cn-ui add latest add select. And I'm going to confirm the installation. And after that, I'm going to go ahead and run my project again. So just write npm run dev again and refresh your application. There we go. And now we can safely add the select component inside. So I'm going to add select like this from add/components UI select. So let's see how that looks like. So I've added it right here. Select from add/components UI select. So let's move this. Well, you can keep it here, but just make sure it's alongside this imports. And yeah, you can remove the user avatar and the bot avatar. We don't need that. And I'm pretty sure we are going to need CN. I'm going to leave it just in case. Great. Now let's go ahead and let's continue developing this select component right here. So let's give it some attributes. It's going to have a prop disabled to be triggered when we are loading, like that. On value change is going to be field.onChange. Value is going to be field value, and default value is going to be field.value as well, like that. Now let's add the form control. Form control like this. It's not going to have any attributes at all. Now let's add the select trigger component from add/components UI select. So make sure you have imported select trigger and select from components UI select. Inside of select trigger, go ahead and add select value. Another component you're going to import from add/components UI select. So make sure you have that as well. Great. And this is actually going to be a self-closing tag like this, and just give it a default value of field.value like that. Outside of our form control, let's go ahead and let's add select content from add/components UI select. And inside, let's iterate over our amount options. So amount options from constants. So I've imported select content from components UI select as well. Let me just structure this like this so you can see. And I have imported amount options from the same place I'm importing form schema ./constants. So make sure you import that as well. And then go ahead and map over those like this. Pick the individual option like that and immediately return select item. Another item you're going to import from components UI select. Beautiful. Now let's go ahead and let's give it a key value of option.value. And let's give it a value of option.value as well. And inside, we're going to render option.label like that. There we go. You can see how now we have a prompt to select how many photos we want to generate. Beautiful. And let's see how that looks like on desktop. I think we made a mistake here. And yes, so we have to change the grid for our button and for our input. So let's go ahead and play a little bit with that to see what we have to change exactly. So let's find the prompt first. So this is our prompt, form field with the name prompt. Currently on large devices, it uses call span 10, and that is way too much because we're gonna have two selects beside it, and we want them all to be in the same line. So we have to reduce this from 10 to 6 on large devices. So I think just even now, if I collapse, there we go. Looks much better, but still something is a little bit weird. But let's continue developing and let's add another select option here. This time it's going to be for resolution options. So you can go ahead and copy this entire form field for name amount. So all the way to the end of the self-closing tag. Go ahead and paste it like this and save it. And just rename this to resolution like that. And let's go ahead and change these amount options to resolution options. And make sure you have imported resolution options from ./constants like this. So I'm gonna collapse all of those and save. And I'm gonna refresh here, and there we go. Now it looks much better on mobile and on desktop. You can select your resolution and you can select the amount of photos you want. Beautiful. Let's see if we have to change anything in the button or if it looks fine. So let's see, our button is taking an LG call span of 2, and I think that is fine. Yes, that can stay exactly the same. And let's just test if this works. So I'm gonna comment this out for now, and I'm gonna comment actually everything besides set images. You don't have to do this, but I just wanna console log my values to see what we're actually getting. So I'm gonna expand this right here. I'm gonna open my tab. I'm gonna write a horse in Swiss Alps. I'm gonna select 2 photos and 512. And there we go. We have a prompt, we have an amount and resolution. Everything seems to be correct. Let's change it. There we go. So this is what we will be sending to the server, and OpenAI knows how to work with that. Beautiful. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to undo these changes right here. And now it's time for us to create an API for our image generator. Let's go inside of our app folder again. Find the API folder. And let's just copy the conversation and rename it to image like this. Go inside that route right here, and let's see what we have to modify. So user ID is fine, body is fine, but what we are destructuring from the body is not correct. Instead of messages, we are going to need a prompt. We're going to give it an amount, and let's give it a default value of 1. We're also going to need a resolution, and let's give that a default value of 512 times 512 like that. Now, instead of checking if we have the messages, let's check if we have a prompt like this and say prompt is required like that. And let's copy this 2 more times. 1 for amount and say amount is required, and 1 for resolution and say resolution is required. And now instead of using create chat completion, what we're going to do is we're going to use OpenAI.createImage like this. This one does not accept model or messages. Instead, it accepts a prompt. You can write it either like this or use a shorthand like this. A number, which we have to parse. So parse integer amount with a radix of 10 like this. And size is a resolution like this. There we go. And the response is now different. So we have to modify it. So instead of using response.data.choices0.message, go ahead and return the entire response.data. So response.data.data, and change the conversation error to image error like this. Beautiful. Now let's go back inside page.tsx and let's see if we can find a way to simply render our images already. So I'm going to go ahead and let's give this div a class name of grid again -cols-1. That's going to be on mobile. On medium, we're going to use grid-cols-2. On large, we're going to use grid-cols-3. On extra large, we're going to use grid-cols-4 and give it a gap 4 and margin top 8 like that. Now let's go ahead and let's write images.map source and immediately return a card, which we already added in chat.cn. So make sure you import card from components UI card like this. Let's go ahead and give it some properties. So it's going to have a key, which is source, and it's going to have a class name, which is going to be rounded-lg and overflow-hidden. Inside card, create a div with a class name of relative and aspect-square. Inside of that, create an image from next/image. So make sure you have imported image from next/image like I did right here, and I'm just going to move it to the top here. So image from next/image. Let's go all the way down back to where we added an image. It is a self-closing tag. Let's go ahead and give it an alt property of image, a fill property, and source, which is going to be source like this. Beautiful. And inside the card, let's also add card footer, something you will also going to import from add/components UI card. Inside of this card footer, go ahead and give it a class name of p-2, and inside add a button, which we already have imported. So just make sure you have it imported, but you should have it because we already use a button in this page like this, and give this button a variant of secondary and a class name of w-full like this. And inside, I'm going to render download icon from Lucid React. So make sure you have imported download and image icon from Lucid React like this. Let's go ahead and let's give it a class name of h-4, w-4, and margin right 2 like this. And let's write a text download like this. And I'm going to collapse these attributes in this button because I want to add another one like this. And let's add on click to be an arrow function window.open source like that. Let's see if this is enough for us to render our images. I'm going to go and expand this. I'm going to refresh the entire page. I'm going to write a picture of a horse in Swiss Alps. I'm going to say to select 4 photos in the lowest resolution, and let's see if that's going to throw some errors or if we did everything correctly. After a couple of seconds, I'm pretty confident. Yes, it actually works, but what's going on? Why are we having this error? Well, what's going on is that you cannot just load any image you want from in Next.js using next image. What we have to do is we have to add this host name, so this exact host name inside of our configuration. So go ahead and copy this host name right here. So you're going to get this error, invalid source prop for this specific image on the next/image, which is the component we're using. And it says exactly what is the host name that we have to add inside of our next config. And it also gives you instructions on how to do that. So let's go ahead and let's copy this host name. It's a very long host name like this. And let's find our config. So I'm going to close everything and find next.config.js like this. Open this object and write images, domains, an array, and paste it inside like this. And what I recommend actually doing is shutting down and restarting your application. So npm run dev again. I'm going to zoom out a bit. I'm going to refresh. And once this page loads, we're going to try our prompt again. Let's try one more time. A picture of a horse in Swiss Alps, 4 photos, lowest resolution. Genius is thinking, and let's see if this is going to be a success or not in a couple of seconds. And There we go. Look at this. Absolutely amazing. We have 4 images of a horse in Swiss Alps, and we can also open this image individually and download it. Beautiful. You officially know how to create your own ChatGPT, your own code generator, and your own image generator. You're doing an amazing job so far. We only have a couple of models left to do. So video generation and music generation is going to be done using Replicate AI. And after we finish that, we're going to implement Stripe. Beautiful. Let's continue and let's create a music generation API. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to do what we already did a few times, and that is we're going to copy the conversation right here in routes and paste it. And we're going to rename it to music like this. Now, if you click on music, you should see the conversation, the same thing as we did a couple of times. And same thing if you go from the dashboard. So now let's go ahead inside music, inside page.tsx right here, and let's slowly modify this so it fits exactly what we want our music page to look like. So first things first, let's modify our heading. Instead of conversation, it's going to be music generation like this. And the description is going to be turn your prompt into music like that. And we're going to change the icon to be music from Lucid React. So make sure you import that and remove the message square because we do not need that. Great. And the colors are not going to be violet. They're going to be emerald like this. And 500 is correct. Now let's just quickly change the placeholder in our prompt form field. So instead of this question, I'm going to write piano solo like this. Great. And what I want to already do is I just want to replace this entire div rendering the messages. So go ahead and replace this entire div, create a new one, and just write music will be generated here like that. And let's change this empty label to no music generated like that. And now what I quickly want to change here, so I'm going to expand this so you can see more of my code. I want to change this messages state. It's not going to use this type, so you can remove this already. And let's change the constant messages and set messages to be music and set music like this. It's not going to be an array. Instead, it's going to be just a type of string like this. While we are here, let's also remove user avatar, bot avatar, and CN from our imports because we're not going to use them. And let's rename the page from conversation page to music page. So make sure to rename the export default and the constant right here. And now let's change our onSubmit so it matches our set music state. So we are not going to need this at all. We can remove that. Let's just go ahead and write set music undefined every time we click submit. The response is going to be a bit different. So you can change it like this. You can remove this set messages for now and change this to, instead of /API/conversation, to /API/music. Music like that, and just pass in the values. And then you're going to write set music response.data.audio like this and reset the form. Great. And let's just see all the other errors we have. So in here we're checking for messages.length. So let's go ahead and change that. Instead of checking messages length, we're just going to change if there is no music like this. There we go. And now we are ready to actually create the API route. That's because the constants, the form schema file, can stay the same. So prompt is required. If you want to, you can change this to music is required, but we are actually not even showing these prompts. Great. So our form schema is correct and it can stay the same. And what we have to do now is we have to go ahead and copy the API for conversation, paste it, and rename it to music. Like this, route.ts here. And a lot of stuff is going to be changed here actually, because we are no longer using OpenAI for this. We're going to be using Replicate for this. So let's go ahead and go to replicate.com or just Google Replicate AI. go ahead and find this sign in button or get started and create an account so you can go inside of your dashboard. And this is how my dashboard looks like because I'm already using Replicate, and you can see I've run a lot of models here already. But Replicate as well as OpenAI have a free tier if this is your first time using it. OpenAI has a bit more explicit way of telling you how much of a free tier you have, but I'm not sure about Replicate. But just be careful and don't spam too much. And yes, you don't need to add your credit card. You can start using it for free. So in order to find your API key, what you have to do is click on your username right here and click on API tokens. And then you can go ahead and copy this and let's add it to our environment variable. So go back inside your code. I'm going to close everything, go inside .environment right here. And let's go ahead and let's add replicate underscore API underscore token like this and just paste that in here. Beautiful. And now that we have this, I just want to show you how to add a limit to here as well. So if you end up needing more credits and add your credit card, you can go into billing right here, and you can also add a spend limit. So if you're ready to only spend $10, change this to 10 and click update monthly spend limit, and then you will not be charged more than that. So you can see that in my rigorous testing over the past few weeks of building this application, I barely used up $7. So $7 on Replicate and $7 on OpenAI, so $14 in total in heavy testing of this project. So I'm pretty sure that you're going to be able to build this entire thing on a free tier. But just in case, you can see it's not really that expensive. Great, so now that we have that, let's go back inside of our application and let's go back inside of our app folder, API, music, route.ts right here. And what we have to do is we have to install a package for Replicate. So go inside of your terminal right here and write npm install replicate like this. Wait a couple of seconds and run your application again and refresh your web application. Great. So you can remove everything regarding OpenAI. We're not going to need it. Instead, import replicate from replicate like this. You can go ahead and remove this configuration and OpenAI constant and instead write const replicate to be new replicate like this. Auth is going to be process.environment, and you're going to use the key from your environment variable. So copy it from here and paste it here like this. You're going to have an error here because there is a chance that it is undefined. So you can fix that by either adding pipe empty string, or you can put an exclamation point at the end like this. Great. Now let's go ahead and let's modify this API handler so it generates music. So what we have to change in here is modify the message from the destructuring of the body to prompt like this. Then we can remove this check for configuration API key that is for OpenAI like this. And instead of checking if there are messages, we're going to check if there is a prompt and write prompt is required like this. And now our response is going to be a little bit different. So we're not going to use OpenAI. We're going to use replicate. But in order to find the correct model, it's really hard to write because it's a very long model. So let's go ahead and let's go into replicate and let me show you how to use this. So go into replicate and find the explore button right here. And here you can see a bunch of models that they have. So feel free to play around with any of these as you want. You see they have music generation, bark, a bunch of stuff, right? So I'm going to show you which one I'm using to create music. And then later, once you finish the tutorial, you can play around with any of those. But just be careful if you are on a free tier because you're going to use them up. So go ahead and find the audio generation models in the collections right here. And I'm going to use Refusion right here. And here you can see, and you can test out, try and generate one of your own, change the test here, but don't change too much, don't play around too much because I don't want you to lose your free tier. And basically, once you click on the API here, you can see how you have to, how you can actually use it. So we already did this. And what we have to do now is we have to copy this. So this is, you can see the exact code that we need to actually generate music. So I'm going to copy this output, which is await replicate.run. And you can see how it uses this very long text. I'm actually not sure if we need this. This looks like some kind of hash. but I haven't tested it without it. So let's just go ahead and copy this right here. And let's go ahead and replace this response with that, like this. So I'm going to expand it as much as I can so you can see. And I'm going to change the output to response like that. And we're going to change this prompt A, which is hard-coded to funky synth solo, to be our prompt, which we're receiving from the body, like this. And then let's go ahead and just pass in the entire response back. And let's change this to music error like that. And now let's go back inside of our page. So inside of dashboard, routes, music, page.tsx right here. Let's go all the way down where we write music will be generated here. And let's change this to be an actual audio file. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to remove this div and I'm going to write a conditional. So only if there is music in our state, in that case, we're going to render an audio element from native HTML. We're going to enable the controls. We're going to give it a class name of w-full and margin top 8 like this. And inside, we're going to give a source, which is a self-closing tag with a source of music like this. So let's go ahead. Let's test if this is working. I'm going to write piano solo like this, and I'm going to click generate. And in a couple of seconds, we're going to see if this is working or not. But don't be scared if this is taking a long time. So the way Replicate AI works is it has a cold start. So if this is your first time running it, you might wait up to a minute or more for this to be generated. But next instances are going to be much faster because it's not doing a cold start. So just be patient. And the way you can check if everything is correct, you can go ahead in your dashboard right here. And you can see that I have refusion starting 28 seconds ago. So if you see that here, that means everything is good, your API is working, and just be patient and wait till it says succeeded right here. So I'm going to pause the video and I'm going to enable it once it's finished. There we go. You can go ahead and play it. I'm not gonna play it just in case someone decides to copyright AI music in the future, but I want to show you how long it took me to do this. So let's see, I'm gonna refresh here. It took me 28 seconds to actually run it, but the cold start was almost 12 minutes. So don't be scared if yours is still running. It's completely normal. But the second one you try is going to be much shorter than that. And if you actually take a look, let's take a look at the, I don't know, Stable Diffusion, for example. Every API actually has a webhook when it's completed. So if you are a bit more advanced and know how to work with webhooks, you can go ahead and add a webhook to your API. That way, you don't have to hold your API route into loading for such a long time, almost 12 minutes. You can use a webhook to trigger the event has completed, and then you can show a notification for your user. That's a bit more advanced, and I'm going to save that for some other tutorial. But there are options you can speed up this if you want to. Great, so now you know how to generate music. You can change the volume, you can play it, you can download it. Amazing, you're doing so great. And it also is responsive on mobile as everything so far. Let's check it. If we go from the dashboard and click on music, it works as well. Amazing. So all that's left is video generation, and that's what we are going to do next. Let's create our last AI model, video generation. So we're gonna do the same thing we did a couple of times, but this time we're gonna copy the music app. So let's go into routes inside of your dashboard right here. Go ahead and copy the music folder and paste it inside of the routes and rename the music copy to video like that. The reason we are copying music is because it's going to be more similar than other tools to the one we want right now, which is video. And now if I try and click on the video, I get music generation instead of a 404. And let's just quickly check if it's the same from the dashboard. It is. Great. And now what we have to do is we have to obviously modify this video page to look like video page and not music generation. So make sure you are on localhost 3000/video. Make sure you're not accidentally editing the music folder. Go inside video folder page.tsx. And let's already remove this import we don't need. So chat completion request message from OpenAI. We don't need that here. Great. Now let's go ahead and let's go and change this music generation title into video generation. And let's change the prompt, the description to turn your prompt into music into video like this. the icon is going to be file audio. The icon is going to be video icon like this from Lucid React. So make sure you import that and remove music like this. And now let's go ahead and change the colors. So it's going to be orange like this, and the value is not going to be 500, but it's going to be 700 like this. So it looks the same as your sidebar and as this tools component right here. Great. Now let's go ahead and let's change the placeholder for the input. Instead of saying piano solo, we're going to write a more realistic prompt, something like clownfish swimming around a coral reef, like that. There we go. And let's go ahead and modify. We're not going to store any music here. Instead, we're going to store video. So let's first change the music page to video page, like that. And then let's change the music state to video and set video like that. Now let's modify our onSubmit function. So it's going to be set video like this, and this is going to be set video as well. And let's also modify the API request. So it's going to go to /video and not /music. And the response data is going to be a little bit different. So we are actually going to go ahead and pick the first from the array, because that's what is going to be returned from the API. So make sure you modify it from data.audio to data first in the array right here. Great. And now let's go all the way down here so we can actually fix these errors. So instead of checking for music, we're going to check for video, and we're going to write no video generated like that. And the same thing for this. We're going to write video, and we're actually not going to render an audio file. We're going to render a video file like this. And we're going to give it a class name of w-full aspect-video, margin top 8, rounded-lg, border and bg-black, like this. And I also want to give it a controls prop so we can control the video. And inside add a source element with source video like that. So very similar to music. Great. And now let's go ahead and let's actually create this /API video, because the prompt can stay the same. So if you check the constants right here, you can see we have a form schema, and let's just change the message to video prompt is required. But again, you actually don't need this at all because we're not displaying it anywhere. Great. And now let's go ahead and close everything, and let's go inside of our API, and let's copy the music folder again. Let's paste it inside of the API, and let's rename it to video. And in route.ts, let's go ahead and let's see what we have to change here. So first things first, we have to go inside replicate again, and we have to find the AI model we want to use. So in my case, you can play around, you can choose whatever you want really. There are many models here. The one I'm going to use is going to be ZeroScope right here. But if you go into collections, you can go ahead and find this videos collection, and you can see that they have a bunch of video models that you can use, and you can feel free to play around with them. But the reason I chose this one called a ZeroScope, so go into Explore, and it should be the very first right here, or you can search ZeroScope like this and find it. The reason I chose this one is because it has the lowest time to generate. Everything else is like 1,000 seconds. This one seems to be the fastest, so that's why I chose this one. Great, so if you want to, you can play around and test it, but be careful if you have a free tier. You don't want to block yourself from using the tutorial and have to add a billing. So let's just go into API right here, and let's go ahead and let's copy this output right here so we know what to put in our API. So I'm going to copy this output from here. I'm going to expand this, and I'm going to replace this response with that. But I'm going to change the constant to be response like that. And you can see how I'm using ZeroScope right here. So this exact prompt that I copied from here. Great. And let's change this prompt to actually use our prompt. So you can either use prompt like this, or you can use a shorthand because it's named exactly the same, and we're extracting prompt from the body. So we don't need to change absolutely anything. Everything is fine, except we have to change the music error to video error like that. And sending just response is fine. Great. And I think we are ready to immediately test this. So let's go inside of our Genius right here. I'm going to go ahead and write clownfish swimming around a a coral reef like that. And I'm gonna leave it again. I assume it's gonna take a long time to generate because this is another cold start. So be patient. My music took 12 minutes, so I assume this is gonna take something like that. So just be patient, and I'm gonna unpause the video once it is ready. And there we go. It has generated for me, and this is how it looks. Really cool. It's so cool to me that an AI generates this realistic looking videos, and you can even test the prompts more. For example, you can see in this demo right here that they give it a very specific and very detailed prompt, so you can play around with that to get a better result. And let me show you exactly how long it took me to generate this. So I'm going to zoom out a bit. So it took me 42 seconds to generate it. So yeah, it was a bit shorter than this one. This one says 28 seconds, but you know that the cold start was 12 minutes. This one was actually much faster for me. But if yours is still running, as long as you can see it on the dashboard, Zeroscope, that means everything is fine. You successfully finished every single AI tool. Great job. What we are going to do now is we are going to implement subscription and API limits to how much free users can use our application. And then we're going to add Crisp for customer support, and then we are going to implement the landing page. So now that we have all of our AI tools working, it's time to create a functionality that is going to limit free users to only be able to use them 5 times. In order to do that, we're going to use Prisma. So let's go ahead and let's set up Prisma first. I'm going to go inside of my terminal right here. I'm going to shut down everything, and I'm going to write npm install -D Prisma like this. I'm going to wait a couple of seconds for this to install, and then we're going to run Prisma init, so it's going to create a couple of files in our project. So let's go ahead and let's run npx prisma init like this, and there we go. We have our Prisma setup. Let's take a look at everything that has been created inside. So we have a new folder called Prisma, and inside we have schema.prisma. Right now it's set to PostgreSQL. We're going to change that to MySQL. And we also have some additions to our .environment file. You can see that this was inserted by Prisma init, and we have a database URL, which is currently a PostgreSQL database URL, which of course is not working. It's just a mock URL. So we're going to change both of those. In order to do that, we have to create our PlanetScale account. So let's go ahead and go to planetscale.com or Google PlanetScale and find sign in or get started button. So I'm going to go ahead and log in and show you what it looks like. Great. So once you're here, if you want to, you can go ahead and click on all of these different options, or you can simply go ahead and click on this create option right here. So just click create, and let's go ahead and let's give this database name AI SaaS like this. And you can go ahead and select a free option right here. And then just go ahead and click create database and just confirm that your total monthly cost is free. I just want to ensure that this looks like it to you. So just select the free option right here. So you don't have to pay anything for PlanetScale for your one database that you have. Great. And this can take some time. So I'm going to pause the video and I'm going to show you what it looks like once it's initialized. So again, just be patient, and you're actually going to see a little pop-up here saying that you are ready to connect. So just be patient and wait for this to finish. And you can see how I have this prompt ready to connect to your database, and I have an option to click get connection strings. So click on either of those. I'm going to use this ready to connect to your database. And in here, you can see that we have to click create a password like this. And there we go. Once this has created, you can choose how you want to connect. Go ahead and select Prisma because that's what we're using. So first thing you have to do is copy this database URL, and let's paste that in our environment file right here. So I'm going to replace this entire thing that has generated by Prisma and paste this new string right here using PlanetScale right here, so pscale, and you can see the name of my database right here. Great. And what we have to do next is modify schema.prisma. So click on this tab, schema.prisma, copy the entire thing, and let's go back inside of our code. Go ahead in schema.prisma, which is in your Prisma folder, and you can just paste it here. And you can see right now it uses the MySQL provider and reads the environment file database underscore URL, which we've added right here alongside everything else we have. Great. So that is actually it for PlanetScale. You can safely close that now. that is ready. And let's go back and work on our application. So one util I want to add before we continue is our Prisma DB client. So let's go inside of our terminal and let's run npm install add prisma/client like this. Wait a couple of seconds for this to install, and then we're going to create a util which is going to be able to access the database using Prisma and this package. So there we go, it's installed, and now let's go inside lib and create a new file called prismadb.ts like that. Go ahead and import Prisma client from @prisma/client and declare global var Prisma to be Prisma client or undefined like this. And then just write const prisma_db is equal to global this.prisma or new Prisma client like that. And then we're going to write a condition. So if process.environment.node environment is not identical to production, meaning its development, in that case, we're going to assign global this.prisma to prisma_db like that. And just export default prisma_db like this. So what does this code do and why do we need this declare global? Well, you can try and remove it and then you see you have a curly line in global this. So that's why we need this. We add Prisma variable to our global window. Great. And why are we doing this conditional? Why are we checking for global this? Why don't we just do new Prisma client? That looks much simpler. Well, that's because the way Next.13 does reloading, it basically, there is a chance that you have a lot of Prisma clients initialized every time you hot reload, every time you change something in your code. So this way we assign that not in production. So in development, we assign this to global this. That way it's not affected by hot reload and you don't get that warning in your console that there are multiple Prisma client instances active. Great. And now that we have that, we can actually go ahead back in our schema Prisma. And let's create the model for our user API limit. So one thing I just want to tell you right ahead, if you are seeing this Prisma a bit different, so if you're not seeing blue colors for the generator client and clearly separated strings, so if everything is in the same color for you, make sure that you're using the Prisma extension. So just type in Prisma, it's the first one. So make sure you install that and use that because it also has some autocomplete features. Great. Now let's write our model. So model user API limit like that. Let's give it an ID, which is a type of string, decorator ID, and a default value is going to be CUID like this. User ID is going to be a string and unique. Count is going to be an integer and it's going to have a default value of 0. Created at is going to be a date time with a default value of now, and updated at is also going to be a date time with a decorator updated at like this. Perfect. Now that we have that, let's go ahead and let's try and push that to our database. So I'm going to write npx prisma db push like this. And let's see if this is going to work or if we are going to get any errors. So you can see that we are using planet scale. This is the name of my database and mine was successful. So now it's successfully in the database. And every time you modify your schema Prisma, you have to push it and you also have to run npx prisma generate like this. So npx prisma generate is going to add this model to your node modules. So then you have the types and you're not going to get any errors while developing. Great. Now let's go ahead and let's go inside actually, before I run the app, I want to show you how you can take a look at your data. So I'm going to run npx prisma studio like this. And I'm going to add it right here. Okay, I'm just going to copy it like this. So I'm going to paste it here. There we go. And now you can see all of your data inside. So you can see this model that we just created, user API limits. And once I click here, we have no API limits inside. So now we're slowly going to create some utils and we are going to create it first for the conversation model. So we're going to start by protecting the conversation model. And every time we add a new prompt in here in conversation, we're going to create a new count for user API limit. And that is the way we are going to protect the maximum count, the maximum number of times free tier users can use this conversation model. So let's go ahead and do that. So you can keep this Prisma Studio running in another terminal if you want to. I'm going to shut it down and I'm going to run the application instead. So I'm going to refresh this. I'm going to zoom out just a bit and I'm going to wait for it to load. And what we're going to do now is you're actually going to go ahead in our constants file, which we don't have yet. So let's go to the root of our application and create a new file called constants.ts like this. And go ahead and write export const max underscore free underscore counts to be 5. You can of course change this to whatever you want. So for this tutorial, I'm going to allow free tier users to use the app 5 times. You can increase this to 100 if you want to. And now let's go ahead inside of our lib folder. And I'm going to create a new file called api-limit.ts like this. And let's go ahead and let's import out from Clerk Next.js like this. Let's import PrismaDB from /prismadb because it's in the same folder, or you can use /libs lib like this. And let's also import max underscore free counts from /constants. Great, so now let's write a util that is going to increase our API limit count every time we ping one of the APIs. So export const increase API limit is going to be an asynchronous arrow function. We're going to extract the user ID using auth like this. If there is no user ID, we're just going to return and break this function. Now, if there is, what we're going to do is write const user API limit like this to be await prismadb.user API limit. If you did not get this autocorrect, or if you're getting an underline in here, make sure that you run npx prisma generate and refresh your application and reload your entire VS Code. So you need to run npx prisma generate and npx prisma db push. And this user API limit is matching what we have in our schema. So make sure you didn't misspell this accidentally, user API limit, and then it should work in here as well. So first thing that we're going to do is we're going to check whether there is a model, there is a document in the table for this exact user for its API limit. Because right now, when we register, this model doesn't exist in my Prisma Studio. So first thing I'm going to do is check if it already exists. So I'm going to write find unique. I'm going to open an object and write where user ID is equal to user ID, or you can use the shorthand. So we're going to fetch that by looking at the user ID in that model, and we get the user ID from the auth like that. So if there is user API limit, so if it already exists, in that case, we are going to update its count. So await prismadb.user API limit.update where user ID is equal to user ID, and data is going to be count user API limit dot count plus 1 like this. Great. Else we're going to create a new user API limit. So we're going to write await prismadb dot user API limit dot create data. User ID is going to be user ID and count is going to be 1 like that. Beautiful. And now that we have that, we can go ahead and create another util, which is going to check whether the current user has reached the limit of their free usage. So export const check API limit is going to be an asynchronous arrow function. We're going to extract the user ID again, so auth like this. If there is no user ID, we are immediately going to return false, so we're not going to allow the user to go any further. And then let's go ahead and fetch the user API limit. So const user API limit await prismadb.user API limit.find unique where user ID is equal to user ID like this. If there is no user API limit, or if there is user API limit and the current count is less than max free counts. So if the user has not used up all of their counts, or if they never even created their first generation, meaning that they don't have this user API limit, in that case, we're gonna return true, meaning they can still use our app. But if user has passed the free count, in that case, we're going to return false, meaning that we have to block the user from using our API. Great. And now that we have these two, we are ready to add them to our routes and actually protect them. So let's go ahead and do that next. So let's go inside of our conversation, for example. So I'm going to go into app, API, inside conversation, route TS right here. And I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to import increment API limit and check API limit from add/lib API-limit like this. And after I check for these messages right here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to check whether we are on a free trial. So const free trial is equal to await check API limit like this. Great. And now if we have passed the free trial, so question mark free trial, in that case, we're going to return new next response, free trial has expired like this. And let's give it a status of 403. So the status of 403 is really important because this is the status that we are going to recognize on the front end and know, okay, we have to trigger a pro subscription model. So make sure you return a status of 403 in this case if there is no free trial available. Great. And in case this passes, we're going to normally generate the response and then we're going to run await increase API limit like this. Great. So let's go ahead and test this now. But the best way to test this is to keep your Prisma Studio running in the same place. So I'm going to go ahead and click plus right here. So I have two terminals and I'm going to run npx Prisma Studio like this. And now it's running right here. Great. So I have both of my terminals running now. And let's check this. So make sure that you are in your conversation right here, make sure that you have nothing inside of your user API limit. So select user API limit from here. Great. And let's check now. So I'm going to write, I don't know, hello, how are you? Like this. Let's wait for the response from ChatGPT. Great. So it has responded. And let's see if I refresh right now. I think I should have, great, there we go. You can see that I have my user API limit and it's linked to my Clerk user ID and the count is 1. So let's try another one. This is a test. Let's see if that is going to increase our limit. Let's go ahead and refresh again. There we go. Count is now 2. So I'm going to just zoom in so you can see count is 2. And I'm going to go ahead and just try a couple of more times till we reach the count of 5 and see what happens then. Let's see. So I just pasted a couple of messages. I'm going to refresh. There we go. Now it says that count is 5. And if I'm correct, we should now get an error saying that free trial has expired. So I'm going to go ahead in my network right here and I'm going to write expired and click generate, and there we go. You can see this time it didn't work and we got a 403 that free trial has expired. Great job. You officially implemented API limits for your users. What we have to do next is we have to connect them with Stripe to actually check whether the user is in pro or not, but we're gonna do that slowly. What I want to do now is I want to add this code for checking free trials into all of our routes. So let's go ahead and let's copy this and let's go inside of code next right here. So I'm going to add that here inside of code like that. I'm going to go back inside of conversation and I'm going to check for free trial and the if clause for the free trial. And I'm going to paste that after this messages right here. And then all I'm going to do is just await increase API limit after I give the response. So make sure you are doing this in code route. Great. So now that we have that, copy this again and let's go into the next one. So we did code and conversation. Now let's do image right here. So I'm going to add it right here. Let's go ahead and let's copy this check for the free trial like that. So after we check for resolution, let's do it right here. And after we do the response, await increase API limit like this. Great. So copy this again. Let's go to the next one. Let's go to the music right here. Let's paste this like that. Let's copy this code for checking the free trial, and after the prompt, go ahead and paste it here, and after the response, await increase API limit like that. Perfect. Go ahead and copy this one more time, and let's put that into the video as well. So after the prompt, check, whoops, my apologies. So first we have to paste this import, and then let's go ahead and copy this free trial check. And after the prompt, let's give it right here. There we go. And of course, let's not forget to increase the API limit. So await increase API limit like that. Perfect. So now every single one of our AIs is protected. So if I try image generation, for example, it will immediately fail. You can see that it's not generating anything. And the same thing is true for video. Yes, it's failing too. And piano as well, and code generation as well. So all of them works. And if you go in Prisma Studio and modify this count to, I don't know, 3 and click Save Changes, and then go ahead and try conversation, it should work normally because our max count is 5. And you can, of course, change that in the constants file. So you can change max free counts to 10 if you want to. Great job. What we're going to do next is we're going to go to the front end and add the counter here into the sidebar. And then we're going to go ahead and handle the 403 error in each of our components here, so we can display a nice model. Let's build the front-end interface, which is going to show the amount of free generations we have in this sidebar right here. So let me just remind you what I have open. So in my terminals right here, in the first one I have the app running, and in the second one I run npx Prisma Studio. So make sure you run this command right here, and make sure you visit Prisma Studio on localhost 55555. So I have that opened right here in my second tab, and as you can see right now I am on count 4. So it doesn't matter what count you are on, but just go ahead and reset this to 0 and click Save One Change so you can develop the same way I am. So just refresh again, make sure this is 0, and refresh here as well. Great. So what we are going to do now is we're going to add another action inside of our API limit lib. So go into the lib folder and go inside API-limit right here. I'm going to expand this, and alongside our check API limit and increase API limit, we're going to add another one. And this is going to be called get API limit count. So export const get API limit count like this is going to be an asynchronous arrow function, which is also going to use user ID from auth. Whoops. We already have it, so no need to import anything. We already have this out from Clerk Next.js. Great. If we don't have a user ID, in that case, you can just return 0. And now we're going to go ahead and try and fetch the user API limit model. So const user API limit is equal to await prisma.db.user API limit.find unique like this, where user ID like this. Great. And if there is no user API limit, that means the user has never run a generation before, meaning that we can also return 0 because they haven't used any of their free counts. Otherwise, we are going to return user API limit.count like this. Great. And now what we have to do is we have to run this action inside a server component so we can pass it in our sidebar component, which is a client component. So let's go ahead, let's go inside of our app folder, inside dashboard route group, and go ahead and select the layout inside the dashboard folder right here. So make sure you are in dashboard layout and not in any other layout, because we have 2 layouts. So make sure you're not in this one. Go ahead in the dashboard folder and select that layout right here. Now let's go ahead and let's add this. So const API limit count is equal to await get API limit count like this, and make sure you import get API limit count from /lib API limit. And we have an error because we are trying to use await inside of an arrow function, which is not asynchronous. So just make sure you mark this as an asynchronous layout like this. And now we're going to use this API limit count, and we're going to pass it into the sidebar as a prop. So go ahead and write API limit count with a capital C like this, and just paste that here and save. We have a type error here because our sidebar component does not accept this prop. So go ahead inside of your components folder, inside sidebar right here, and let's go ahead and let's modify our interface, actually create our interface so it can accept that here. So let's go ahead and write interface sidebar props like that, and just write API limit count to be a number like this, and then go ahead and extract API limit count from our props, and just let's give it a type of sidebar props like that, and you can give it a default value of 0 so it's easier to work with. Great. Now that we have that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go all the way to the bottom, and I'm going to find this last div here, and before this all ends, I'm going to add a new component called free counter like this. So it's a component that we don't have yet. It's going to be a self-closing component, and we're going to create it in a second. But first, let's go ahead and pass API limit count to it right here. So what we are doing is we are fetching the API limit count in a server component because our server components have access to Prisma right here. And then we are using that to pass it as a prop to Sidebar, which is a client component. So that's why we need to do that. That's why we could not fetch it inside of here. And then we are using it from here to pass it to this new component called free counter. So let's go ahead and let's create that component now. So inside of your components folder, create a new file called free-counter.tsx like this. Let's go ahead and write export const free counter like this, and return a div saying free counter like that. Now you can go back inside of your sidebar component and import the free counter from /free counter like this, or you can modify it to be from components like this. So I'm just going to move this right here, and I'm also going to move my icons up here with the global imports. There we go. So now you should not have an error besides this type error right here. And if you expand your sidebar, you should see the text free counter in the lower bottom corner. Great. Now I'm actually going to try and keep my sidebar expanded like this, so make sure you're on desktop view when you're working with this. Later on, we're also going to have to add that to our mobile sidebar, but for now, we're going to wrap up the desktop, so make sure you are seeing this on desktop view. Great. Now let's go back inside of our free counter and let's create an interface for this. So interface free counter props is going to take API limit count, which is a type of number as well, like that. Let's go ahead and let's extract API limit count like that, and let's give it a type of free counter props and give it a default value of 0 like that. Now let's go ahead and do a simple trick which is going to prevent this from causing any hydration errors. So const mounted set mounted is going to be use state from React, and default is going to be false. So we automatically need to mark this as a client component like this. But it's also not going to throw any errors if you don't write use client. The reason for that is because we're only using this free counter component inside another client component. So when you add a component to a client component and don't explicitly mark it here, it's also going to be a client component. But if I were to put this inside a server component, without this sign, it will be a server component, and this is going to throw an error. So that's why it's still safe to mark this as use client. Great. Now let's go ahead and write a use effect here, also from React. And we're just going to set mounted to true like that. And if we are not mounted, in that case, just return null. So this way, this is not going to be rendered on the server, meaning that it's not going to cause any hydration errors. Great. Now let's go ahead and let's actually style this. So I'm going to give this div a class name of px3 like this. And inside, I'm going to add a card element from /UI card, or you can move that to /components like I'm going to do. There we go. So now we have the card ready here. Let's go ahead and give this card a class name of bg-y/10 and border-0. Great. And inside, I'm going to create a card content component. So I also imported that from /components UI card. Let's give this a class name of py-6 like this. And now you can see how I have a small rounded element right here in the lower corner. Great. Now inside, I'm going to create a div with a class name of text-center, text-sm, text-white, margin bottom 4 and space -y -2 like that. And inside of that div, I'm going to go ahead and open a paragraph where I'm going to go ahead and write the current API limit count like this, which you can see is 0 right here. The reason it's 0 is because that is in my database right here. It's 0. So you can see how it changes once we increase it. And I'm going to write API limit count. I'm going to add a slash. And now I'm going to render how many counts are available. So for that, we're going to use our constant max_free counts. So make sure you import that from /constants like this. So now it's going to write 0 out of 5 right here in your corner and just add a text free generations like this. So now it says 0 out of 5 free generations. Great. And what we have to do now is we have to add another component from chat-cn UI. So let's go ahead. Let's visit the documentation right here and go into components and find the progress component right here. As you can see, let's see how we can install that. So using this npx chat-cn UI add latest add progress, I'm going to copy this as npm. I'm going to go ahead in my terminal right here. I'm going to shut down the app for now. And I'm going to go ahead and run this command right here. So I'm just going to expand so you can see npx chat-cn-ui add latest add progress right here and confirm the installation. After that has been finished, go ahead and run the app again. So I'm going to close this. I'm going to expand my screen a bit and I'm going to refresh my application here. Great, now that we have that, just below this paragraph right here, go ahead and add progress from /UI progress. So don't accidentally import it from Radix. You need to import it from /UI progress, or you already know what I'm going to do. I'm going to rename these to components because I like to be consistent. Great, now that we have the progress, let's go ahead and let's give it some values. So it's going to have a class name of h-3, so I want it to be a bit thinner, and I'm going to give it a value of API limit count divided by max free counts times 100 like this. Beautiful. And one more thing I'm going to do outside of this div encapsulating our paragraph and our progress, but still inside of card content, is I'm going to add a button component from /UI button. And you already know I'm going to remove these two components like that. There we go. So now we have the button right here, and let's go ahead and write upgrade right here, and let's give it an icon of Zap from Lucid React. So make sure you import Zap from Lucid React, and I'm going to move this to the top right here. Great. Let's give this Zap a class name of w-4, h-4, margin left -2, and fill -white like that. Beautiful. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to give this a class name of w-full. And one thing I want to do is I want to make this upgrade button look a bit special. I want to give this a gradient. I want to make this look more different than all the others buttons, right? Because this is our upgrade button. So what I could technically do is just modify the background in the class name. But since I want to reuse this button in our model as well, I think it's cool that we utilize the fact that this button component is actually inside of our components folder. And we can freely add our own variant to it. So let's see how we can do that. I'm going to close everything, and I'm going to go inside of my components folder, inside UI, and I'm going to find this button.tsx. So we already took a look at this when I added it in the beginning of the video. But what we're going to do now is we're going to add another variant right here. So the same way as default, destructive, outline, secondary, ghost, and link exist, we're going to go ahead and after link, or whatever is your last one, go ahead and add premium, or whatever you want. You can name this absolutely anything. And let's go ahead and give it a value of bg-gradient-2 right like this. Let's give it a from-indigo 500 via-purple-500 to-pink-500 text-white and border-0 like this. So I'm going to expand this so you can see how it looks in one line. Even more. Okay, I can't expand it that much, but I can do this. So bg gradient to write from indigo 500 via purple 500 to pink 500, text white and border 0, like this. And now let's go ahead back inside of our free counter component right here. I expand this so you can see the sidebar on desktop, and go ahead and give this button a variant of premium. You can see how it also auto-completes. And once I save, there we go. You can see how premium this button now looks. And now let's actually go ahead and check if this counter is working. So I'm going to go ahead and refresh everything, and I'm going to go ahead and, well, repeat one of these questions. It doesn't really matter. And let's see if this is going to increase right here. So Genius is thinking, and there we go. It says that I've used up 1 out of 5 of my free generations, and my counter right here is starting to fill. But why is this working? How did it automatically refill? Well, let me explain that to you. So what are we doing? Where are we fetching this information? We're fetching that inside a server component called layout.tsx right here. So we are calling await API limit count. The only thing that is doing is calling Prisma. So how did it know to refresh once I did this generation? What made it update the values, right? Well, let me explain what. Let's go inside of the app folder, dashboard, routes, conversation, page.tsx right here. And let's take a look at what we do once we submit. So you can see that in the try block, we actually call the API request, and then we just assign the data. So nothing in here actually refetches the server component. But in our finally block, this is what I told you I was going to explain later. This is router.refresh. So router.refresh is used to rehydrate all server components fetching the newest data. So once you do router.refresh, it doesn't really matter where you are. All server components are going to get refetched with new data from the database. So that's why I think it's really cool to work with server and client components in Next.js. Perfect, so that's why it works. So if you don't have this in your finally block, you're probably not getting any updates. So make sure you have this in every single on submit in our in all of our apps right here. But since we copied and pasted the code, I have it everywhere. Great, amazing job. We of course could change this color a little bit. I think it looks kind of weird. So let me see if we can do that quickly. So what we can actually do is we can change both this progress color and the color of our primary buttons in a color that you saw in the intro video, which is a light purple color. So in order to do that, let's go ahead and let's close everything, and let's go inside of our app folder and find globals.css right here. Now inside the layer base root right here, go ahead and find the -- primary. So this is an HSL value right here, and I'm going to modify it to the color that I like. So I'm going to remove all this in primary, and I'm going to write 248, 90% and 66% like this. And I'm going to save. And look at this. Now you can see that my button is light purple, and you can see that my progress bar is light purple as well. Perfect. So that's exactly what I wanted. Beautiful job. You just finished the counter. And now what we're going to do is we're going to add a pro model, which opens and then finally connects to Stripe. Now let's create our premium model, which is going to open when we click on upgrade or when we fill up our generations, and then get a 403 error when we try a generation. So in order to do that, first we have to install a package called toStand. So let's go ahead and let's go inside of our terminal right here. And go ahead and run npm install toStand like this. Wait a couple of seconds for it to install and run the app again and refresh if you've shut it down. And now let's go ahead and create a hooks folder in the root of our application, like this. And inside create a new file called use-pro-model.tsx, like this. Go ahead and import create from, not from the main, but from toStand. And just let's go ahead and write an interface for our model. So interface use pro model store, like this. It's gonna have is open, which is a boolean, on open, which is a void, and on close, which is a void as well. And now let's go ahead and write export const use pro model to be create go ahead and open pointy brackets, use pro model store, go ahead and open parentheses again, write the set prop, write an arrow function, which is going to immediately return an object like this. It is open default value to false, on open is going to be an arrow function, which is going to call the set prop, which we extracted right here, and it's going to set an object is open to be true like that. Go ahead and copy and paste that, rename this to onClose, and this one is going to set is open to false like this. So this gives us global state controls for opening and closing the model from wherever we want. Now let's go ahead and let's create a provider for our model, because it's going to have to be rendered carefully so we don't cause any hydration errors. So in components right here, create a new file called model-provider.tsx like this. And inside, go ahead and mark this as use client, that's important, and export const model provider like this. Go ahead and add is mounted, set is mounted from use state, which is from React, give it a default value of false. Go ahead and add use effect like this. And set is mounted to true inside. And if it's not mounted, in that case, return null like this. Otherwise, return a fragment. And let's go ahead and add pro model inside, which of course does not exist yet. So let's go ahead and let's quickly create our pro model. So inside of components, create a new file called pro-model.tsx, export const pro model like this. And I'm just going to return a div saying pro model like this for now, and go ahead and mark this as use client just to be safe. And now go back inside the model provider and import the pro model from /pro model or /components pro model like this. Now we have to add this model provider to our layout application. So let's go ahead and let's go inside of layout of our app. So not inside dashboard, but inside of our app right here. So this main layout, root layout file. And inside of the body, let's go ahead and collapse this. And just above the children, let's add model provider from /components model provider like this. There we go. So now we have the model provider here, and you can see the text pro model right here. We are of course going to modify this to actually work as a model. So in order to do that, we're going to have to go and add another chat-cn component, and that component is going to be called dialog right here. So you can see how this is going to look like. Great. So this is the command we are going to need. npx chat-cn UI at latest add dialog. I'm going to copy this as npm, go inside of my terminal, and I'm going to run npx chat-cn UI add latest add dialog like this. So just press enter and confirm this installation, and then you can go ahead and run your application again. Great. So I'm going to expand this and I'm going to refresh this. Okay, and now let's go ahead and let's replace this div with dialog component from /UI dialog. So make sure you don't accidentally import this from Redux like this. And you already know I'm going to rename this to /components. There we go. And now let's give it a default value of open like this. And now let's add dialog content from add/components dialog. So again, make sure you have no Radix imports inside. I'm already going to collapse this so they all import in that manner. And inside of dialog content, add a dialog header, also from UI dialog like this. And inside, add a dialog title from components UI dialog again. And give this a class name of flex justify -center items -center flex -col gap -y -4 and padding bottom to like this. And let's just write upgrade to genius like this. And there we go. Now you should see a model right here, but you can see that our sidebar is actually of a higher Z index than our model. So let's quickly fix that by going back inside of our sidebar component right here, and let's see what's going on here. Or maybe it's not the sidebar. I think it actually might be our layout file. So go ahead inside of dashboard inside layout right here, and there we go. So we put this z index, but I think we don't actually need it. So yes, you can see how now the model is above our layout right here. Great, so I'm going to use that. And now I'll go safely back inside of the Pro model right here. And before we do anything, let's actually connect this to our two-stand store which we created. So go ahead and let's add the Pro model controls here. So const Pro model is equal use Pro model from add/hooks use Pro model. And you're going to change this hard-coded open to be Pro model.isOpen like this. And you're going to change on open change to be Pro model.onClose like this. Great. So now you can go ahead and go inside of your use Pro model, for example, and change the default value of isOpen to true. And that is going to open your model. So just do that for now, so your model is visible, so you can see what you're developing. If you change it to false, it's going to go away. So just bring it back to true, or you can even refresh if it's not working. Great. So now that you have that, and we have these controls here, let's go ahead and let's add another library, another component from ShadCN called badge. So I'm going to go ahead inside badge right here, and I'm going to add npx ShadCN UI at latest add badge. So I'm going to expand this a bit more so terminal is better of better visibility. And there we go. So npx ShadCN UI at latest add badge like this, and just confirm the installation and run your app again. Great. So I'm going to expand this. I'm going to refresh this. Make sure the app is running correctly. There we go. So now alongside this upgrade to Genius, just below that add a badge component from ./UI badge. And I'm going to rename that to /components badge like this. And inside of that badge, go ahead and write pro like this. And now let's go ahead and give it a class name of uppercase dash text dash, uppercase like this, text dash sm, and padding y1 like this. Great. And now what I want to do is I want to create a div right here, encapsulating both of these items here. And I want to give this a class name, flex items dash center like this. I'll make sure it's class name like this. So flex items dash center, gap dash x dash 2, font dash bold, py dash 1 like this. There we go. And I want this badge to be of a gradient similar to what we have inside of this upgrade button. So I want it to look similar. So let's go ahead and do that. So just refresh your page if you close the model and make sure that your default value here is true. We are of course going to change this to false later, but just for development part, it's easier to do it like this. So what we're going to do now is we're going to go inside of our components UI and find the badge component right here. And the same thing we did with the button. We're going to add another variant here called premium like this. It's going to be bg-gradient-2-r from-indigo-500 via-purple-500 to-pink-500 and text.primary-foreground. Like this, and also border -0. And now let's go back inside of our Pro model here and let's give this badge a variant of premium like this. There we go. Now it looks much nicer. So basically in the badge we added the same value we have in our button component, right? So this is the premium variant that we added right here, and then we used it in the Pro model variant premium like this. Great job. Now let's go back and let's focus on the Pro model here. So let's add some content inside. So just outside of dialog content, right, of dialog title right here, let's go ahead and add dialog description right here. And yes, I accidentally imported it from Radix dialog, so make sure you don't do that. You have to import it from components UI dialog like that. So dialog description component here. Inside, give it a class name of text-center pt-2 space-y-2 text-sync-900 and font-medium like this. And inside we are going to iterate over our over our tools. So we're gonna get the tools from the dashboard. So go ahead and find the dashboard page. So routes, dashboard page.tsx, and you can either add this to global constants or copy it. You can find a smarter way if you want to, but I'm just gonna go ahead and copy this tools constant for now. So make sure you are in dashboard, routes, dashboard page, find the constant tools, copy this, and you can just paste it inside of the Pro model, just like this, right? And I'm also going to copy all of the icons from this page right here. So I'm going to copy this imports from Lucid React, and I'm going to go ahead and paste them here. And the only one we don't need is arrow right, like this. And we're actually not going to need the href at all in any of this, because we're not going to redirect from anywhere. We're just going to display all of the tools available in Pro of our application. Great. So inside the dialog description now, go ahead and write tools.map, individual tool, like that. And let's go ahead and add a card from that ./UI card, or rename it to /components, like this. Great. Let's go ahead and give it some properties. So key is going to be tool.href, like this. Sorry, not href, it's gonna be is it label? Yes, like this. Let's add a class name here, p-3 border-black/5 flex items-center and justify -between, like this. Great. Inside of that, create a new div with the class name of flex items-center and gap-x-4. Make sure you don't misspell class name like I did. Great. Inside of that, create a new div with a class name, which is going to be dynamic. So cn, make sure you import that from as/libutils. So as I did right here, we have the cn here. Open parentheses. Let's write a default class of w6 and h. My apologies. No, the first dynamic class is p-2 w-fit and rounded-md, and the dynamic class is tool.bgcolor, like that. And then inside, we're gonna go ahead and render tool.icon, which is a self-closing tag, and give it a class name, which is also dynamic. So cn w-6 h-6, and dynamic is going to be tool.color, like this. There we go. So now we have all the icons of our tools here. Great. And outside of this div encapsulating our icon, create a new div and render tool.label inside. Let's just go ahead and give this a class name, font-semi-bold and text-sm, like this. Great. And outside of this div right here, but still inside of the card, we're going to add an icon check from Lucid React. So the check should now appear at the end. So make sure you've imported check from Lucid React alongside this import which we copied from the dashboard. And let's give this a class name of text-primary and w-5 and h-5, like this. There we go. Great. Now that we have that, let's go ahead and add dialog footer from add/components UI dialogs. So make sure you have imported that right here. And let's go ahead and add a button from ./UI button, or you can rename it to components UI button, like this. And inside, we're going to write upgrade like this, and we're going to add a zap icon from Lucid React. So the same thing we did in our sidebar, like this. Give it a class name of w-4, h-4, margin left 2, and fill-white, like this. And now let's go ahead and give some props here. So size is going to be large, variant is going to be premium, and class name is going to be w-full, like this. Great. And what we are going to do now, actually, well, we're going to go ahead and we are going to change the way we open the Pro model. So now we can close everything and go inside our use Pro model store and change the value of is open to false, like this. And let's find proper ways to open this model. So the first thing I want to do is I want to open it when I click upgrade in the sidebar. So for that, let's go inside of our components, not inside of UI. So I'm going to close everything so it's easier. And I'm going to try and expand this. So Just be patient for a second. All right, so inside of components, inside of free counter right here, we have this button which says upgrade. So what we are going to do is we are going to add a constant pro model to be use pro model just above our mounted use state here, and make sure you import the use pro model from add/hooks use pro model like this. Great, and now that you have that pro model, you're gonna add an on click here to this button to say pro model.onOpen like this. And now when I click on the upgrade, you can see that it shows this upgrade to Genius right here. Great. And now what we have to do is we have to add the pro model to open every time we capture a 403 error. So let's go ahead and do that now. So there are certainly different ways you can do this. You can find one middleware which is going to look for 403 errors, but let's do it the simplest way for now. I'm gonna go inside of my dashboard. I'm gonna find the conversation app first. I'm gonna go inside of page.tsx, and there we go. We wrote a to-do here, open pro model. So we're gonna search through all of our to-dos and we're gonna add open pro model wherever we need to do that. So what I want to do now is in this catch form, we have to check if the error is a 403. So I'm going to remove this, and I'm going to remove this as well. And I'm going to write if error question mark response question mark status is identical to 403. In that case, we're going to open the pro model. So first we have to add the pro model. So just above the router, const pro model is equal use pro model from add/hooks use pro model like this. And now in here, in this if block, just go ahead and run pro model.onOpen like this. Great. And make sure you add question marks here, because errors can be, we don't have a guarantee that it's always going to be this 403 error, which we are expecting. It can be any error, and it could be, it could have a different structure. So that's why I'm putting question marks, because this is one of the options that I know might happen. And if that option happens, we have to open the pro model. So let me just explain when this happens. So if you go inside of your conversation route, you can see that if you don't have a free trial, in that case, we throw a next response error with a 403 status. So that's why it's very important that you put a 403 here. Please make sure that wherever you do in this if block, if there is no free trial, throw a 403 error. That is very, very important. So now let's go ahead and let's try and fill this up. So I'm just gonna ask it a couple of questions. So it fills up this free generations right here on the bottom until we get to 5 out of 5. Or you can simply go to Prisma and increase it here as well if you want to. This seems to be taking its time. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. So in here, I'm going to increase it to 5 out of 5 and click save. And now each of my requests should throw an error. So you can see I have a 505 here. I'm going to go ahead and write test inside. And there we go. So we caught the 403 error and we opened a model. So if this is not working for you, let's go ahead and check everything you need to do. First of all, make sure that you are in the dashboard routes conversation page.tsx. Make sure that you are in the onSubmit function. Make sure that you catch the error and that you check for error.response.status 403. Next, make sure that in the equivalent API, sorry, this is for code. So the equivalent route conversation route.ts, make sure that you're actually throwing a 403 status if there is no free trial. There we go. So you can see how amazing this looks. Perfect. And now we have to do that for all others as well. So the simple way we can do that is if you copied and pasted the code we did, I'm just gonna search for to do like this, and you can see that I have all the places where I need to add a pro model. But in case you didn't add the comment, don't worry, I'm gonna show you exactly where this is. So let's see, click on this one and I'm gonna show you exactly what that is. So go inside of your dashboard, routes, code, page.tsx right here. And I'm also gonna open the conversation just so I can copy and paste stuff. So inside of the catch function, I'm just going to copy this if clause right here, and I'm going to replace this console log and this right here. And of course, we have to add the pro model. So let's go to the top of the code page right here, add const pro model to be use pro model from hooks, use pro model like this. Let's go ahead and let's check code generation now. So if I try something inside, There we go. I have a model here as well. Perfect. Now let's go ahead, and I'm already going to copy this. Okay, let's go ahead and go to the next one. So this is routes. Which one is it? Where am I? Image. Okay, so this is routes image page.tsx. Go inside of here, replace this. There we go. Let's add the pro model. So const like this. There we go. Let's test out the image generation. Works as well. Great. Now let's do either video or music generation. So let's see what we are here. So music, let's do music first. So same thing here. I'm just gonna copy and paste it from here. So remove the comment and the console log in the catch block and add the pro model to the top. So const pro model is use pro model like this. There we go. I'm already gonna copy it, and let's just test if music is protected as well. So I'm gonna write anything here. There we go. The pro model has opened. And now let's go ahead and finish the last one, which is video route. So go inside of your video folder, page.tsx right here. And just go ahead and paste this here and add a pro model one last time. There we go. Perfect. And now if we test the video, there we go, works as well. One thing that I think it's not working is the mobile sidebar. So if I test it right here, there we go. Here it says 0 out of 5 free generations, but on desktop it says 5 out of 5. So why is that happening? Well, that's because we did not pass the API count from our dashboard to our mobile sidebar. So let's go ahead and let's see how we can fix that. So what we have to do is we have to go inside of our components inside navbar right here. And this is a server component, meaning that we can fetch stuff from here and don't have to prop drill through dashboard layout like we did with the sidebar. So inside your navbar component, where you hold the mobile sidebar and the user button, so it's located here in components navbar right here. You can go ahead and write const API limit count to be await get API limit count from /lib API limit. Of course, we have an error that we are using await in an arrow function, which is not asynchronous. So just mark this navbar as asynchronous like this. Now, when we have this API limit count, you can go ahead and pass it to mobile sidebar as API limit count like this. Now go ahead and inside of your mobile sidebar, so mobile sidebar inside the components folder right here, let's go ahead and create an interface. So interface mobile sidebar props. It's gonna take API limit count, which is a type of number. Let's go ahead and let's extract API limit count and let's give it a prop type of mobile sidebar props like this. And now that we have the API limit count, we can just pass that to this sidebar inside of sheet content right here. There we go. And now our mobile sidebar works perfectly as well. Great job. What we are going to do next is actual Stripe connection and subscription creation. So in order to integrate Stripe, first thing we have to do is create a Stripe account. So go to stripe.com or Google Stripe and go ahead and find a way to log in or create an account. So I already have that. So I'm going to go ahead and just enter my dashboard. Once you're inside, you're going to see a screen similar to this. So what we want to do is you want to find this top right corner and you want to click create a new account right here, or maybe this was what you initially did. So if you already did that, fine. But since I already have this account, my screen is a bit different. So I'm going to name this AI SaaS tutorial like this. And I'm going to click create an account right here. So now what we have to do is we have to copy our API keys. So go ahead and click for API keys for developers, or if you don't have this screen, so let me just zoom in. So if you don't have this screen, API keys for developers, you can just click for developers here and basically you can find it somewhere. So there we go. You have the publishable key and you have the secret key right here. So you need to use this secret key. So just click on this eye and there we go, click to copy like this. And once you copied it, so make sure it's this secret key right here. Copy that and then go inside of your .environment file like this. and you can paste it anywhere. So at the bottom, I'm going to write Stripe underscore API underscore key like this. There we go. Great. So now that we have that, leave this open because we are going to need to create some webhooks later. So don't close it just yet, but we are not going to do anything more for now. Great. What I want to do now is I want to install a package for Stripe. So go inside of your terminal and run npm install Stripe like this. There we go. And run the application again. Now I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to create a library for Stripe. So go inside your lib folder and create a new file called stripe.ts. Go ahead and import Stripe from Stripe like this and export const Stripe to be new Stripe. And instead, inside you're going to use the process.environment. Of course, you're going to use the key that you pasted here. So Stripe underscore API key and just paste it here like this. And this gives an error. So just go ahead and open an object here. And to fix this error, you can either use pipe string or you can use exclamation point like this. Great. So inside, I'm going to use the API version of 2022 11.15 like this. And TypeScript is going to be true like this. Perfect. And now what I want to do is I want to create a route for my Stripe. But before I do that, I actually have to go in my schema Prisma and create a new model for user subscription. So let's do that first. Let's go inside of Prisma, schema.prisma, and the same way we did with model user API limit, we're going to create model user subscription like this. We're going to have an ID of string, which is going to be an ID, and the default value is going to be CUID like this. We're going to have user ID, which is going to come from Clerk, which is string and unique. We're going to have Stripe customer ID like this, which is going to be an optional string, is going to be unique, and we're going to map it to this name, Stripe underscore customer underscore ID. So this is a way that we can access this both through this Pascal case. Actually, I'm not sure. Sorry, I said Pascal case, but I'm not sure what's the proper name of this one. So we can either access it using these underscores, which is what Stripe API uses, or using this camel case that we are used to in JavaScript right here. So that's why we are doing this map right here. Great. And now we're going to repeat this for Stripe subscription ID, which is also a string, unique, map, name, Stripe underscore subscription underscore ID. And we have Stripe price ID, which is also an optional string. It's not unique, so this one is just map, name, Stripe underscore price underscore ID, and Stripe current period end, which is an optional date time, and map that to name, Stripe underscore current underscore period underscore end like this. Perfect. So let me just search for Stripe to see if we misspelled anything. Okay, so Stripe customer ID seems correct. Stripe subscription ID seems correct. Stripe price ID seems correct. And the map should be the same thing we have here, but separated with underscores. Great. So make sure you didn't do any misspells here. Subscription, subscription, customer, customer, price, price. Everything seems fine. Current period end. I think this is fine. Great. And what do we have to do every time we modify our schema Prisma? Well, we have to first shut down the application, run npx prisma generate. So we add that to our node modules, and then npx prisma db push. So we push that to planet scale. And once you do npx prisma db push, you can go ahead and run your application again. If you want to, you can reset the Prisma Studio just in case. So I'm doing this in my other terminal. So I'm running the app here, but I run Prisma Studio in my other terminal. And now if you go here and if you close this user API limit, you can see that we have user subscription as a model now as well. So you can prepare that here, right? So just go ahead and select user subscription and there should be no results inside. Great. Now that we have that, let's go ahead and let's create a route, which is actually going to create our subscriptions. Great. Let's go inside of app folder, inside of API right here, and go ahead and create a new folder called Stripe. And inside of that, create a new file, route.ts, like this. Let's go ahead and let's import auth and current user from Clerk Next.js. Let's go ahead and import next response from next server. Let's import Prisma DB from lib Prisma DB. Let's import Stripe from lib Stripe, like this. And let's import one util that we have to create. So what we are going to do is remove this import for now and go back inside of your lib, inside of utils right here, and go ahead and just write export function absolute URL path is going to be string, like this, and just return backticks like this. Go ahead and open the special object and write process.environment.next_public_app_URL, and then append the path from the prop right here. So why do we need this? What is this exactly? Well, first thing, let's add this to our environment variable so we can discuss it further. I'm going to go inside of my .environment. I'm going to add this, and it's going to be http://localhost 3000, like this. So make sure that you don't add a backslash at the end, and make sure that this is the actual route that you're running your application on. So for me, it's localhost 3000. If for you is something different, then make sure that you use that. Great. So why am I doing this? Well, that's because what you will see that when we build this Stripe route right here, it's going to need to take a return URL, and the return URL cannot be just /settings or /dashboard. It needs to be an absolute URL, because Stripe has no idea what application it's using or where it's hosted. So that's why we need to give it an explicit absolute URL so it knows how to go back to our website. So obviously in production, we're going to have to change this to our actual URL. And now we can import that absolute URL from lib utils, like this. Great. And now let's create the settings URL. So const settings URL is going to be absolute URL, like this, and it's going to go to /settings, like this, with 2 T's. So what this is going to generate is going to call localhost 3000/settings. So /settings. So just make sure that you don't put a slash here, because then it's going to be /settings. That's not something we want. So make sure it doesn't have a trailing slash at the end. Great. And now that we have that, let's go ahead and write export asynchronous function get, like this. Let's open a try method inside. And while we are already here, let's do the catch first. So catch error console log. Oops. So go ahead and log Stripe error like this, and the error like that, and return new next response internal error with a status of 500, like this. Great. And now let's go ahead and let's first extract the user ID from auth, which we imported at the top. And let's get the user from await current user, which we also imported from Clerk. If there is no user, if there is no user ID, or if there is no user, return new next response unauthorized with a status of 401, like this. Great. Now let's go ahead and try and find current user subscription. Const user subscription is equal to await prisma.db.user subscription. So again, if you're getting a curly red line here, or your Prisma did not autocomplete the user subscription, make sure that you have the user subscription in your schema Prisma. Make sure you didn't misspell it. Make sure you did npx prisma db push and npx prisma generate. And if that is still not working, you can just reload your entire VS Code and then try again. Great. So await prisma.db.user-subscription.find unique, like this, where user ID, like this. So we're going to find a subscription based on the currently logged in user ID. If there is a user subscription already, and if there is user subscription dot stripe customer ID. In that case, once user points to this API route, we don't want to create a checkout page. Instead, we want to redirect the user to the billing page so that they can cancel their active subscription. In order to do that, we're going to write const stripe session is equal to await stripe.billing portal.sessions.create like this. And inside of this object, let's give it a customer user subscription dot stripe customer ID, and return URL is going to be settings URL, which we defined right here. That's the absolute URL thing. Great. So once the user finishes doing whatever they want on the billing portal, they're going to be returned to localhost 3000/settings, which for now is a 404 in our project, but don't worry, we're going to fix that later. Great. So we have our Stripe session, and what we have to do still inside of this if block is actually return that back. So return new next response like this, JSON.stringify like that, URL Stripe session.url like this. Perfect. And now that we have that, let's see what happens if we don't have a Stripe subscription. So if we don't have a Stripe subscription, we want to create another form of Stripe session. So go ahead and write const Stripe session again, but this time we're going to use await stripe.checkout.sessions.create. So we're not going to create a billing portal, but a checkout session because it's users' first time subscribing to our application. We're going to give it a success URL to be settings URL, but it's also going to be the cancel URL. So we don't really care for our application. It can be the same. Payment method types are going to be an array, and I'm only going to accept credit card. Mode is going to be subscription like this. Billing address in collection is going to be auto. Customer email is going to be user.email addresses. So this is from Clerk. So this user object comes from Clerk right here. So Clerk has an array of email addresses, and we're just going to pick the first one like this .email address like that. And line underscore items is going to be an array inside with just one object. So this is going to be our product, and it's going to have price underscore data, which is an object. Currency is going to be US dollars. Product underscore data is going to be another object with the name of Genius Pro, and description is going to be unlimited AI generations like that. Perfect. So we finished up price data. Actually, we haven't. So we finished up product data. Now we have to add the unit underscore amount, which is going to be 2000. So this is equivalent to $20. And we're going to add the recurring option because this is a subscription to be on a monthly interval like this. Great. And lastly, let's just give it a quantity of 1. So quantity is part of the main line items object, not the price data object. You can see price data is a separate object for itself. So make sure you put the quantity outside of the price data object. Great. And one more thing that we have to pass outside of line items, so you can close line items. I mean, you don't have to close them, but just outside of the array, make sure that you add metadata. This is actually very important, user ID. The reason metadata user ID is important is because this is not going to create anything yet. This is only going to open the checkout page. And only after user successfully purchases our monthly subscription are we going to create a webhook, which is going to catch that and then is going to read the metadata, find the user ID, and then say, oh, okay, so this checkout, which was just completed successfully, belongs to this user ID. So it's very important that you pass that. Otherwise, users will be able to check out and subscribe to your application, but you won't know who actually subscribed and who to give subscription to. So that's why this metadata is very important. Great. So now we have that, and we can now simply do a return new next response JSON.stringify like this, URL stripe session.url like that. Perfect. So you just finished the Stripe checkout page. Great. And what I want to do now is I want to create a webhook for our Stripe. So I'm going to close everything here, and we are going to go back inside of the app folder, inside of API, and create a new folder called webhook, like this. And inside, create a new file, route.ts, like that. Perfect. So let's go ahead and let's import Stripe from Stripe. Let's go ahead and import headers from next/headers, like that. Let's import next response from next/server. Let's import Prisma DB from Prisma DB. And let's import the Stripe util that we created from as/lib_stripe. Now let's export asynchronous function post, which is going to take the request, which is a type of request. Let's go ahead and let's get the body in a form of await request.text, like this. And let's get the signature. So const signature is equal to headers.get stripe-signature as string. Now let's create a let for event, which is a type of stripe.event, like this. And now we're going to open a try and catch block right here. Okay, and let's go ahead and let's write event is equal to stripe.webhooks.construct event. We're going to pass in the body, we're going to pass in the signature, and we're going to pass in the process.environment. And you already know which one, this Stripe API key. Actually, no, my apologies. Actually, this is going to be stripe_webhook_secret, which we're going to create in a second. So we don't have this yet, but don't worry, we're gonna create it. My apologies, I thought it was the other one. Great, and let's just add a catch here for an error of any, and return new next response webhook error.message and a status of 400, like this. Great. And now that we have that, let's create the logic which is going to capture the current event. So we are only going to look for two events: the checkout session completed and invoice payment succeeded. So two events, because in our Stripe route we only do two things. We are either doing the billing portal or we are doing the checkout session. So those are two separate events. One is going to either cancel or upgrade the subscription, and the other one is going to create it for the very first time. So those are the two events that we are going to look for inside of our webhook. So let's go ahead and let's write const session is equal to event.data.object as stripe.checkout.session, like this. Great. Now let's check for the first event. So if event.type is identical to checkout.session.completed. So make sure you don't misspell any of this. In that case, let's go ahead and retrieve the subscription using Stripe. So const subscription is equal to await stripe.subscriptions.retrieve, and just pass in session.subscription as string, like this. If there is no session, $.metadata $.user ID. So that's what I was talking about. We have to pass that user ID in the metadata. But if it's not here, we don't know who this subscription belongs to. In that case, we have to throw an error. Return new next response user ID is required, like that. And let's just pass in a proper status of 400 as well. Great. If there is, we can go ahead and actually create a Prisma subscription. So await prismadb.user subscription.create, like this. And the data we are going to pass inside is going to be user ID, which is going to be session $metadata user ID. So the same one we had right here. So that's how we are going to match the currently logged in user using webhook. Because in this webhook, we cannot use Clerk because this webhook is going to be running independently from our application, right? And we're also going to have to add this webhook to public routes as well. Great, because it's going to be accessed by Stripe in a different way. Great, so that's how we get the current user ID without actually being logged in. And now we have the Stripe subscription ID, which is subscription.id. We have the Stripe customer ID, which is subscription.customer as string. We have the Stripe price ID, which is subscription.items.data, first in array because we only have one item anyway, .price.id like that. And Stripe current period end is going to be new date, which is going to take in subscription dot current underscore period underscore end times 1000 like this. Perfect. So we created a user account in case this event is run right here. Great. So let's go outside of that if function and let's check for the second one. And that is if user just upgraded their subscription and they already had one before. Maybe it has expired or something. So if event.type is identical to invoice.payment underscore succeeded. Whoops. Like this, in that case, const subscription is equal to await stripe.subscriptions.retrieve like this, session.subscription as string again, and we're simply going to update the existing user subscription. So await Prisma db.user-subscription.update where Stripe subscription ID is equal to subscription.id like this, and data is going to be Stripe price ID because we have a new price ID now because we have an entirely new subscription. So subscription.items.data first in array.price.id, and we are going to update the current period end because user just renewed their subscription. So new date and inside Stripe, subscription dot current underscore period end times 1000 like this. Perfect. And now that we have that, all we have to do is just return new next response null and the status of 200. So this is actually quite important. Make sure that you return this. It doesn't matter that we are not sending anything, but it can mess with the webhooks functionality if you don't do it properly. Great. So what we have to do now is we have to actually create this environment variable, but there is a certain way we have to do it in local development. What we have to do is we have to go back inside of Stripe and you have to click on developers right here in the corner. So make sure you click on this developers button, go inside of your webhooks here. And when you are in production, you're going to click add on endpoint, but we are local. So we're going to click test in a local environment. So first thing you have to do is download the CLI. So you can click on download the CLI right here and you can see some options on how to do that. So I'm on a MacBook, so I can just use brew. If you're on a Windows, you can go ahead and download from GitHub and run stripe.exe and a bunch of other options from Linux, Mac OS, and a bunch of other tools you might use. So make sure you have the Stripe CLI set up. And now you have to do the Stripe login. So I'm going to copy this to the clipboard. I'm going to go ahead in my terminal and I'm going to open my third terminal actually, because one runs my project, one runs my Prisma. So I'm going to add a new one, and this one is going to do Stripe login. There we go. So my pairing code is this one, and I have to click on this link right here and open it. And there we go. It's opened in my dashboard now here. And you can see that I have the very same pairing code that is in my terminal. So that way I know, okay, this is certainly mine and I can allow access to it. There we go. Now I have my access granted, and take a look at my terminal. You can see that the Stripe CLI is configured right here. Yeah, okay, so everything is correct. That's what I wanted to point out. Great, now let's go back inside of the dashboard AI right here. And what we have to do is we have to simulate listening to our webhook. So copy the second one, and you should see the completed green tag right here. So go back inside of your terminal now. copy this, and you have to modify it a little bit. So it's not localhost 4242, instead it's 3000/API/webhook. So the route which we just created, localhost 3000/API/webhook. I just want to zoom out so you can see it in one line. Stripe listen --forward--to localhost 3000/API/webhook. Press enter like this. There we go. You can see that it now says completed here as well. And now we finally got our webhook signing secret. So you can go ahead and copy this. So starting with WHSEC. So go ahead and copy this entire thing up to the last number. Make sure you don't accidentally copy some spaces. So be very precise when copying this. And then you can create this stripe_webhook secret in your environment file. So go ahead and add stripe_webhook_secret like this and just paste that in here. Just make sure there are no trailing spaces on either end. Great. So Stripe webhook secret, and just double check in the webhook that you're actually using that one. There we go. And make sure to keep this running in your terminal every time you are developing. Otherwise, your Stripe webhook is not going to work. So for now, make sure that your app is running, make sure that your Prisma Studio is running, and make sure that you have the Stripe listen forward to localhost 3000/API/webhook running as well. Perfect. So I'm going to close this now. And what we are going to do now is we're going to actually make it so that when we click on this upgrade button, it actually calls this route Stripe, which is going to either open the billing portal or open the checkout session. So let's go ahead and let's close everything and let's see how we can do that now. So let's head inside of our components, inside of our Pro model right here. I'm just going to expand this. And what we're going to add is we're going to add const on subscribe to be an arrow function, and it's going to be asynchronous like this. Go ahead and open a try and catch block. So you can just log the error here, and let's just write Stripe client error like this. And let's go ahead and just do const response is equal to Axios. So make sure you import Axios. I'm going to move it to the top of my imports all the way up, but always make sure your imports are below use client. So that's also important. Great. So we have the Axios now. So Axios is going to be .get/API/Stripe, because that is the route we created in our app folder. API, we have the Stripe folder, route TS, and you can see that it is a get method. So that's why we do axios.get/API/Stripe. And what are we going to get in this response? Well, you can take a look at that right here. So we are going to get an URL inside of an object for both cases. You can see URL at the bottom and URL in this case too. Perfect. So let's go ahead and run window.location.href is going to be equal to response.data.url. So I just realized that my VS Code automatically added await response and I didn't mention anything about it. So that's because I honestly didn't even notice this. So here is a screenshot of an alternative way you can do this. You can put await in front of axios.get, and that is a preferred way of doing this, like this. But before we do that, let's also add a loading state. So loading, set loading, use state from React, give it the default value of false. And I'm just going to move this along with the other global imports like that. And in the finally, I'm going to add set loading to false. And in the try, I'm going to add set loading to true like that. There we go. And now let's just add this on subscribe to be an on click of this button like that. Now let's go ahead and I'm going to try and click upgrade, but I'm just going to refresh first just in case. So again, make sure you have your Prisma Studio running so you can look if there are any active subscriptions here. So here I'm looking for user subscriptions in the Prisma Studio. Nothing is here. Make sure that you have your webhook running. So I'm just going to open my terminals quickly. So make sure you have this terminal running right here. Make sure you added this Stripe API webhook. And now let's go ahead and let's see if this is going to work. So I'm going to click upgrade right here, and we forgot to append the loading states to it, but there we go. You can see that it uses my email that I logged in with. You can see that it put $20 per month, unlimited AI generations. Now let's use the test credit card from Stripe, and I'm just gonna expand this so you can also keep my so you can see my terminal. So open your webhook terminal here so you can see the actions in real time here. I'm gonna add a fake Stripe credit card like this. I'm gonna add some more fake information. I'm gonna use my name and I'm going to click subscribe. Now let's see what happens. Let's see if we did everything correctly or if we did a mistake. And we did a mistake. We are getting a 401 error here. And let's take a look at why that happened. So now if you refresh your Prisma Studio, I'm pretty confident you should see nothing here. That's right, so it didn't work. The reason it didn't work is because we forgot one crucial thing. So it tried to go to our localhost 3000/API/webhook, but we are giving it a 401 error, meaning that we are not authenticated. But how do we do that? How do we fix that? Well, very simply using Clerk. So we have to go inside of our middleware.ts right here. And alongside public routes, we also have to add /API/webhook like that. And now our webhook is public. So let's repeat this process one more time. So I'm just make sure you log in, make sure you go to /dashboard. So you manually have to go to /dashboard. Go ahead and click on upgrade again. And I'm going to keep my terminal running again. And hopefully this time we are not going to see 401. Instead, we're going to see 200 and we're going to see a new model in our Prisma Studio. So let's go ahead and write this. I'm going to use my name. Let's click subscribe. Fingers crossed. In a couple of seconds. There we go. All events are 200 and we have succeeded. This is a 404 page because settings page does not exist yet, but we are going to create that now. And let's see our Prisma Studio. If I refresh here, there we go. Look at this, my user ID, my customer subscription, and my period. So I can see if it has expired or not. Beautiful, amazing, amazing job. Great. And now let's actually go ahead back to /dashboard and let's create this settings page. But before we do that, let's create a useful util to check if our currently logged in user is subscribed or not. So we can't just check whether it has a subscription in the database. We also have to confirm that it has not expired, right? So we're going to create a util for that. Go inside your lib and create a new file called subscription.ts, like this. Let's go ahead and import out from Clerk again. And let's import PrismaDB from /lib prismadb or ./prismadb, depending on how you prefer it. Let's write a constant for an entire day in milliseconds. So const day in milliseconds is equal to 86_400_000, like this. Great. Now let's write export const check subscription is a synchronous arrow function like this. Let's extract the user ID from out like that. If there is no user ID, in that case, return false, meaning we have no way of checking whether user is subscribed or not, so we are just going to assume that they are not. Next, we're going to try and find the user subscription. So const user subscription is equal to await prismadb.user subscription.find unique. I'm just going to expand this so you can see a bit more, like this, where user ID is equal to user ID, or you can use the shorthand, and we're going to select the following. We're going to select Stripe subscription ID to be true. We're going to select Stripe current period end to be true. We're going to select Stripe customer ID to be true, and we're going to select Stripe price ID to be true as well. Now let's check if we actually got that user subscription. So if there is no active user subscription, in that case, we can also return false because obviously this user is not subscribed to Pro. And now let's check if it has a subscription, but let's check if it's actually valid and not expired. So const is valid is going to be user subscription dot Stripe price ID and user subscription dot Stripe current period end question mark dot get time plus day underscore in milliseconds like this is greater than date dot now like this. So I'm going to expand it even more. And to fix this error, you can just go ahead and put an exclamation point right here. So basically what we are doing here is we are checking if the current subscription period end plus we are giving it one day of grace period is larger than the current date. And that's the way we check if it has expired or not. And we're just going to return question mark is valid. So please make sure you don't accidentally do this. It's not the same thing. I'm using question mark to ensure that this is valid is always a boolean like this. There we go. So we now have that. And now we can safely create our settings page. So let's go ahead. I'm going to close everything. I'm going to go inside of my app folder. I'm going to go inside of the dashboard routes, and I'm going to create a new folder called settings like this. Inside of settings, I'm going to create page.tsx, and let's go ahead and write settings page like that. And let's return a div like this. And let's add a heading component from add/components heading like that. Let's give it a title of settings. Let's give it a description of manage account settings like that. Let's give it an icon of settings from Lucid React. Let's give it an icon color of text-gray-700. And let's give it a BG color of BG-gray-700/10 like this. And I'm just going to separate these imports. And let's actually try and go to our settings now. There we go. So we are on the /settings and it's showing this exact thing that we are coding right now. Great. So let's stay here. And below the heading, let's create a div with a class name of px-4. A large is going to be px-8 space -y-4 like this. Let's create a div with a class name of text-muted-foreground and text-sm. And inside, we are either going to say you're currently subscribed to a pro plan or you're currently on a free plan. So what is the conditional to use that? Well, we're going to use the UDL we just created. So let's go ahead. Since this is a server component, we can just write const is pro to be await, check subscription from add/lib subscription, and make sure to mark this as a synchronous function. There we go. So now we have the is pro right here, and we can use conditional now. So is pro, in that case, you are currently on a pro plan. Otherwise, you are currently on a free plan like this. There we go. You can see for me, it says that I'm currently on a pro plan because I just did a successful subscription, and you can see that my subscription is in the Prisma Studio. And since I just did it, it's certainly not expired. Perfect. So it works exactly as we expect it to work. And what we want to do now is we want to create a button to show billing inside, right? So let's go ahead and let's do that. So in order to do that, we're going to have to create another component called the subscription button. Let's go ahead. I'm going to close everything, go into components and create a new file, subscription_button.tsx like this. Let's go ahead and export const subscription button like this. And let's write an interface for it. So interface subscription button props is going to take is pro option, which is a boolean like this. Great. And I did a mistake there, so it should be like this. Sorry. And let's extract is pro here. Let's give it a default value of false, and let's assign the props subscription button props like that. Great. And let's just immediately mark this as use client like this. And let's go ahead and let's return a button component from ./UI button, or you can rename it to components UI button like this. And inside, I'm going to use the is pro to either say manage subscription or upgrade. So depending if we are subscribed or not, it's going to be different when user visits their settings page. And here we're going to do the opposite. So if it's not pro, in that case, we're going to add the little zap icon we already did a couple of times from Lucid React like this. And let's go ahead and give it a class name of W-4, H-4, margin left 2, and fill-white like this. And now for the variant, we're also going to use the is pro condition here. So if we are pro, we're going to use default. Otherwise, we're going to use premium. Great. And let's go ahead and add on click to be on click, which we have to create right now. So let's go ahead and write const on click. It's going to be an asynchronous arrow function like this. Let's open a try and catch block. So error console log billing error like this. Inside of here, let's go ahead and write const response is going to be again await axios.get /API/stripe like this. So the same place, and make sure you import Axios. So the same place we are doing in the Pro model. But what is the difference? Well, there isn't a difference, but our API, our route for our Stripe is very smart. So it knows whether we actually have a subscription or don't. So if we have a subscription, in that case, we are going to open the billing page. Otherwise, we are going to open the checkout page. So you don't have to do anything different on the client, which is great. And then let's just do window.location.href response.data.url right here. And let's just quickly add the loading state. So const loading set loading is going to be useState false. Make sure you import this from React, of course. Great. Let's set the loading to true in the try block. In the finally, let's do set loading to false like this. And let's add the disabled prop to be loading here as well. Great, so now we have this subscription button, meaning that we can go back inside of our settings page, and just below this div holding our text, let's render that subscription button from add/components subscription button right here, and let's pass in the is pro to be is pro like this. There we go. So you can see that now it says manage subscription, and if I click on it, let's see if it's going to take me to the checkout page. I think we're actually going to get an error. Yes, so we are going to get an error. If I look at my console, there we go, billing error in my console. What we forgot to do, and a very easy way to fix it, is to go inside of your terminal right here, inside of here, and there we go. I think this is where you're going to see your error. So I'm going to zoom out so you can read a bit better. It's going to tell you exactly what went wrong. And it says you can't create a portal session in test mode until you save your customer portal settings in test mode. So if you can't find this link, you can just click on this link and fix it. But if for some reason you can't find this in your console, let's go to Stripe together and try to find that right here. So I'm going to close this right here. And let's see. So what does it say? I'm gonna scroll a bit down. So it mentioned the customer portal, right? So let's see how we can search that customer portal. Okay, so settings, billing, customer portal right here, test mode, and you have to click this activate link button right here. So you can either click on that link from your terminal, which is much faster, but if for some reason you can't find that in your terminal, this is how you do it. And now let's refresh this. And let's try the very same thing again. I'm fairly confident that this time, there we go, it's loading and we are redirected back to billing. So let's just wait a couple of seconds to see how that looks. There we go. Perfect. You can see when it expires and absolutely everything. Great. So let's go ahead and let's return back to AI SaaS tutorial. Perfect. Great job. So before we do that, I just want to play around with a bit more with this subscription and all it can do. So currently when we click on manage subscription and get this loading state, you can see that it says that it expires in 2055, right? So let's go ahead and try and modify the values to see the one that matches. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to remove my user subscription from Prisma. I'm going to click delete this record right here. So, and now it's saving changes. I'm going to refresh. And there we go, no user subscriptions now. I'm going to refresh here again. And this time, when I click on here, it's actually going to redirect me to the checkout page. But before we do that, let's go back inside of our webhook right here, where we actually create the subscription right here. And let's see if we can modify the period end to match only 1 month. And I just realized that I gave you completely wrong information. We don't have to change anything. So what I read was the expiration for the credit card, not for the subscription. My apologies. But still, while we're here, let's test out this button and how it looks when we are not subscribed. So make sure you have removed the subscription from Prisma. One more thing, if Prisma Studio is not working for you, the way you can remove everything from your database is by using the terminal. So I'm going to go ahead and open another one, and I'm going to write npx prisma migrate reset like this. So this is going to clear the entire database, and just confirm that with yes. And one important thing, after you do this, make sure you do npx prisma generate again and npx prisma db push. So very important that you do the npx prisma db push after that. So this just cleared the entire database. So now I'm also not gonna have any generations at all. See? So I just wanted to give you that information in case Studio is not working for you for any reason. Great. So let's test this to upgrade now right here. So I'm gonna give it a fake credit card, my name, and let's click subscribe right here. After a couple of seconds, we're gonna go ahead and get redirected back to settings. Let's click on manage subscription this time, and now we are here, and there we go. You can see that it's a month from now. So right now it's July, and we're gonna have to renew in August. Great. So make sure you have a subscription active. Make sure that whoops, I just clicked again. Whoop. Yes, so make sure this says you're currently on a pro plan. Make sure in Prisma Studio that you have an active user subscription working. And now we can go ahead and actually enable these models right now. So right now I have all 3 generations. So I'm just gonna go ahead and fill them up. So I'm gonna use this to create my first 1 out of 5 free generations. I'm gonna go back in my Prisma Studio. I'm gonna go to user API limit. I'm gonna find the one for my user, and I'm gonna increase the count to 5. So I simulate filling up the entire free generations. But still, if I try something now, I still get the premium model, even though I'm obviously subscribed. You can see that right here. So let's slowly go ahead in each route and let's go ahead and fix these things. So first thing I actually want to change is I no longer want to show this free generations if we are subscribed. So let's do that first. I think that's the easiest thing to change. Let's go ahead inside of our components, inside of free counter right here. And what we're going to do is we're going to accept another prompt here called is pro like this, which is a boolean like that. Is pro is going to be false by default, and in here I'm just going to add if we are pro, so if is pro, return null as well. And now what we have to do is we have to also add that to the sidebar. So let's go inside of our sidebar component right here. Let's go ahead and add is pro boolean prop right here. Let's go ahead and extract it here, so is pro right here to be false like that, and let's pass it here to the free counter is pro like that. And now we have to, oh, I forgot to put a comma. Okay, and now let's go inside of our app folder, dashboard layout.tsx, and let's just add const is pro to be await check subscription like this from as/lib subscription, and pass in is pro to be is pro like this. Great. So now if I extract this, you can see that it no longer appears here because we are on pro. And what we have to do next is also do that on mobile. So let's go inside of our components, inside of navbar right here, and let's add const is pro await check subscription from as/lib subscription, and let's pass this to mobile sidebar. So is pro like this. Let's go inside of the mobile sidebar component, which is inside of your components folder right here. Let's go ahead and add is pro boolean right here. Let's extract is pro here, and let's give it a value of false, and let's give this a value of 0 while we are here. And let's pass in the is pro right here. There we go. So now it's working on mobile sidebar as well. Great. So we just fixed the UI for this. And now what we have to do is we have to go through individual routes and fix the generation problem. So still, if I try, since I'm in 5 out of 5 on my count, I'm getting this pro model. So let's go inside of our app folder, inside of API, inside of conversation route.ts, and let's go ahead and resolve this. So first thing I'm going to add besides this API limit is I'm going to add import check subscription from add/lib subscription right here. And here where I fetch my free trial, I'm also going to check const is pro to be await check subscription like this. And then I'm going to add to this if clause. So if there is no free trial and if we are not pro, only then do we throw the error. And same thing goes for increasing the API limit. So we only want to increase it if we are not pro. So if question mark is pro, sorry, if exclamation point is pro, like this. And now if you go ahead and test your conversation, so test and click generate, you can see that we are officially on pro, meaning that we are not blocked from using the OpenAI model because we have an active subscription. Great. And what we have to do now is we have to copy this in all of our routes. So let's go ahead and let's do that. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to copy these 2 lines right here. So it's taking some time. So let me just refresh this and see what's going on. Okay, so what happened in my case is that the service randomly fell down. So what I did was I shut down my application, I ran npm run dev again, and I refreshed my page. That's it. I also confirmed that my usage has not been filled up. Great. So now that we have that working, you can see how it's no longer blocking us with the premium model. We have to do that for the rest of the routes. So go ahead and just copy this if clause and these 2 lines right here, because we're going to need them in the rest. So let's go ahead and do code as well. So replace this with what we just copied. Import check subscription from add/lib check subscription, like we did right here. So I'm just going to expand it. Great. And now that we have this, let's also wrap this. So if we are not pro, in that case, let's go ahead and just do this. Great. So now our code should work as well. Now let's go inside of image. Let's go ahead and replace this free trial as well. Let's import check subscription from add/lib subscription like that. Let's go ahead and wrap this. So if we are not pro, in that case, go ahead and wrap this in this if clause. Great. Let's do the same for music. So I'm going to replace this, paste it here, import check subscription from add/lib subscription like this. Great. And here again, only if we are not pro do we increase this API limit like this. And last one, let's do the video right here. So again, select the if clause and free trial, paste it, import check subscription from lib subscription like this, and only increase the limit if we are on pro. So if we are not on pro, in that case, no point in increasing this. Perfect. Now let's go ahead and let's check if this is working fine. So conversation, we confirm that that is working. How about we try this? So a picture of Swiss Alps, for example. Let's check if that is working fine now. So I'm just going to wait a couple of seconds here. There we go. That is working fine. I'm just going to quickly try and trigger the video generation. For example, clownfish swimming around a coral reef. And I'm just going to wait a couple of seconds to confirm there is no model popping up. Okay, we are not going to wait for the whole video. And same thing for the music. So piano solo. Let's wait a couple of seconds. Great, no model popping up, meaning that it's working. And same thing for code generation. So simple toggle button using React hooks. I'm just going to wait a couple of seconds. And there we go. You have officially implemented subscription in your project. And you can go ahead and play around with that. Great job so far. What we have to do next is implement Crisp for customer support and wrap up with doing a landing page and finally deployment. Before we move on to adding Crisp chat for customer conversation, what I want to do first is I just want to add a loading state for my Pro model. So in order to do that, I just quickly gonna go back inside of my components, inside of Pro model right here, and you're gonna notice that we're setting a loading state right here, but we're not using it anywhere. So I just want to add it to this button right here. So disabled is going to be loading like this. So I just wanted to do that so our loading state is not wasted. Great. So if you want to, you can remove your subscription and test the loading model again, or well, you can just leave it like this and move on. Now what I want to do is I want to add some better error handling, because right now if we get an error in any of these models or Stripe or anything, we actually don't get any toast notification about it. It just stops generating. So let's go ahead and let's go inside of our terminal. So yeah, what I have running here is my npm run dev. Here I have the Prisma Studio, and here I have the Stripe webhooks. So make sure you have those running as well. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to install a package called React Hot Toast. So go ahead and run npm install react-hot-toast like this. And after a couple of seconds, go ahead, actually, yeah, so I'm already running the application in this terminal, but you can still just refresh. Great. Now let's go ahead and let's go inside of our components and let's create a new file called toaster-provider.tsx. Mark this as use client. So let me just give you the full name. So toaster-provider.tsx. That's the full name of the component. Great. And export const toaster provider. It's going to be a very simple function which just returns the toaster from React Hot Toast like this. Great. And now that we have this, what you can do is go inside of your app, inside of layout.tsx, and the same way you added modal provider, just add the toaster provider like this. There we go, and import it from add/components toaster provider. Great, and now that you have that, let's for example go inside of app folder, inside of dashboard, routes, conversation page right here. And here where we have our error, you can add an else to this Pro model on open. So this is the onSubmit function, right? So go inside of here, find this handling of 403 error, and you can just add toast, which you can import from React Hot Toast. So I just added that right here. And I'm going to move it all the way to the top right here. And you can just write toast.error, something went wrong like that. So now I'm going to purposely throw an error in here. So in this try, I'm going to write throw new error, something like this. And I'm going to refresh and I'm going to go inside of my conversation here. And I'm going to try and generate, and there we go. Now we have a nice toast that something went wrong. So that's just what I wanted to do in case anything in here goes wrong. Let's at least give our users a nice message here. So let's do that for code as well. So just find the onSubmit and just paste it here and import toast from React Hot Toast like this. Great. Let's go ahead and do the same thing for our image right here. So just catch that right there and import toast from React Hot Toast again, and the same thing for music, toast like this, and the same thing for video right here. So there we go. And don't forget to import toast here as well. So in all of these places, you need to have toast imported from React Hot Toast and make sure it's in the else section of this. Great. And now that we have that, let's also do that in our Pro model right here. So instead of just rendering this error right here, let's just actually do the toast, which you can import from React Hot Toast.error, something went wrong like this. So make sure you imported the toast. Great. And now that you have that, let's also do it in the subscription button component here. So instead of console logging the error. There we go. And of course, import toast here as well. Great. So now we have a nicer error handling in our project. Great. So let's go ahead and let's set up Crisp now. So in order to do that, the first thing we have to do, obviously, is we have to create an account for Crisp. So either go to crisp.chat or write Crisp chat on Google and go ahead and click Get Started or Log In. And of course, it's free. So just finish this input. I'm going to pause the video and show you the dashboard. So in this step, what you can do is just name this genius and leave this to be www.dummy.com. So it doesn't matter for now. Later you can add it to your actual production website. So I just wanted to clear that up. Great, so now that you get this message right here, the only thing that matters for you really is this code right here. So you can technically just add this script, but since we are working with React, we actually have a package for this. So let's go ahead and let's install a package and stay on this screen right here. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to install npm install crisp-sdk-web like this. Wait a couple of seconds and great. And now let's go ahead inside of our components folder and create a new file inside called crisp-chat.tsx like this. Go ahead and mark this as use client. Go ahead and import use effect from React. Go ahead and import crisp from crisp SDK web like this, and export const crisp chat like this. And inside use effect, you're gonna go ahead, add an empty array here and just run crisp.configure like this. And inside you're going to paste this crisp website ID right here. So let me zoom in to show you exactly what you have to copy. So you have window.crisp website ID and copy what is inside of this strings right here. So you can copy the entire string if you want to. So all the way to here like this. There we go. And then just paste it inside like this. So make sure you don't accidentally have double quotes. So if you have it like this is wrong, right? You have to have it like this. There we go. And just paste that. Great. So I'm going to zoom out now. I'm going to zoom out here. And let's go ahead and just return null here. Great. And now that you have that, what you have to do is create a crisp provider. So go inside components, new file, crisp-provider.tsx. So let me just expand this so you can see the full component name. So crisp-provider like this. Mark this as use client again. And just write import crisp chat from /crisp chat or /components crisp chat. And export const crisp provider like this. Return crisp chat like this. Great. And now that you have that, all you have to do is add the crisp provider to your app layout. So go inside app layout right here and go ahead and paste it above the body. So crisp provider like this, and import it the same way you did with toaster provider and model provider. Great. And I think that you can now click on discover my dashboard here. Okay, I'm going to extend this and there we go. You can already see in my lower left corner that I have a crisp icon here. So let's test this out. So yeah, we have some messages here. Let's read that. Let's go back in our inbox. And now I'm going to go ahead and write something. Hello, I have a problem with image generation like that. And you can see how it immediately goes back here. Perfect. Great job. So you successfully implemented Clerk, and you can of course respond to your user. So what are you having problems with like this? And you can see how that is immediately reflected here. Great job. You successfully implemented advanced error handling as well as full customer support. Let's go ahead and let's create the last part before deployment, which is the landing page. So first of all, go ahead and sign out. So you are redirected back to / or just go to localhost 3000 without any routes right here. So you're on this landing page, which we are finally now gonna go ahead and make it look like something. So go inside of your app folder and go inside of this landing folder right here and go ahead and create a new file called layout.tsx like this. Go ahead and create a landing layout component like this. The props it's going to accept is children, so go ahead and destructure children like this, and immediately go ahead and give it a type of children react.react node like this. And inside, go ahead and create a main element like this, and give it a class name of h-full bg-hex code 111827 like this, and overflow-auto like this. And inside, go ahead and create another div with a class name of mx auto like this, max w screen dash xl, h dash full, and w dash full like this. And inside, you're going to go ahead and render the children like this. Great. Now let's go ahead inside of our page.tsx here. And we can actually remove everything in here, create a new div with a class name of h-full like this. And you can remove these imports from here like that. And first, let's add the landing navbar like this component. So of course, if you save, you're going to get an error. So let's go inside of our components folder and go ahead and create a new file called landing-navbar.tsx like this. Go ahead and mark this as use client like that. Go ahead and import Montserrat from next/font/Google. Go ahead and import image from next/image. Import link from next/link, import useout from Clerk like this, import cn from libutils, and import button component from ./UI button or /components UI button like this. Let's add our font constant. So font is Montserrat like this, and inside of its object, write weight to be 600 and subsets to be Latin like this. Great. Now let's export const landing navbar like this. It's an arrow function. And let's go ahead and extract the is signed in from useout like this. So why are we using useout here from Clerk? And everywhere else, if you remember, if you search through this import, we mostly used out. As you can see here, for example, we used out here. So what's the difference? Well, useout is one of React's code available in client components. So that's why I really like Clerk, because they support both client components and server components. So you don't have to pick one or another. So that's why in here we have to use a hook, right? If we want to use out, that means we are in server components. Great. So now let's go ahead and return. Let's return a nav element like this. Let's give it a class name of p-4 bg-transparent flex items-center and justify -between like that. And before we go any further with this, let's go back inside of our landing page and just import the landing navbar from add/components landing navbar like this, so we don't have this error and so we can actually see what we are developing. Great. Now inside of here, let's go ahead and add this link component which we imported. Let's go ahead and let's give it an href property to go to slash like this and a class name of flex items-center like that. And inside, let's go ahead and create a div with a class name of relative h-8 w-8 and margin right of 4. And inside, we're going to render an image, give it a fill property, give it an alt of logo, and give it a source property of /logo.png like this. Great. And now just outside of this div, which is wrapping our image, go ahead and create an h1 element genius like this. And go ahead and give it a class name, which is going to be dynamic. So we are going to use cn, text-2xl, font-bold, text-white, and then add a comma and write font-class name like this. There we go. So now we use the Montserrat font. Beautiful. So I'm just going to expand it so you can see how it looks in one line. Beautiful. Great. Besides this, let's go ahead outside of this link component and create a div. And let's create a class name, flex items-center gap-x-2 like that. And inside create another link component like this with an href, which is going to be dynamic dependent on whether we are logged in or not. So if we are logged in that case, we're going to redirect to /dashboard. Otherwise, we're going to redirect to /sign up like this. Great. And now inside of this link component, create a button like this, get started like that. And let's go ahead and give it a variant of outline like this. And let's give it a class name of rounded-full like this. Beautiful. So you successfully finished the landing navbar. Now what we have to do is create a landing hero. So another component, landing hero like this. So same thing, let's go inside of our components and create a new file called landing-hero.tsx like this. Let's go ahead and export const landing hero here. I'm just going to return a div saying hero, and I'm going to go back inside of my landing page here and just import landing hero so we don't have an error and so we can see what we are developing. So let's go back inside of the landing hero and same thing here. Let's go ahead and let's use is signed in from use out from clerk like that. And now let's go ahead and let's add a class name to this div. So class name is going to be text-white, font-bold, py-36, text-center, and space-y-5 like this. And yes, we have to mark this as client component. Of course, we are using a hook here. Great. Now inside of here, create a new div with a class name of text-4XL for mobile devices. On small, it's going to be text-5XL. On medium, it's going to be text-6XL. On large, it's going to be text-7XL like this. Give it a space-y-5 and font-extra bold like this. And inside, let's go ahead and write h1 element, the best AI tool for like this. And you can see how the more I expand my screen, the larger this text can become, and the more I collapse it, the smaller it's going to be. Great. And now let's go ahead and install a package called typewriter effect. So I'm going to go ahead and run npm install typewriter-effect like this, and I'm going to press enter. There we go. So just refresh your page. And now just below this, let's create another div with the class name of text-transparent, bg-clip-text, bg-gradient-to-r, so to right, like this. After that, from-purple-400 to -pink-600. So we're going to give a gradient to our text inside. And inside, write the typewriter component like this from typewriter effect. So import typewriter component from -typewriter effect like this. It's a self-closing tag. And go ahead and give it some options like this. Strings. And we're going to write chatbot with a dot and copy this a couple of times. So the second one is going to be photo generation. Third one is going to be music generation. This one is going to be code generation, and this one is going to be video generation like this. Great. And now let's also give it an option of auto start true and loop true as well. Great. And now you can see how it seems like this is a typewriting effect. Beautiful. And it changes with all of the features that we have in our application. Great. So really neat component here. Great. Now just go ahead outside of this div right here. Create a new div right here with the class name of text-sm on small devices, but on medium it's going to be text-xl, font-light, and text-sync-400 like this. And go ahead and write create content using AI 10 times faster like this. There we go. And let's go ahead and let's try and expand this so you can see how it looks. Great. And now below that, go ahead and create a new div and then add a link inside. Give this an href. It's going to be dynamic. So if we are signed in, again, it's going to be /dashboard. Otherwise, it's going to be /sign-up like this. And make sure you import the link component, not from Lucid React, from next/link like this. Great, so we have that now, and let's add a button component from ./UI button or components UI button like this. Great, and inside of this button, let's write start generating for free like this. And let's give it a variant of premium like this, and let's give it a class name of md text-lg p-4 md p-6 like this, rounded -full, and font-semi-bold like this. So we create a bit of a custom style depending on the screen size. So here is the fuller version. There we go. You can see how nicely it increases depending on our screen size. Great. Now that we have our button finished, let's create a new div with a class name of text-sync-400, text-xs. On medium, it's going to be text-sm and font-normal like this. No credit card required like this, because we have a free tier, so users can test this out for free. Great, so you successfully finished the hero component. Now all that's left is the landing component. So let's go back inside of our layout page right here. And let's add a new component called landing content like this. And same thing, let's go inside of components, create a file called landing-content.tsx. Export const landing content like this. And let's just return a div saying content. Let's go back inside of our landing page and import landing content like this from add/components landing content. So this error goes away. Great. Now let's go ahead and let's create a class name here. So class name is going to be px-10 pb-20 like that. Remove this, add an h2 element saying testimonials like this, and a class name of text-center, text-4xl, text-white, font-extra bold, and margin bottom of 10 like this. Great. And now let's create a new div, which is going to be our grid. So grid-calls-1 on small devices, sm grid-calls-2, md grid-calls-3, lg grid-calls-4, and gap 4 like this. Great. And now let's go ahead and create an array of our testimonials at the top of this page. So we can also mark this as use client as well. And let's write const testimonials like this, which is an array, which is going to have objects. So name, I don't know, Antonio. Avatar is going to be A like this. Title is going to be software engineer. And description is going to be, this is the best application I've used, or pretty much whatever you want inside. Great. And now that we have one element inside, let's actually go ahead and render that immediately so you can see what we're working with. So testimonials.map item like that. Let's go ahead and return a card. So import card from ./UI card or from /components like this. Let's go ahead and give it a key, which is going to be item.description, and the class name is going to be bg-hash192339 like this, border-none, and text-white like this. Great. And inside, add a card header, again from add/components UI card like this. Great. Let's go ahead and give this a card title inside. So make sure you imported card title as well. Great. And give this a class name like this of flex items-center and gap-x-2 like this. Great. So you can see a little component right here. Great. And inside of this card title, open a div, open a paragraph, and write item.name like this, and copy that and write item.title like this. Great. And now let's give it some styles. So right here, I'm going to write class name, text-lg like this, and here class name is going to be text-sync-400 and text-sm like this. Great, so that's it for card title. And now let's write card content like that inside, and we're going to render item.description inside. Great, and give it a class name of pt-4 and px-0 like this. There we go. And we can go ahead and copy this as many times as you want. So I'm going to copy it 4 times, and there we go. You have your testimonials page, and you can go ahead and edit this the way you like. Perfect. So great job. You finished the entire software as a service with landing page, Stripe, authentication, 5 different AI models, customer support. You've done an amazing job. All that's left is to learn how to deploy this application. So let's go ahead and let's deploy our application. So first thing we have to do is we have to go inside of our package.json right here, and we have to add a post install script to be Prisma generate like this. Great. Now I'm going to go inside of my terminal, and you can finally shut down all of this webhooks and Prisma Studios and whatnot. So I'm going to shut down all of this, and I'm going to only leave one open like this. Great. Now what I want you to run is npm run lint. So go ahead and check if there are any errors in your project. So I don't have any errors, so great. What I'm going to do next is I'm going to go inside GitHub, and I'm going to go ahead and create a new repository. I'm going to name this repository AI SaaS tutorial like this. It's going to be private for me, and I'm going to click create repository right here. And since this is an existing repository, I'm going to use the second option. So push an existing repository from the command line. I'm going to copy all of this, and I'm going to paste it here. But actually, before I do that, ignore this. Go ahead and give it a git add, git commit, and just add initial commit like this. So everything is committed. Great. And then paste this and push to master like this. And once I refresh, you can see that my project is right here along with all the code. Great. Now we can go ahead in our Vercel, and you can go ahead, I'm just going to refresh. Go ahead and click add new project right here, and go ahead and select this AI SaaS tutorial, which we just created right here. Perfect. What we have to do now is we have to add all of our environment variables here, and we're going to have to change them once we deploy. So let's go ahead and let's go inside of our .environment file, and you can just go ahead and select absolutely everything and just paste it inside like this. And then just go ahead and click deploy. And of course, you can see that next public app URL is localhost. So don't worry about that. We're going to have to change that. But first, we need to see if our deployment is going to pass. So I'm going to pause this and see if there are any errors that I get. And there we go. My application is successfully deployed. But now we have to change a couple of things. So let's see what that is. I'm going to click continue to dashboard right here. And I'm going to go ahead and get my URL. So you need to have your URL. So right here for me, it's ai-saas-tutorial.vercel.app. So what I have to do first is I have to go inside. Let's first go into Stripe. So stripe.com right here, and we have to change this webhook, right? So let's go ahead, let's go inside of webhooks. If there are no results, just click on developers again and go inside webhooks here. And we have a local listener here, right here, but that's local. So go ahead and click add endpoint, paste your new URL /API/webhook like this. So webhook, only one like this. And now you have to select the events that we are listening to. So what are those events? Well, let's take a look in the webhook route right here. So first event we need is checkout.session completed. So let's go ahead and find that. So we have the checkout option here, and let's select checkout.session.completed like that. And the second one we are looking for is invoice.payment succeeded. So let's go ahead and find that as well. So all the way down we have an invoice, and let's find where it is. Invoice.payment succeeded, and click add events and add endpoint like this. And there we go. Now you have your sign-in secret right here. So go ahead and click reveal here and copy this secret. And now go back inside of your project settings here. So I clicked on settings in this project. Go ahead and click on environment variables. And let's go ahead and find that webhook secret. So it's last one for me, Stripe webhook secret. Let's go ahead and click edit right here and just replace it with a new one and click save. Make sure you copied the sign-in secret and not whatever this is. So it needs to be this sign-in secret. Great. And what we have to change next is the next public app URL. And that is going to be this very URL that we are using. So let me see what this is. So https AI SaaS tutorial vercel.app like this without the trailing slash like this. So edit that. and paste it here. Just make sure there are no spaces, like that, and save the file. Great. And after you've changed that, go in your deployments and click redeploy again. Make sure you don't accidentally check this. So just click redeploy like this. So I'm going to pause the video again, and I'm going to show you what it looks like once it's finished. Great, so it's finished, and one thing I'm going to do before I visit the website is I'm just going to reset my entire database, and I'm going to push it again. So inside my terminal, I'm going to write npx prisma migrate reset like this. This is going to remove the entire database, so be careful. And after this is done, npx prisma db push again. And after a couple of seconds, I'm going to go ahead and visit my website. So we're going to visit this right now, and there we go. It's deployed right here, and you can go ahead and click get started. For example, I'm going to use Google right here. I'm going to log in with my account, and you can see that I have my free generations right here. So let's go ahead and test it out now. For example, what is the radius of the sun right here? There we go. Let's ask it what is the radius of the earth right here. Let's try of Mars. So I'm just using this up to fill up the questions. What is the earth of the, I don't know, Venus, like this. It really knows everything, huh? And Neptune. Great, now we use 5 out of 5, so I'm gonna add another one. Now we get a prompt. So let's see if this is going to work. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and add a fake credit card here. I'm gonna click subscribe right here. And let's see if that is going to work or if we are gonna get any errors here. Okay, so I'm logged out. I think that's something with the configuration, but let me log in again to see if... Yeah, okay, so we are on a pro plan. Great. I'm not sure why we logged out. I think it might be... because of the redirection stuff, or maybe some hydration error that triggered the logout. I'm not entirely sure. That's something I'll have to look into. And I'm not sure it happens every time, because for me, it worked normally in production. Great, so this works now. And just one thing I want to bring your attention to. So there are stuff inside that are going to take too long to generate for Versal Hobby, right? For example, if I do Swiss Alps like this, I think this is still going to work because it's not a very complex model, so OpenAI works faster, so this works. But for example, if I try music generation like piano solo, it might take so long that it actually throws an error. So that is because we just deployed on the Versal Hobby plan, right? So we're using Versal for free right now. So what you can do, you can see it says Hobby right here. So what you can actually do is either upgrade to a newer plan. So you see, for me it worked, but there's a chance that you get an error. You can either upgrade to a larger plan, and then you can increase how much, what is the timeout for your API routes, or you can go ahead and search for Versal AI SDK, which is something I'm going to work with in my next tutorial. So Versal AI SDK works on the Edge network, which is also something you can Google and find out more about. It basically has a larger timeout and is generally faster, and it supports streaming of content. So that's what we are going to play around with in my next tutorial. So thank you so much for watching this tutorial. You did an amazing job. Remember to leave a like, share, and subscribe if you like this content, and see you in the next video.